Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1801 Third Island 4. Chapter 1801 Third Island. The Third Island. From here, things became more complicated. When Damien used the same strategy to gain information about the Third Island as a whole, he found that Kara had indeed given him the basics of survival. In essence, it was exactly as she said. He could follow a path and challenge anyone he saw until he reached the Platinum Badge level. After receiving his Platinum Badge, he could choose between any of the 6 area lords to fight for a chance to move to the next island. The area lord position never consistently remained in a single person's hands. Hell, even the area lords themselves didn't abuse their power or obsess over it. As Damien expected, the people on this island had begun to cope with their reintroduced emotions. They returned to their rationality, though they still made rash actions on occasion. Nevertheless, area lords only took that position for the sake of their own training. As they fought and fought and fought, they reached a level of familiarity with non-existence that was absolutely crucial before moving on to the 4th island. This was the separation point between those who had a chance of escaping and those who didn't. There was nothing more vital on this island than preparation and future planning. The problem is that they aren't allowed to lose intentionally. If a practitioner decided to take hold of that position, they couldn't just give it up when they felt bored or tired. According to the rules of this island, they had to try their best to defeat the challengers that came to them. Only when they were defeated, naturally, could they relinquish their position and move on. I don't think I should take it, since I don't think I would be able to naturally lose to anyone. After a moment of random arrogance, Damien frowned. The politics are what make this island particularly difficult. Similarly to the 2nd island, there was a status quo in society. Unsimilar to its predecessor, however, was the ability of practitioners on the 3rd island to raise their status. This was just like the societies in the outside world in many ways. As long as one had the sufficient power and ability, anything was possible. Still, Kara probably wasn't a wanderer if she believed that it was easy to find opponents to fight against. There were 3 main organizations on this island that every practitioner was forced to choose between: the Fire Temple, the Water Temple, and the Earth Temple. They weren't based on what element one used, since elements were inconsequential here. It was more about the kind of people one wanted to be surrounded by. The Fire Temple was filled with people who liked to fight head-on and run wild. They had brasher personalities and fiery tempers, though that didn't mean they were bad people. They were just the most extroverted and open of the 3 temples. This faction was made to attract people who regained their fiery hearts along with the rest of their emotions. The Water Temple had a much calmer atmosphere. The people there liked to ponder over decisions before making them and fight in an orderly manner. They planned their steps and walked a careful path to ensure that they didn't make any mistakes. In a sense, they were the antithesis of the people from the Fire Temple. Their demeanors were silent and calm, like flowing water in a stream. Oddly enough, though, it wasn't rare for members of the Fire and Water Temples to attract each other with their perfectly opposing personalities. Finally, the Earth Temple was somewhere in the middle. Its people were like monks. They focused on training more than anything else and rarely spoke. They were worldly people without worldly desires who treated all others with the respect they deserved. Of course, they were not pacifists by any means. The people of the Earth Temple could be as hot-headed as Fire Temple members if they wanted to, and they could plan like Water Temple members if they wanted to. The reason they chose the Earth Temple despite these traits was because it adhered more to their principles. It was a place to go if one valued being grounded over all else. It was a different kind of calm than water and a different kind of brashness than fire. The 3 temples actually weren't enemies in any sense. Their people competed with each other, but there were never any hard feelings between them, barring personal feuds between individuals. The 3 temples only existed out of necessity. On this island, halfway through the 5, history was starting to once again become a concept. People were able to influence time to a degree that was impossible on the former islands, which meant that change could be enacted freely. The ancient era where practitioners who gained control over existence were plenty. The records of the wars that broke out in that era existed on this island. The history of blood that formed the atmosphere of this environment was troubling. If people ran around wantonly and challenged anyone they came across, the entire island would fall into chaos. A chaotic state like that was a net negative to the island's environment. Only a few people could come out of it victorious. And in a place like this, it was better to make it so that as many as possible could succeed and move on. They were not enemies. They were competitors. Friendly competition was not competition where people dragged others down to win. It required an atmosphere of relative cooperation and respect. People had to recognize others as rivals and contribute to their growth the same way others contributed to theirs. That was simply impossible without governing entities keeping the peace. Wanderers didn't have an easy time only because people wouldn't accept challenges from people who didn't wear the emblem of one of the three temples. That was the order created in this society. This information led to another question. Why did Damien think it was going to be troublesome? It wasn't as if he would face heavy opposition. He would have to choose an influence, but he wasn't going to be heavily controlled or regulated. He didn't plan to cause chaos, so he didn't have anything to worry about. The reason for Damien's struggle was a bit more on the comedic side this time. Shit, I'm going to have to interact with people. Was there ever a story about how antisocial gods were? If so, Damien certainly hadn't read it. He was fine with family. The people he already knew still had the same value in his heart and mind as they did before he became so powerful. Making new connections, though, it was something Damien dreaded a little bit. I mean, come on. There isn't much left for me to do in the heavenly world, and there aren't many new people for me to meet. Everyone I do end up meeting is either an enemy or someone I have to treat as lower than me, because that's how they consider themselves. The only people who felt comfortable interacting with him casually were the people he had known for a long time. Whenever he went back to Void Palace, he'd find Long Chun, Su Run, and Yeoman to have drinks and catch up. They were fine with trashing him and joking with him despite him being the strongest person in the cosmos. After all, they were with him when he was just a kid or a talented genius. They didn't have fear because they knew him on a deeper level. People who didn't had no interest in doing so. They only felt discomfort when they had to treat Damien casually. If he acted casually, they showed fear because they didn't understand what kind of person he was. Damien didn't care to put enough time into people to show them otherwise. Not anymore, at least. As such, he'd become exactly what he feared. An antisocial god who forgot how to properly interact with people as equals. He sighed to himself. I guess even I have to learn some emotional stuff from this realm. He really didn't have a choice. Damien Void had to go on a quest to learn how to talk to strangers. Quite the unexpected development, was it not? Chapter 1802 Third Island. Chapter 1802 Third Island 5. So, did the people of each temple have alliances with each other? Were they forbidden from fighting amongst themselves? The simple answer was no. They were allowed to fight whoever they wanted as long as the other individual was also a member of a temple. The three temples only served to separate people, so they could be more easily managed. The heads of the temples were required to maintain good relationships with each other. The current heads were actually close friends. Under their command, chaos couldn't come to this island. Prosperity thrived because of the temple's existence. Civilization thrived in prosperity. This landscape was not filled with castles made by people who only wanted to move on to the next island. It didn't just have two cities to contain the people who weren't allowed to build as they pleased. The third island had the largest population of the five by a large margin. As every area lord was stronger than the last, a great divide was formed on this island. There were a large number of people who tried and tried again only to fail. When they accepted that they were not fated to leave this place, they conceded their badges and chose to make the best of their situations. As such, the third island was pretty much an entire nation led by the three temples. There were millions upon millions of people living here, all of whom failed to conquer non-existence. They were the main reason for the three temples' existence. to give them better lives despite their unfortunate circumstances, and to ensure that chaos never threatened the beautiful civilization that arose because of them. The three temples moderated all active practitioners on the island. Hell, even the area lords were managed by their people. On that note, the society they'd built with their system was truly something to marvel at. When Damien made it off the shore and started focusing on the island itself, even he was impressed. How was he to describe it? It only resembled the lands he'd been between in the fact that it was extremely developed, but it wasn't exactly similar to any of them. Rather, it was like all different building styles from all different cosmos were brought together into a single picture. The cities were large and sprawling. In their centers, they had skyscraper-like structures similar to Earth if it was given a few hundred more years to grow. The buildings defied the laws of physics the humans created on that planet. Some were floating. Others were spirals that seemed to contain too much tension to last for a long time. And others more had wild edges and curves that seemed more akin to a creative depiction of the future than reality. The amazing part was how these buildings melded in with the rest of the environment. Medieval architecture, Gothic architecture, Victorian architecture. It was a little bit sentimental to see how the styles of other cosmos related to the styles Damien was already aware of. Really, regardless of where they were, humans were bound to follow a pattern. But there were obviously some who didn't like patterns at all. The architects of this society found a middle ground between the two belief systems and incorporated both into their cities. It really looked like a hodgepodge of styles that didn't work together, but strangely enough, one could see a sense of order within the madness. There was a beauty to it that couldn't quite be explained. It wouldn't work if it weren't for the stray structures that don't follow any rules. As if they'd been created as markers for where the architectural styles changed and merged, there were several large structures visible from a distance that didn't conform to anything else done in the cities. These were pieces created by individuals or small teams with the support of the general public. It's almost as if everything they wanted to accomplish on the second island, but were too weak to do, was completed here. Damien had to admire it. There was nothing wrong with falling into depression after failure, especially in a realm like this where failure meant never returning to normal life. It was actually common for experts to find locations like Death's Hold to kill them for good. The people here chose a different path. They resigned to being here for eternity, but they did not resign to living in sadness. Unlike the unwelcoming second island, the third had an entrance to the nearest city right off of the shore. Damien and Kara's battle actually took place not even 5 minutes from that place. It wasn't just some port city either. This was the home of the Water Temple and one of the 3 grand cities on the island. The entire south of the island was filled with members of the Water Temple and people who chose to live under their reign. The Fire Temple's territory was to the west, while the Earth Temple existed in the east. Damien was walking through the city just to get a feel of the environment. It was definitely strange seeing street vendors and common people with the knowledge that everyone here had a relatively large amount of control over non-existence. But if that was how they chose to live their lives, then he didn't see a problem with it. The most surprising thing he noticed was children. I didn't know this realm could support new life. It was probably the result of non-existence's emotions. Actions like these gave people a friendlier view of the concept. After all, will those kids be stuck here for their entire lives? In a sense, they were no different from people who had never been outside of their own country. There wouldn't be any severe impact on their lives caused by the fact that they were trapped in this realm. They didn't even know there was an outside world, so they were able to live happily, and they had a chance to make it out as well. They're unique. These children are born with an affinity for non-existence. They reached the more esoteric concept first. They could absolutely comprehend it to its heights and escape the realm where their parents were stuck. Damien was extremely curious about what a kid like that would do when they made it to reality and saw the more visible side of the world. Would existence accept them? Would they pursue it and become absolute? They were intriguing trains of thought, but he didn't plan to have children here, so it wasn't for him to learn. More importantly, Damien had to decide which temple he wanted to join. Kara was probably part of the Water Temple, considering her fighting style. Well, that was enough to cross the Water Temple off of the list. It's not like I hate her. I just have this sinking feeling that if I end up at the same temple as her, I'm not going to hear the end of it. She seemed like the type of person who'd chase a competitor for revenge over and over again until she won. Damien didn't want to deal with that. He was being considerate, really. The more she lost to him, the more she'd lose that gold badge that she worked so hard to earn. The first catered more towards the old Damien. When he was young, he would have loved that kind of environment. Meanwhile, the Earth Temple was more suitable for his current self. It was calm and peaceful. The people knew how to act brazenly when they had to, but they also understood that sometimes it was pointless to expend energy on trivial matters. We'll see about it. It'll definitely be interesting if she comes back after changing things up. But that was a matter for another time. Between the Fire Temple and the Earth Temple, the first catered more towards the old Damien. When he was young, he would have loved that kind of environment. Meanwhile, the Earth Temple was more suitable for his current self. It was calm and peaceful. The people knew how to act brazenly when they had to, but they also understood that sometimes it was pointless to expend energy on trivial matters. The land of nothingness was many things for an expert on the path to becoming absolute. Among those many faces, one was its identity as a place of reminiscence. The old emotions that were revived by the atmosphere. Everyone knew that they'd have to discard most of them when they left for their own worlds. So, they used this place to enjoy those emotions as much as possible before their, hopefully, inevitable departure. The choice in Damien's hands now wasn't actually one of great importance. It was more about what he wanted his experience in the land of nothingness to be defined by. Did he want to see it as a place to kick back and disregard his duties for a little bit? Or did he want to enjoy this atmosphere from the perspective of the person he was now? It was a hard choice for many others, but Damien thought otherwise. I like who I am. He didn't miss his old self. After all, that part of him still existed inside of who he currently was. There was only one choice for him from the beginning. As someone who accepted his changing personality without discarding the foundation on which it was built, I have to go east. The answer was obviously the Earth Temple. Chapter 1803, Third Island. Chapter 1803, Third Island, 6. Traveling was becoming easier by the day. When crossing oceans, distance could be negated. Unfortunately, this strategy only worked if one knew one's destination exactly, so it wasn't practical for a journey like this one. On the second island, people walked. Here, there was more development and change, so people had vehicles and mounts. It also became more possible to traverse the lands by canceling distance in increments. Because there were always small towns within sight, one could go from place to place and make judgments more easily. It was the benefit of a populated island. Nevertheless, Damien didn't cancel distance to move. It was the most similar method to teleportation, so he could use it more efficiently than the average person, but it was also too much work. Why would he take the difficult approach when there were far easier methods? As Damien was a wanderer, nobody was going to challenge him. He would have a relatively peaceful journey to the Earth Temple as long as he didn't run into stray beasts or living creations that other people accidentally let loose. At a time like this, he figured that a road trip to see the sights would be better. He was going to enjoy this place as his current self, but even his current self quite liked the atmosphere of the third island. It felt more like home. It was a real society, so of course Damien was going to explore it sufficiently in the time he spent as a part of it. The third island had an established road system going through every city and town on its surface. Damien didn't know exactly where he was going, but getting lost and stopping in random towns to interact with the people and find his way was part of the fun. Well, to be more precise, it was training to get a little better at small talk before he arrived at the temple. But that was something Damien would never admit. It has to be a car. There were vehicles being sold by the denizens of this land, but none of them appealed to him. When it came to land transport, it has to be a car. Damien wasn't particularly a car geek, but he did love to drive for the little time that he was able to. He had experienced many vehicles over the years, of which his absolute favorite were some of the star ships in Grand Heaven's boundary, but obviously those wouldn't be useful here. Genuinely, Damien hadn't found a more entertaining form of land vehicle than the cars of Earth. That really says something about my homeworld's creativity. Maybe some of it came from the fact that it was a new world created and built by an unrecorded, but the achievements of humanity belong to only them. I'm lucky I gained the planet's memories when I linked with its core. Otherwise, I never would have been able to replicate what goes on inside. Damien held his hand out. The procedure undertaken was complicated, as creating each individual part of a car through roundabout methods took a lot of precision, but he was able to complete it eventually. Having creative freedom at a time like this was amazing. The chassis belonged to a certain car from a luxury brand that existed on Earth already, but everything from the engine to the brake pads was entirely custom-made through his knowledge of the machines. A slammed, matte black beauty was formed on the road leading out of the Fur City. Nice! Damien got in the driver's seat and brushed his hands over the material of the steering wheel. Speaking of, I wonder how Earth is doing. It had been a long time since he checked up on his home planet. I should do it as soon as I regain access to the sanctuary. That moment would come soon. No, it would come the moment he returned to the heavenly world. The Dark God's ability only worked because he was using non-existence on a high level. When Damien returned with the same power, how could he possibly continue inhibiting his connection to the subuniverse? Damien started his long drive from there. His car definitely stood out from the masses, but nobody paid much attention since everyone's vehicle stood out from the masses. If anything, people made note of the fact that he was able to recreate a vehicle from his home cosmos. When he joined a temple, he would be a serious competitor that they'd have to be wary of. It would have been a 20-hour drive if Damien went straight there, but with his consistent stops and the 3 times he took a wrong turn and drove tens of miles in the wrong direction, it took around 2 days for him to reach his destination. The water temple was hidden within its city's architecture. When Damien was walking the streets, he hardly noticed it until he asked someone where it was, and they pointed to a building right across the street from him. The Earth Temple, however, was very obvious. There was a massive earthen column in the middle of the city. Calling it a column was a huge understatement when considering its size. It was like an entire city block was raised out of the sky, and on top of it resided a beautiful temple of gold that seemed to be one with the sun. Oh yeah, there's a sun. It was artificially created, but it definitely contributed heavily to the kinder atmosphere of this island. Damien scoffed in amazement as he stared up at the temple above. Nobody would ever think that this entire structure is mechanical. It made sense that they used an earthen column considering, well, Earth Temple, but they knew just as well as anyone else that raising it to such a height only made it inconvenient to reach. In reality, the temple on top of the column was mostly for show. The highest authorities and the temple master lived there, but the member residences, facilities, and everything else existed within the column itself. The doors leading inside were themed to match the column. They were comically massive dirt and moss-covered behemoth pieces of stone that acted as sliding doors. Only when they receded could one see the technological nature of the column's interior. Damien walked in, staring up at the ceiling that was too far away to even be seen through normal means. The entire circumference was populated with over 100 different floors, but the central area remained hollow for most of the column structure for the sake of a mystical lobby experience like the one Damien was having. After being in operation for so long, the systems of these kinds of buildings had long been established, and a job system had been made for the normal residents of the island. Damien approached a front desk area where several attendants were dealing with the people who had business in the tower. That being said, there are more people than expected. People who wanted to return to battle, people who grew up in this realm and were only now entering temples and partaking in the island trial, and even newcomers from the second island who didn't have as efficient methods of transportation as Damien. It seemed that the island's population was far more robust than he originally expected. And I guess I'm about to be treated like a rookie again. In order to become a member of the temple, Damien had to go through a test given by its staff. However, thinking that he was going to be treated like a rookie was a bit much. After all, even if it was a procedure that he hadn't experienced since he was weaker, he wasn't currently weak enough to have to suffer through it. Just like everything else, he would be fine breezing through this test. In fact, it was the Earth Temple that had to be thankful that he decided to choose them. Chapter 1804 Earth Temple. Chapter 1804 Earth Temple. 1. It was just as expected. After an hour of waiting in line, Damien finally got a chance to talk to the receptionist. Their conversation was quite streamlined, as this was a process the Earth Temple went through at least a few tens of times a day. I have come to apply to be a member of the temple. Name: Damien Void. Please take this ticket and have a seat. You will be expressly teleported to the trial area when it is your turn. With a nod, Damien left and found a place to sit. There were quite a few seats in the lobby area. A lot of them were filled as well, likely by individuals related to the business side of the temple's operation. Those who looked like him, who wore strange clothing compared to the rest, and had an aura of war that hadn't yet faded, were few in number. Damien could see only 3 others that gave off the feeling of an active competitor. It's as if we're the strange ones. It was odd. Even on Earth, after the World Awakening, awakened individuals were the main class of society. People who lived average lives were seen as the minority. Damien found a place that was more secluded so he could have some peace before he was summoned, but he obviously wasn't going to get that kind of freedom. There was a strange thing about society. When everyone wanted to mind their own business, it was as if nobody existed. However, if someone decided to act indifferent in a place where others were hyper and curious, wouldn't they instead find themselves attracting more attention? Damien saw that fighters were rare and decided that he wasn't going to interact with anyone. The other fighters, however, were very curious about the new person who'd arrived at their temple. Hey! Damien's attention was caught by an approaching voice just seconds after he sat down. You look like you don't want to talk to anyone, but I really can't help being curious. I've never seen you before. Are you new here? The person was a man with bright blonde hair that almost didn't seem real. He had blue eyes that sparkled on a young-looking face. In Damien's opinion, he couldn't have been more than 24 years old. Is it common to assume that someone is new just because you haven't seen them? Damien responded, Yup, there aren't many of us in Terra. Every challenger is at least familiar with each other's names. I've never heard of you or seen you, so aren't you obviously from somewhere else? The man's response was instant. Damien sighed. Troublesome guy. The man sat down next to him and crossed his arms. So, who are you? Did you come from Althea? Nah, you don't seem like one of them. Maybe you're a Rivian? It has to be one of those too. Rural folk don't know how to dress like you. Damien raised his brow. Does he think I'm one of the children who was born here? Althea was the name of the water temple city he walked through when he first arrived on the island. Rivia was the fire temple's main city, and Terra was the same for the earth temple. He spoke as if Damien had to be born here. Is it that they don't know? Your name? Damien asked. It definitely wasn't the most courteous way to ask, but hey, he was still working on it. All right, I forgot to introduce myself. The man didn't seem to mind. He knocked his head and held his arm out for a handshake. Nice to meet you. I'm Darius Silver. Damien smiled. Same name, huh? He hadn't seen his younger brother in a while. Dominic returned to the palace while Damien was still there, but Darius was too busy. It seemed that he had become some sort of hero in the past 10 years. I'll have to go meet him when I get back. Putting that aside, Damien shook the man's hand and introduced himself as well. Damien, as you said, I'm not from Terra. However, the guesses are not correct either. Darius' eyes widened. None of them? Then are you rural? Not that either. Then outsider? Yes, sir. I apologize for being rude. The man's whole attitude changed when he finally discerned it. Damien smirked a little at the comedic change of tone. Makes sense. Most of the people who come here are old bastards who have been fighting each other for eons. They're more war-crazed than the kids here who see this island's challenge as nothing more than a competition. Darius was fumbling with his words, trying to show a respectful attitude to a person he knew could kill him without thinking twice. The outsiders on the island, especially the ones who arrived more recently, were incredibly dangerous people. Every family, from those who try to keep their kids away from the challenge to those who push them towards it, gave the same warning. Stay away from outside experts until they become insiders. Once again, I truly apologize for... Darius, how old are you? Me? The man stopped and pointed to himself. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Compared to you, sir, I'm probably just a child. I turned 115 a few months ago. Damien couldn't stop his brow from twitching. He expected the kid to be older than he looked. No matter what their constitutions were, the children in this realm still needed a considerable amount of time to practice non-existence to a level that matched even the weakest challengers on the island. Still, what was this treatment from someone who wasn't even that much younger than him? Hey, Darius, how old do you think I am? It was something he logically should have skirted past, but something in his heart couldn't stand it. He was not that old. No matter how he acted, he couldn't look that old to other people, right? Darius scanned him up and down. Since Damien asked the question forwardly, he didn't seem to have any hesitation about answering. Before I knew you were an outsider, I thought you might have been a few thousand years old. Now that I know the truth, though, I think you have to be at least 5 million, right? Q. Damien frowned. What an insane number. Even he didn't know how old he was at this point. But he figured he'd just choose an age and stick to it whenever the question came up in the future. 150. I'm only around 150 this year. Hey, Darius' eyes widened once again, this time into saucers. Really? It's fine to talk to you casually, right? I was scared since you act like one of those old guys, but I guess we're around the same age, huh? Damien gritted his teeth as he got the urge to cough up blood. Darius' presence was doing nothing but hurting his pride. He wanted to respond and say something, but he didn't get the chance as his conversation was so rudely interrupted by the buzzing of the ticket he picked up from the reception desk. Damien was teleported out of the lobby with that being the last thing that he heard. He definitely planned to go back and finish that conversation later. More than to make friends, it was because he wanted to see the perspective of this realm's denizens through Darius. But first, he had a lot of anger to take out on the trial ahead. Chapter 1805 Earth Temple. Chapter 1805 Earth Temple. Welcome. You must be participant Damien Void. A middle-aged man approached with a smile on his face. People at his age were rare to see, as most people achieved prominence when they were either very old or very young. He was the only other person Damien could see in the pure white hall that he was transported to. As he glanced around, he noticed that the walls, floor, and even ceiling were padded with a strange material that seemed to be scanning his non-existence. More importantly, there was a piece of hidden glass on a certain part of the wall. There was likely an observer's platform there. Whether it was empty or not was still a question. Nice to meet you, too, Damien responded, returning his attention to the man. He only looked away for a brief second, but by the time he returned his gaze to the man, he was already standing in front of him. We will go over the trial requirements in case you're not aware. There is no such thing as a ranking system for new members, so this trial is mainly to determine if you are ready to join the combat challenge. However, if you show a memorable performance, there are benefits you can attain, the man said while looking down at his clipboard. Benefits? Damien repeated. Indeed. From better accommodations to privileges to use specific training facilities reserved for higher-tier members to even an audience with our esteemed leader. Depending on your level of skill, you could gain many advantages in our temple. As the man listed the many things he could earn, Damien nodded. So if I want to live a convenient life, I should put in a little effort. Works for me. What's the trial? Ah, that is even simpler, the man said. All you need to do is kill the beast that will be summoned into this hall. They will become increasingly stronger as you defeat them. If you make it past 5 levels, you will be accepted into the temple. Anything after that is for extra rewards. It was indeed as streamlined as possible, since the test only existed to make sure that nobody recklessly entered the folds of battle. The challenge itself was also easy at the early levels. After telling Damien everything he needed to know, the man went off to the side and teleported away, likely to the observer's booth. At the same time, a beast appeared for Damien to kill. It was small in size and had canine features. It was clearly meant to test new people who had never been in battle before. Did they also think I was one of the kids raised here? Well, at least that makes me feel a little better. Damien cracked his knuckles and smiled. It's too late to increase the difficulty. I might as well just enjoy it. It wasn't as if it would take him a long time to get to the harder beasts anyway. Damien flicked his hand out. For a beast of this level, it wasn't even worth setting up a domain. With that single flick of his wrist, the beast vanished. It turned into nothingness just as fast as it arrived. The next several beasts met the same fate. A lot of them had similar shapes to beasts that existed in the true Void universe, but none of them were exactly the same. There was always something inherently different about them, as their genetic sequences completely differed from beasts that were raised by the laws of Damien's home cosmos. He didn't take that much time to consider them. The beasts that differed were normal. What made Damien more curious were beings that remained relatively unchanged across all realities. Humans were like that, weren't they? There wasn't another species that propagated the mini-cosmos in the way that they did. Was there? Damien went through over 10 beasts without any trouble. From the 11th onward, he had to put in a little more effort, but it still wasn't that big of a deal. Over and over again, Damien cleared out the enemies placed in front of him, thinking only that they were no match for Kara or the beast from Death's Hold. 20, 30, 40. Damien moved so alarmingly fast that he reached 40 kills before the news of his trial could be transmitted to the higher authorities. Nevertheless, that was something that had to happen. It wasn't normal for anyone to come in and make it this far. After all, even people who came from the second island had to adapt to serious combat. Only after reaching this island did people become skilled at using non-existence. Beforehand, even the experts like the people who tried to chase after Damien were just fodder. He saw it himself when they fought against Death's Hold. Someone like Hara could absolutely draw the beasts of that land into a prolonged fight. She wouldn't have been instantly killed regardless of their power. The Temple Master was not going to appear for a matter like this, but the news made it to his closest aides. Originally, there were only 3 people in the observer's booth. By the time Damien reached his 50th beast, that number increased to 10. Who is he? A man with dark black hair and a thick goatee stood facing the hidden glass and spoke to the man who originally explained the rules to Damien. His name is Damien Void, sir. At first, we believed that he was related to some family from the island. However, his performance suggests that he is an outsider. That much is obvious, the black-haired man said. The attendant shook. I apologize, sir. He has not been on the island for long, and it seems like he has only fought one time. We cannot ascertain anything more. Oh, he got into a fight? Was it one of those who keep watch over the shoreline? Yes, sir. It was Kara from the Water Temple. And the result? His victory. Oh, the black-haired man raised an eyebrow in interest. Kara's name was well known. She was a very difficult person to deal with unless one had a power that perfectly antithesized hers. Most people avoided her, and the experts who ended up fighting her on the shore always found themselves humbled before they approached the temples. Not to mention, she did not attain her gold badge because of luck. He defeated her. His first fight on the island was a victory against someone of her caliber? Interesting. The man smiled slightly. Competition has become less fierce recently. The current area lords are too strong, so most newcomers are unmotivated and choose to stop before facing them. If someone like this arrives to throw a stone into the stagnant water, wouldn't the island once again regain its fervor? I need to meet him after his trial ends. As the black-haired man gained an interest in Damien, the man himself was focusing on the final enemy that appeared before him. He found the answer to his previous question when it was summoned. The only other species that was able to exist in every cosmos the same way the humans did. Dragons. Chapter 1806 Earth Temple. Chapter 1806 Earth Temple 3. It was a bit different. Humans somehow managed to accomplish an impossible feat through their existence. They were not the strongest, nor were they the fastest. They didn't have the highest potential for survival, and they didn't reproduce as fast as some other species. When viewed objectively from the perspective of someone who believed they were above humanity, the race didn't have anything to offer. However, that was only from a jaded and arrogant perspective. It was exactly because humans weren't the best at anything that they were forced to innovate and find ways to survive. Humanity had an unbelievable instinct to adapt and problem solve. Even when dragons and other races threatened to wipe humanity out of existence, the human race always became the dominant race of any realm. Grand Heaven's boundary was split into 9 sectors. Those 9 sectors had dominant races of their own, and other races only appeared in smaller numbers. However, the human domain was always most feared. They produced the most heroes, and time again, they were the ones to solve the universe's crises. Humanity was a threat that couldn't be explained. It was as if the void itself was supporting them and allowing them to prosper. But in reality, they did so through nothing but their own efforts and ambitions. Dragons, on the other hand, were common because of their myth. The mythology of the dragon race was just too far-reaching. Every culture had its own form of dragonkind that was either worshipped or treated as an absolute evil. These dragons propagated all societies across all cosmos, whether the race existed in those places or not. And because of how prominent their myth became, spanning the infinite realities, they were forcefully implanted into each and every existing cosmos. They did so not by their own strength, but through the beliefs of others. It was a bit strange, as such a case was rarely seen. Even when myths became large enough, those species who they pertained to were never able to spread through the entire void. For instance, phoenixes were just as popular as dragons and spanned almost as many cosmos. However, even as close as the sacred abyss, one could see an example of a cosmos with dragons and no phoenixes. The dragon summoned for Damien to fight was from a distant cosmos that he had no knowledge of, but dragons were especially easy for him to defeat. After all, they were the same no matter where they came from. And if it came to tiers of dragonkind, Damien was at the very top. His blood, which once was enough to call him a dragon, still had the effects of those days. He never lost his draconic breath, and the suppression he released on a lower draconic beings never faded. It came from his body and blood directly, so even this realm could not suppress it or remove it from existence. It wasn't even a fight. In an evenly matched scenario, Damien might have had serious trouble with this enemy. It was meant to only be attempted by people who were worthy of being gold badge holders. Damien was able to defeat Kara, but what about a gold badge holder who played offensively? He wouldn't be able to use the same strategies, which meant that the likelihood of failure was far higher. Unfortunately for those who prayed for his misfortune, Damien didn't plan on dying in this realm. Anything that ruined the perfect non-existence he'd been creating was forbidden, including death and the loss of anything he'd achieved. The second he saw that dragon, he released his aura and suppressed it. The dragon kneeled before him, refusing to stand up. As he stared into its eyes, and it felt his killing intent, it was overcome by fear. The form of a gargantuan beast of black scales was seared into its mind, and, as if to appease him, it raised its claw and dug out its own heart. That was a scene that Damien's observers could not forget. Amazing! The black-haired man appeared on the floor right after the dragon killed itself. I have never seen such a performance. Brother, are you perhaps a dragon? Damien shrugged, acknowledging the powerful impression the man gave. Not necessarily, but it's wrong to say I don't have any connections to their race. Haha, even better. The man seemed particularly excited about Damien. In a peaceful situation, was there a need to be so overjoyed at a powerful challenger? The answer to that question wasn't nearby. For now, all Damien could do was follow the black-haired man who took him out of the trial room and into an elevator that moved them to a higher-floor meeting room. I know it's a bit late, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Carlin Terries. I serve the Temple Master as his right hand. Damien raised his brows in slight surprise. The Earth Temple's master had a right and left hand that controlled a majority of the organization's operations. They were the most important people in the temple aside from the man who ruled it, so it was a surprise to see one of them in front of him the moment he arrived. For what reason has someone as esteemed as the Earth Temple's right hand come to see me? Damien asked probingly. In a land like this one, can there be any other reason? Carlin said with a smile. I am curious about you. And of course, there is something I wish to ask of you. You move fast. I like to get to the point when I'm talking to smart people. Carlin leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and wrapped his fingers together in front of his face. Clearing the 50th level of the trial may not mean anything to you as you are new here, but that kind of power has never been showcased by a newcomer on this island. Your existence is far more significant than you think. Naturally, even in a place like this, defeating a dragon was quite a feat. No, when it was a place like this, it was even more significant than if the same achievement was made anywhere else. That dragon was specifically created to stop newcomers and show them that their power could not compare to the true powerhouses of the island. That was why there was such a drastic difference between the 49th and 50th monsters. Not that Damien felt it, since he took the dragon down without any effort. You must be aware that you have done more than enough to join our temple. You have also taken every possible reward that we give through the administration trial, so there likely isn't much else that you would want. However, I still want to make you this offer, Carlin continued. And that offer is participate in the grand competition that is coming soon. So if there was a tournament arc, that was enough for Damien to immediately refuse. He was too old to be doing tournament arcs, for crying out loud. Nevertheless, before he could speak out, Carlin cut him off. There is a grand tournament that will be held between the three temples soon. If you are able to perform well, not only will you bolster our temple's reputation, but you will also be able to rapidly progress through the ranks and challenge an area lord. That's true. Damien thought to himself. If there was one good thing about a tournament, it was that the revolving door of opponents would help him complete this island challenge at a much faster pace than anything else. If there was one good thing about a tournament, it was that the revolving door of opponents would help him complete this island challenge at a much faster pace than anything else. If you can take the top spot in the competition, I am willing to reward you with anything in my power. Carlin's tone was no joke, but listening to his earnest request, Damien's mind returned to the same question he had been asking himself previously. On an island where peace was the main theme, was such desperation necessary? There must have been a hidden story somewhere. And, though he really just wanted to progress through things as fast as possible, I have a sinking feeling that I'm going to get involved in some really annoying stuff. Chapter 1807 Earth Temple. Chapter 1807 Earth Temple. For Damien was too great of a card from the start. If he didn't express full disclosure on their first meeting, he didn't think it would be possible to get the other side's help. As you have likely seen, our island functions on a system of peace. In order for the greatest number of practitioners to achieve success and to keep our common population safe, we treat the island's trial as a challenge rather than a death game, he said. However, as you also know, there are far easier ways to grow. Especially when making use of the emptiness, the fastest method is always murder. It was a story as old as time. A society achieved peace, but there were always people who didn't desire peace. Through a million years of stability, the ire of those people rose and rose until they decided to revolt against the established system and plunge the world back into chaos. These people were discontent. The increasing levels of the area lords made them feel like they had no choice but to be trapped on the island if it maintained its current status quo, so they wanted to tear it down. If the world was once again enveloped in chaos and they were allowed to kill wantonly, they could rapidly increase their skills without needing to work hard and train. The common people were off limits. If any of them were killed, the killer was always immediately found and captured. There wasn't such a thing as getting away with murder on the island. As such, those people with high ambitions who are not willing to put in the effort to reach their goals have banded together. They formed an organization to oppose the three temples, hiding in the shadows and growing steadily over time. As we do not die, it is impossible to completely exterminate them. The best we have been able to do until now is gather the ones we find in a prison below the earth, a place from where they will never again see the light. However, that was until now. The tournament in question was originally meant to be a front to both draw them out and make them assume that we are too focused on ourselves to care about them. However, as more of them revealed themselves for the sake of the reward, we realized that their numbers are far higher than we originally expected. Essentially, the tournament was a trap. The verified members of the temples had been informed that they were not allowed to participate. Some others mixed in with the culprits, of course, but a majority of the tournament's participants were enemies of the Third Island Society. The problem arose there. It was originally planned for the best of the three temples to participate in the tournament as well. Every time they killed an opponent, the tournament arena's formations would revive them inside of a prison. From there, they would be interrogated and only released if they were found innocent. The rest would all be forced to remain there for eternity. While the tournament was ongoing, the remaining forces of the three temples would lay siege on the members of the enemy organization and bring the rest of them into custody as well. The plan was honestly close to complete. Despite the unexpected numbers and other factors, the three temples were more than prepared to take down their enemy. This wasn't the first time such a situation arose on the island, and it wouldn't be the last. However, the Earth Temple specifically ended up in a predicament. Our original participant, Rosalind, is currently incapacitated after challenging an area lord. As she is an impulsive person, it was impossible to stop her in time to tell her about the plan. So, basically, you need me to fill in that spot and clean up the idiots who enter the tournament, Damien said. Precisely. Carla nodded, as if pleased with Damien's quick understanding. As mentioned, the plan was practically complete. Damien's help was only needed so that the single crack within was filled. The matter of clearing out the members of the organization on the island would be handled by the temples, as would everything else. As long as he filled that spot and properly showed off, defeating his enemies and sending them to the prison, his job was over. I don't have a reason to refuse. Damien originally believed that he would have to do a ton of work. That was how these things usually went, right? It was different for a society with a timeless history. The Third Island was built on billions of years of struggle. By this point, their strategy for cleaning up rebels was established in a training manual. They really just had to follow the steps, and their problems would be solved. The more concerning thing is that prison they mentioned. It was a ticking time bomb. If they hadn't found a reliable method to kill off their denouncers, then didn't that mean billions of years' worth of criminals were sitting together in that dark place? Perhaps it wouldn't happen in the next few million years, but at some point, they would find a way to escape. At the end of the day, they were using non-existence too. They only needed one person to become stronger than the person who made the prison to make their big break. That was an entirely unrelated problem, but Damien still didn't like it. Considering that there were children on this island who thought of it as their home, he couldn't just be content with letting chaos establish its roots. This was not just a place of trial like the other islands. It was a true nation. I can worry about that later. For now, Carlin was eagerly awaiting his answer with eyes that didn't fit a middle-aged man in the slightest. I'll do it, he said. But you said there would be rewards, right? Carlin smiled widely. Yes. If you're unable to win the tournament, then we will give you the tournament reward as thanks for your help. If you do win, then we will provide something of equal value alongside it. There wasn't an established sense of trust between them. To fill that void and make both of them comfortable with working together, it was best to establish a relationship of mutual benefits first. Damien didn't care about the rewards. Unless it was formed by non-existence itself, he wasn't interested in this land's treasures. Still, he was curious. The lesser reward was already something that forced so many members of that hidden group into the light. To say that he would provide something of equal value as well. What kind of cards were Carlin holding on to? The information itself was inconsequential. Damien was helping them out of goodwill, though he would never say that to them. Plus, the tournament was the best way for him to escape the island rapidly. When they gave him such favorable conditions for a not-so-difficult task, how was he meant to be caught up on rewards? He wasn't that selfish. Nevertheless, after getting Damien's approval, Carlin stood up and guided him to the door. We can talk more extensively about our plans when the festival draws nearer. For now, allow me to show you around our wondrous temple. Chapter 1808 Earth Temple. Chapter 1808 Earth Temple. 5. Damien somewhat expected it after seeing the man's attitude, but Carlin himself was the one who gave the tour. The temple's right hand was an extremely notorious figure. There wasn't a person on this island who didn't know his face. So, seeing him act as a tour guide for a mysterious man was definitely a strange experience for the people of the Earth Temple. They went from top to bottom. Most floors were used only for housing, so the tour didn't take very long. There were many facilities on the higher floors that would be helpful to any practitioner who wanted to train, but they were nothing different from the norm. Nevertheless, the tour did a good job raising Damien's fame. In the coming days before the tournament began, he'd likely have to do a lot more to secure himself the spot he was promised. After all, no matter what happened, it was too suspicious for the single real tournament spot to be given to a new member. Sure, Rosalind was out of commission, but there were several people who could take her place. Was the right hand saying that this man was better than them by parading him around, and then succinctly announcing that he was going to represent the temple? By the time that happened, Damien was already in his room, so he didn't need to worry about it. But he was able to secure some useful information beforehand. It happened right around when the tour ended. "Ah, it's you." An annoying guy approached Damien without reservation. It seemed his age reveal was enough to remove any kind of fear Darius had. When he saw Damien again, he instantly ran up and started talking about the rumors going around the temple. "Did you hear? Some crazy guy just received some crazy honors from the higher-ups. He has the same name as you two." "What was it again? Damien Void? His name sounds cool, but why haven't I ever seen him before? I changed my mind. Maybe I like this guy." That sentence made Damien cry invisible tears in his mind. For the first time in his life, this was something that had never happened before. For years and years and years, he'd held on to the trauma it caused him, but for the first time ever, he felt like he received a little bit of healing. Finally, someone who thinks it's cool. Damien was now in a world where everyone was weird. He didn't have to cringe about his last name anymore. Seriously, in the heavenly world, people didn't laugh because they feared Void Palace, but he could see it in their hearts. Even in that fantasy world so far removed from Earth, Void was still a cringe last name. Hell, even Earth wasn't the original Earth, so how cringe would it have been on that planet? We're getting off topic. Whatever the case, Damien's opinion of Darius rose just slightly in that moment. He spent most of the rest of the time in his own thoughts, but he did process Darius yapping at a later time to see if he said anything useful. That guy seemed to have developed some kind of interest in Damien. It wasn't for nothing. Damien was the only outsider who came to the island at a young age, and though Darius was a bit on the dumber side to not notice that Damien was the very person he gossiped about, he had a subconscious understanding that the man was powerful. His instincts told him to get closer to that man, so he followed them. That was the kind of person he was. It made Damien smile. He was also like that in his younger years. His mind was a bit different considering what he'd been through. The eons of memories he held didn't help him maintain a young mentality either. For an average practitioner, especially one from the land of nothingness, Darius' age was the same as a newly 18-year-old individual from Earth who was just taking their first steps into society. It was hard for Damien to relate to the highly energetic young man, but he remained courteous and friendly. In the end, Darius wasn't a bad person. No, he was actually a lot like Damien's own Darius when he was around the same age. Nevertheless, their conversation at that time ended rapidly. Damien was the center of attention. After all, he was receiving all kinds of gazes from every side that Darius seemed blissfully unaware of. Still, Damien was able to learn the names of his actual competition through the man. So from the Fire Temple, it's a guy called Quill. From the Water Temple, a woman named Yanui. Damien wasn't necessarily worried about them, but it would do him no harm to understand his opponents before entering the competition. Most importantly, the area lord who would stand as the final contender of the tournament was already chosen. That was where Damien directed his attention. He's called the Dragon Lord, which makes me feel like I'll have an advantage, but that would be pretty stupid. He couldn't be lucky enough to face a dragon, right? It would just be sad if everything ended with an unfair fight. Though that might be the reason why Carlin was so insistent. If he expected Damien to defeat the Dragon Lord as well, then it made sense. Say an area lord who got tired of his seat wanted to start an era of chaos, so he could finally be defeated and freed. It was entirely a possibility, but if the person who controlled everything was the Dragon Lord, then the tournament wouldn't have been able to exist in the first place. But if that's the case, then the Dragon Lord also has to be related to that organization somehow. That was even more plausible in a certain sense. For such a society to gain relevance, it needed to have a strong backer. Say an area lord who got tired of his seat wanted to start an era of chaos, so he could finally be defeated and freed. It was entirely a possibility, but if the person who controlled everything was the Dragon Lord, then the tournament wouldn't have been able to exist in the first place. How could he possibly miss the signs when the entire tournament was filled only with his people? If he thought it was because of their efforts rather than the temple's schemes, then he was an idiot who didn't deserve to say he had lived for millions of years. Schemes, and more schemes. It always turned out like that, didn't it? The most peaceful-looking societies were the ones with rotten roots that always had something going on behind the scenes. I like that this is a place where civilians can exist in peace. A world where everyone was constantly fighting at all times was tiring. Damien was happy to see that a place like this existed in the land of nothingness. If for nobody else, then for the people he met on his trip to Terra and the people who led him around the city when he arrived. He sighed to himself. I'm doing troublesome things. He wanted to preserve the sanctity he had felt from his place. That meant, in the end, he would end up contributing heavily to this war, right? No, that wasn't Damien's style. If I'm going to invest effort into this, then I might as well just do everything myself. Chapter 1809 Earth Temple. Chapter 1809 Earth Temple 6. According to Carlin's short explanation, the tournament would take place a month later. Damien's appearance was extremely convenient. If it weren't for his timely arrival, the Earth Temple would have been in a predicament that would take until the very last week before the event to solve. Since Damien was now in the temple and declared the representative, the most glaring issue was solved. The highest authorities of the temple could return to their more important planning. Carlin left Damien with a message saying that the temple master would be calling him soon. Not knowing how soon was, Damien was forced to stay inside the temple for a period of time. He originally wanted to spend this time trying to understand the situation of this island in more detail. Unfortunately, banishing ignorance didn't help him. He could not absolutely understand the happenings of this island. At first, he assumed it was because his power wasn't enough, but that was not the case. Rather, this island had a suppressant mechanism on the ability. More than likely, it was to ensure fair competition. If people could banish ignorance and learn their enemies' weak points beforehand, they would never truly struggle in a fight. All battles would turn into a matter of whose weakness could be attacked faster. Learning the enemy's movements and tendencies was an incredibly important part of non-existence combat. The island must have been equipped with such a mechanism so that it was never made otherwise. Still, it was just inconvenient for Damien. He would have to get creative in searching for clues on his own. His original plan was to have Darius show him around the city and use it as an excuse to do some investigating, but that obviously fell apart. Since he was confined for this period of time by his obligation to meet the master of this temple, he figured he would at least be productive by showing off and consolidating his position in the eyes of the other members. That was how Damien's week-long combat circuit come training lesson began. At first, it was just the expected scenario. All of the people in line to take Rosalind's place when she was taken out of the equation came to challenge him for his spot. He didn't really care about their demands, but he said that he was going to be friendly and learn to socialize again. So he accepted anyway. How'd it go again? Right, Damien fought 5 of them and was quickly disappointed by their skill level. To be fair, they were new gold badge holders. Carlin didn't just take Damien over his existing options for no reason. He quite literally didn't have existing options. Other than Rosalind, all of the other gold badge holders were either vital to other parts of the plan or too weak to play the main character in their charade. Carlin was already resorting to looking for outside powers who could help him, such as some mercenaries and wanderers who got special permission from the temples to participate in the island's trial. Damien falling from the sky was his lucky charm. The rewards he promised were generous, but they weren't anywhere near the amount that had to be forked over to hire outsiders for a publicized event like this. Damien felt a little bit of pity for the man, and seeing these kids acting so pompous with just a little bit of power rubbed him the wrong way. He didn't care if they wanted to be arrogant, but they at least needed the skills to back themselves up, right? So, as they were on the same side for now, Damien chose to help them gain those skills instead of putting them down. Despite having spent less time in this realm than them, Damien had an even more pronounced connection with non-existence. They were born with constitutions that allowed them to exist in a realm of nothingness, which gave them a huge advantage over others. However, Damien had been bathed in the concept itself. He died and became one with it before returning to the world. And when he arrived in the land of nothingness, he became the first person to fulfill the concept's wish. As if that wasn't enough, his void physique could never be forgotten. The void was a force above both existence and non-existence. So how could it be suppressed in a realm where nothing existed? It regulated Damien's power, purified it, and turned every 10 steps he took into 100. Damien had already taken thousands of steps on his own, so what did that equate to with the void physique support? It wasn't just luck that allowed Damien to do the things he did. It was practice, dedication, and inborn talent that made him equal to a gold badge holder from the moment he stepped on the third island. He only meant to give him some tips, but his tips were filled with information they'd never even begun to consider. That was the problem with being too engrossed in a single realm. Eventually, that realm's thought process would override everything else. From the challengers who had been on this island for a long time to those who were new, from commoners to the leaders of the temples, everyone had been in the land of nothingness for far too long. They forgot how to consider opinions outside of this realm's norm. They forgot how to act like the supreme beings they once were. Damien had barely been in this realm for some years now. It wasn't nearly enough to be called a long period of time. At his core, he was not an inhabitant of the land of nothingness like these people. He was able to innovate and adapt, so his take on non-existence differed heavily from the norm that was followed by everyone else. When those 5 geniuses heard his advice, they wanted to ignore it as the ramblings of an old man. But how were they supposed to do that? He defeated them with what was said in those exact ramblings, putting away their shame and accepting that he was better than them. The group of 5 challenged him again while keeping his advice. The improvement they saw in the short term was not amazing, but they could feel how valuable the small changes they made would be as they continued training. News spread fast. Those 5 geniuses never left him alone, so the rest of the temple did the same. Suddenly, Damien became a teacher who had a revolving door of students approaching him for extra lessons. He didn't really want to be in such a tiring position, but he was forced to accept the consequences of his actions. For the next week, he taught and taught and taught. He was practically sleeping in the temple's training center since he knew he would have to return there in the morning anyway. It was exhausting, but Damien knew since a long time ago that he was actually someone who loved teaching. He became famous in the Earth Temple with just a week's effort, and not a single person was left doubting his capabilities. Still, just when Damien thought he'd finally have the chance to take a step outside the temple, he found himself faced with another matter. His meeting with the temple master, of course, but also something much, much more annoying. Chapter 1810 Conspiracy. Chapter 1810 Conspiracy 1. Being called to see the temple master was an incredible boon for Damien. He was having fun teaching the kids, but he needed some time to practice for himself, too. Not to mention, if he couldn't leave the temple, he also couldn't figure out what the island's real situation was. The longer he stayed inside, the more he felt like the conspiracy the temples were dealing with wasn't as simple as they made it seem. Damien was hoping that the temple master was going to give him some answers. So as he was led to the temple atop the column, his feelings towards the meeting changed. At least he wasn't going to look bored in front of that person anymore. The temple itself was impressive, but it wasn't as decorated as one would expect. Since it was never meant to house outsiders, its decor was relatively minimalistic. An attendant brought him in front of a door and left him to do the rest. He walked into the room and sat on one of the couches around the large coffee table in its center. He didn't have to wait long for the other person to arrive. You must be Damien. Carlin has been singing your praises for many days now. I apologize as I was too busy to meet with you before now. A large lion-like man was the one who greeted him. His hair was like a brown mane, and his body was extremely muscular. It was to the point where he looked strange wearing a suit and acting like a high official when he looked more like a beast. Nevertheless, Damien didn't have to guess his identity. He stood up and held his hand out in greeting. It's nice to finally meet you, Temple Master. The temple master received his handshake and led him back to the same couches. They sat around a table, and with a wave of his hand, the temple master produced a teapot and 2 cups for them. The man's aesthetic was strange, but his power was no joke. The aura he possessed was spectacular to the point where even Damien wasn't sure if he could win in a head-on battle. "Do you know why I've called for you today?" the temple master asked, starting their conversation. "I don't," Damien responded, "but it's likely related to the plan for the coming weeks, is it not?" The temple master nodded his head. "You are correct. However, rather than to speak about the plan itself, I have come to give you information and make a request. I am sure you already understand the gist of how the tournament is structured. At the end, the person who surpasses the rest will fight against an area lord for the crowd to witness. The lord in question is the Dragon Lord." So it was about that. Damien already knew about this. Carlin sugarcoated it by saying that he would be rewarded as long as he won the tournament. But this stage was technically his entire combat circuit. They wanted him to win and win and win until his badge turned platinum. When that happened, he could challenge and kill the area lord for spectacle. It was strange mainly because the purpose of this tournament was to destroy the enemy organization whose name Damien still was not informed of. The Dragon Lord had to be involved with that organization, but if that was truly the case, then his presence was absolutely unexplainable. The Temple Master must have realized that Damien would start questioning things, so he called him here to clarify matters in person. Actually, the Temple Master started. "The Dragon Lord is one of our own." Damien made a sound of surprise at the unexpected revelation. "We found long ago that he was the backer behind the Chaos faction. Since then, we have been at war with him and treating him as an enemy. Only recently did we learn that it is all a farce. In reality, the true backer of the Chaos faction has been controlling him through a skill that he cannot undo. An unexpected turn of events." Damien was definitely not expecting this kind of twist. If it was like that, then it definitely made some more sense. "Does he maintain his own ego?" he asked to confirm. "Yes. His ego is still able to perceive the world, despite his body and mind being controlled. In order to save him, we used a loophole so he could accept our contract and enter the tournament," the Temple Master replied. "The only way to get rid of his curse is to kill him and let him revive. I have come to you to ask if you are confident that you can do it." The Temple Master's eyes were filled with sincere emotion. So there was something like that. It was certainly possible. If he died and his existence was returned from nothingness by the realm, then anything affecting his previous existence would be removed. However, the Temple Master's information revealed that the true mastermind was still unknown, right? Didn't that make the eradication plan a lot more difficult to accomplish? Or is it that he doesn't want to share it with me? Whatever the case, Damien still planned to carry out his own investigation, so he could figure it out later. For now, it was clear that the Temple Master just wanted to affirm that Damien himself was someone worth trusting with as important of a task as saving the Dragon Lord. Damien smiled. "My goal on this island was always to kill an area lord. If I can do that while also helping you guys out, then for what reason would I not?" He met the Temple Master's eyes with his own powerful determination. "You don't need to worry about the tournament anymore now that I'm here. Just focus on doing everything else properly." The Temple Master looked at him for a moment before his lips widened into a large grin. "Good. I'll look forward to working with you, Damien Void. I should be the one saying that to you." It was a short meeting where both people got to the point fast and reached a conclusion without any fuss. Damien and the Temple Master were both focused on other things, so they only did as much as they needed to when they met. The problem was that when Damien left that meeting, he was already faced with something else. Carlin appeared before he could even get to his room and prepare to leave the temple. Damien, there you are." He walked up with a friendly smile and a wave. "Do you have some time right now? The representatives from the other temples are holding a meeting soon. I believe it will be in your best interest to meet them." Damien sighed inwardly. Did he have time? No. But since he was working right now, he had an obligation to do work-related tasks no matter how annoying they were. Plus, it was just a meeting, right? He would be done with it in a few hours at most, and then he could go forward with his plans. With a stale look on his face, he begrudgingly accepted Carlin's proposal. Fine. Where are they? Chapter 1811 Conspiracy. Chapter 1811 Conspiracy, ta that. Carlin smiled wryly. They're already gathered. I can take you to that location whenever you are ready. Damien rolled his eyes. So it wasn't a choice in the first place. It seemed Carlin had been forced to grab him since he was being pressured by the fact that he was the only one missing the meeting. He sighed once again, but he gave Carlin a hand motion to just get it over with. With a grateful smile on his face, Carlin wrapped both of them in his aura and canceled distance. Immediately, Damien found himself in a restaurant of sorts. It was only of sorts because it was too far removed from society for anyone to justify the existence of a restaurant. Everything outside was just green for as far as the eye could see. There weren't other patrons either. It was Damien and Carlin at the entrance, and then another man and a woman who were already sitting at a table together. They're strong, but not to an impossible level. Damien had been ignoring a very important point that the entire plan revolved around: his own strength. As things were, he had 2 weeks to surpass the 2 people in front of him and reach a level where he could even fight an area lord. A great deal of his improvement would certainly take place during the tournament itself, but that was not enough. Damien needed to take time to train on his own if he wanted to accomplish anything. I have too much to do. If only I had 2 bodies. Well, that was something to consider later as well. As of now, Damien just had to entertain his competitors and see what kind of things they wanted to talk about that required the 3 of them to come together. As it turned out, those things were mainly about who was going to fight the area lord. They want to decide it now and have the other 2 throw the battle. This is so stupid. They wanted to secure their chances to be the person in that position. Assuming that all of them were roughly at the same level, fighting each other seriously during the tournament could perhaps negatively impact the person who ended up fighting the final battle. Damien had already decided that he would be the one to do it, but he didn't plan on arguing with them to settle it now. Whatever they decide doesn't matter if I don't decide to follow. As long as I fight seriously during my matches, they'll be forced to play by my rhythm. Damien stayed since the food in this impractical restaurant was actually pretty good, but he was dismissive of the entire conversation. The other 2 took this as an invitation to decide things without him, so he was stuck listening to them squabble as he ate his meal. Regardless, I have more of an advantage over the Dragon Lord than you. I should be the one to do it. That may be so, but I am much better at evading and have experience in endurance battles. You're only effective for short periods of time. Is it okay for them to be revealing their weaknesses to me? The 2's argument was futile and counterproductive. Damien spent the time waiting for the moment he could leave, but it wasn't going to come to him so easily. Like I said, you are weaker than. Whoosh! Damien's eyes darted to the ceiling. Without hesitation, he threw his hand forward and attacked. Yanui, the woman from the water temple, did not bother finishing her words. As one, the 3 of them and Carlin immediately rushed back in every direction as the table where they sat was turned into nothingness. Damien's eyes darted to the ceiling. Without hesitation, he threw his hand forward and attacked. He didn't think he could hit the enemy in this circumstance, so it was a better choice to evaporate the entire restaurant and reveal them. It was a shame to the owner, but that was exactly what Damien did. In a single move, he broke down all non-living matter above ground level, exposing everyone inside the restaurant to the artificial sunlight. The restaurant owner, the server, and 2 chefs immediately ran away without asking questions. Meanwhile, 5 masked men dropped from the air and faced their group of 4. Damien's eyes narrowed. An assassination attempt? Really? No words were exchanged as the battle began. Carlin took 2 of them on his own as the strongest one present, while Damien, Quill, and Yanui each took 1 enemy for themselves. Domains were established instantly, turning the area into a battlefield. With that development, the would-be assassins lost their chance to hide and escape. For simultaneous fights started, though nobody particularly moved. Damien's opponent particularly seemed to enjoy tormenting people. He was using similar strategies to Kara, but for different reasons. The assassin had a strangely specific understanding of human anatomy. He targeted the parts of Damien's body that would cause him the most suffering, inflicting him with lacerations internal bleeding, disease, and even mana loss. Damien's style was to fight with mind attacks, but that wouldn't work in this situation. Assassins who had been trained specifically to keep their minds steady wouldn't fall for his manipulation. As such, he temporarily dealt with the assassin using physical attacks while he cooked up a method to create another surefire kill shot. All the while, he kept his eyes on the rest of the battlefield. Carlin's fight was going surprisingly well, considering that he was facing two enemies. The other two were struggling, but not to the extent that they were considered under serious threat. They're too weak. Was it because they were used to fighting from the shadows? Or is it that they don't want to kill us? Damien's eyes were cold. He left himself open for a moment, allowing one of his enemy's attacks to slip through his defense. Though it was subtle, Damien saw the hint of panic in that man's eyes before he narrowly dispersed its momentum. There's something wrong with this situation. It was too suspicious, and the fighting style of those two particularly, the ones fighting against Quill and Yanui. Damien was certain that he'd seen them before. He returned his attention to the fight. Regardless of what he thought, these people were fated to die since they'd come here. There wasn't a chance to question them. It was only Damien's thought at first, but it became clear as the battles reached their end. To stop the enemy from attacking, they had to kill. It was as if they were being specifically led to commit murder. Conspiracy. It was a concept the Third Island was rife with. Slowly but surely, the battles ended. Yanui killed her opponent, Damien killed his, then Quill finished on his side. The other two instantly went to help Carlin, and the last two were dealt with easily. It was an attack with no provocation and an assault against all three temples simultaneously. Someone, somewhere was targeting them. Quill and Yanui returned to their home temples after a short farewell and a message that they'd be in contact with the Earth Temple superior soon. Meanwhile, Carlin hurriedly escorted Damien back to their own temple. Everything moved fast. Far too fast for Damien's comfort. Chapter 1812 Conspiracy. Chapter 1812 Conspiracy 3. I want to speak to the Temple Master. Carlin barely acknowledged it. This happened while he was being rushed back to his room after they teleported back. Hey, did you hear me? I need to speak to the Temple Master. I understand, but now is not the time. I must inform the Temple Master of the attack. He is not at the temple at the moment, and for now, it is better for you to remain in your room. Please be patient for a little while. I am sure he will grant you an audience when the situation is calmer. It was a small attack that barely affected anything, but it felt more like a warning shot than anything else. It may not have been any real harm towards the three tournament representatives, but the fact that they were targeted at all meant that someone knew about the temple's plans and wanted to interfere. Carlin's rushed attitude didn't come from the fact that Damien was almost harmed. It came from the fact that there was a leak inside the temple. And since Damien was a new member, he obviously couldn't avoid suspicion. Carlin told him to be patient and wait in his room, but it was more like he was kept confined there. He was unable to leave without alerting the guards that surrounded the perimeter, and if he tried to sneak past them, he would only be giving into suspicions of his betrayal. For his own convenience, and for the temple's sake, it became a better option for him to remain safe inside of his room. Damien didn't like it all. When he told Carlin he wanted to meet the Temple Master, he meant immediately. However, as he remained confined, time passed, and passed without a word. Carlin would swing by daily with updates. It seemed that a few people in the temple had been taken away for questioning. The suspicion on Damien was low, but he was still required to remain confined for now. The other two representatives had been attacked multiple times. Rather than fear of him being a traitor, they imprisoned him out of fear of having to find someone else to do his job in such a short amount of time. Damien really wanted to break out, but he chose to be civil one more time. This was the second strike. If he experienced something like this even one more time, he would stop considering others at all. However, it was clear that the temple was also aware of his discontent. It was a week later, which irked Damien beyond anything else, but he was indeed granted an audience with the Temple Master. He found himself in the same room, sitting across the same coffee table from the same man. The only thing that was different was their choice of beverage. This time, Damien summoned their drinks. It is a kind gesture, but what is its purpose? the temple master asked as he took a sip of one of Damien's personally created liquors. He obviously tested it before did, but without showing signs of that, it looked more like he was trusting Damien by drinking what he provided. "There's no particular purpose," Damien responded. "I want to meet with you about the assassination attempt. At that time, I only had questions in my mind, but I assume you can answer them now that a week has gone by. Right, Temple Master?" His eyes were not friendly, and his words cut like knives. The Temple Master smiled wryly. "I apologize for keeping you contained, but you must be aware of why. If I didn't suspect you, then I would have been an idiot unfit to run this organization." That much was true. Damien was an outsider who had suddenly become an integral part of the Temple's plans. If he somehow made contact with the Chaos faction before he came to the Temple, then it was very possible for him to be the mole that sabotaged them. However, after investigating your time on this island in more detail, we were able to clear your name. As such, I truly do apologize. Damien shook his head. "That isn't what I came for. Obviously, I'm not the mole. I came to see if you've made any progress on your investigation into the real suspect." The Temple Master took another sip from his cup before responding. "This is good wine. It's an original formula. To say we made progress would be wrong. But we have found the identities of the assassins themselves. And they are, you know well, they came from our temple. The other 3 were from the other 2 temples, respectively. Either the Chaos faction has decided to act to stop the tournament, or a group of them decided to act against their superiors' orders and do something reckless. Whatever the case, until the assassins revive, we cannot make further progress into the case." As expected, I see. Damien didn't show any outward reaction. "Temple Master, I'm not someone who easily lets go of my prey. Please keep me informed about the progress of the investigation. If possible, I would like to interrogate the assassins personally." "Understand. If it is possible, then I will allow it. We can speak in more detail once we have apprehended them. You're not going to make me wait until the tournament is over, are you?" "Haha. I will be at the temple more frequently now that there are only some days left before the event. If you wish to see me, I will gladly accommodate you." Damien nodded. Standing up and thanking the Temple Master, he prepared himself to leave. He already got what he wanted, and it wasn't anything that the Temple Master said. No, it was only one sentence. "This is good wine." It was definitely good wine, but that's not all it was. No, the concoction Damien served the Temple Master was specifically created to probe people. When the liquid entered their bodies, it would provide Damien with information about their physical condition, talents, and even concrete power level while he was within a certain proximity. Through that wine, Damien could finally confirm the thought that had been nagging him in the back of his mind since the beginning. The Temple Master, he thought as he left the room. He didn't have any reason to suspect the man. If anything, he had more of a reason to suspect Carlin, who directly caused interferences that forced Damien to spend 2 weeks locked in the temple. But before he tested the temple's right hand, he needed to test its master. His process was justified by the results. That guy's being controlled. The condition that he described for the Dragon Lord, the curse that controlled his every word and action until the moment he died, was the very same condition that he was suffering from. Damien had been thinking for a long time that there was a larger conspiracy at play than what he was being led to believe. And if even the Earth Temple Master and an Area Lord had been controlled by the true mastermind behind everything, then I'm being confronted with a much larger enemy than I originally expected. Chapter 1813 Investigation. Chapter 1813 Investigation 1. For the time being, Damien returned to his room. There were too many parties keeping eyes on him for him to wantonly leave the temple. If the Temple Master is technically an enemy, then nothing here is safe. The Earth Temple was not at fault, and Damien could tell that the Temple Master wasn't an inherently evil person. Everything he said and did was being controlled. That means all the information I've received so far could be a lie. It really depended on how the enemy saw Damien. If he was a threat to the plan, then everything he was told could be falsehoods meant to direct him into a trap. If that same person saw him instead as a piece on the chessboard, then the information was partially true, but he was being used to accomplish a step of that person's plans. I can't easily decide which one it is. However, he was forced to treat the information as fact until he'd found evidence otherwise. The Temple Master is being controlled, and the Dragon Lord is somehow involved too. For someone to be able to take both of these figures into the palm of their hands, that person had to be incredibly strong. It couldn't be another Temple Master. The pact they signed together forbade them from acting against one another. So if it was one of them, the signs would have already been clear. Other than them, the only people on this island with that kind of power are a few individual wanderers and the area lords. Wanderers weren't too highly respected, but they also weren't scorned. It would be strange for a wanderer to find a reason to want to bring chaos into the island structure. More importantly, everyone who had the amount of power required to plot such a conspiracy was either on the island because they wanted to be, or they're trapped here by something and have a huge vendetta. The area lords are the most suspicious entities on the island. For the most part, they didn't leave their associated arenas. However, their actions on the island were not controlled to a great extent. They were not allowed to fight anyone who didn't come to challenge them. They were not able to refuse a challenge they received, and they were forced to remain on the island until they had been naturally defeated. These were the only rules barring them outside of combat. Even when in combat, the only added rule was that they were not allowed to go easy on their opponent. They had to use everything they had, even to hunt a rabbit. Area lords aren't able to touch other area lords, are they? It was too confusing. Somewhere, at some time, somebody found a loophole in the system that had remained impenetrable for so long. The third island had faced chaotic plots for a very long time, and each time the people involved were thrown in a prison and left there to rot. This was the very first time that the Chaos faction had been able to create a stir to this degree. The prison. It was a location that had been suspicious to Damien for a very long time. It reeked of danger, and nobody seemed to mind it. On top of that, its location was not hidden in the slightest. It was guarded and watched by the prison master, an area lord who was said to have been upholding his duty for billions of years. Was that why they thought it was better for it to be above ground and hidden in plain sight? It's a good start. Regardless, if Damien wanted to investigate all of the area lords, then a week wasn't nearly enough time. They lived fairly separated from each other, and Damien couldn't cancel distance as he had never visited their arenas before. The prison master is in a more central part of the island, so it will be easier to reach the rest from there. Plus, it'll be good if I can see the state of that place for myself. I need to judge whether it's actually a viable solution or not. But first, he needed to get out of the Earth Temple. It wasn't that hard. Damien was the only one in this realm with access to a power other than non-existence. After all, I was refraining from using it since it would inhibit my training, but this is a separate matter, so it should be fine. The void physique was always with him. Damien was restricted by the laws of this realm, but would that still be the case if he activated the physique's power? Of course not. The void had not submitted to him yet, but that didn't mean it was unwilling to support its favorite apostle when he needed it. As long as Damien unleashed that power, nobody in this realm would be able to touch him. Still, I can't overdo it. He was using the land of nothingness to get stronger. Cheating its system wouldn't help him do that. No, there was a possibility that doing so without moderation would offend the concept and ruin Damien's efforts. However, he was never planning to overcome the island trials with the void's help. He only used it to make his own life more convenient. A pitch-black energy covered his body. In one motion, it peeled off of him and formed into a clone that matched him perfectly. Damien's own body transformed until he looked like a completely different man. The convenience of a reality-breaking ability, really. His mind was perfectly split, similar to how he cloned himself in the heavenly world before landing in this realm. And his clone only had one ability, the power to utilize non-existence. Good. Damien grinned. There was only one thing left to test, and that was simpler than anything. Damien himself canceled distance and left for Terra. Sensing the disturbance, the guards outside the door burst into the room, only to see Damien meditating peacefully. His eyes opened menacingly. I'm not a fan of people who don't respect my privacy, but you came at the perfect time, so I'll let it go. You and you, come at me together. I challenge you to a duel. The clone stood up and faced the two guards. Sir, that is not our job. We are only here to protect you. They obviously weren't interested. However, Damien wasn't going to let them off so easily. Maybe, but you guys are also pissed off about having to do shit like this instead of your own thing, right? Come at me. If you win, I'll request a change of guards and get you guys some paid time off. Nothing else Damien said really interested them. They were slightly annoyed about having to guard him at all times, but it wasn't much different from their normal work, so they didn't mind it. The important part came after that. The concept of paid time off was non-existent in this realm. The prospect of being off work, but still receiving salary, it was something incredibly enticing to these men. And since Damien was someone who could really promise them something like that and fulfill it, they couldn't just let this opportunity slide. Chapter 1814 Investigation 2. Chapter 1814 Investigation. Somewhere in the streets of Terra around 10 minutes later, a completely disguised Damien could be seen smiling to himself. He was looking at a badge that looked quite inconspicuous in his hands due to its dullness. To others, he looked like nothing more than a boy who had just received his Challenger badge. However, Damien saw a different picture. He was worried for a moment. As his clone was technically a different entity, he didn't know if it would be able to level up his badge. It would be a problem if he was away investigating when the tournament started and his clone couldn't take his place. Luckily, this event proved that worry unfounded. The change was slight since the two men weren't particularly skilled, but as the owner of the badge, Damien noticed it. The clone would do just fine. It seemed like the realm accepted it as part of his power. Then I can focus on doing my own thing. While the clone went to clean up his mess and apologize to the temple master, Damien left the vicinity of Terra on a journey to a place wanderers never dared to approach. The prison was conspicuous in the same way as Death's Hold. The land within several tens of kilometers was dyed a black and red color. It was uninhabited by anything other than the manor in the center that looked like an island amidst a bloody sea. Immediately upon entering this area, one would feel one's body becoming sluggish. The closer they approached the manor, the more the effect would grip their souls. He was only an area lord in name. In reality, this environment would suppress even the strongest platinum badge holders to the point where the prison master could kill them with a flick if he so desired. Damien took some time to reach it. Terra was quite far, so even with his fastest methods of transportation, it took him 2 days to arrive at its boundary. The manor was not meant to be approached, but those with enough strength and tenacity could indeed reach it. Still, I understand why the prison master remains unchallenged. He was only an area lord in name. In reality, this environment would suppress even the strongest platinum badge holders to the point where the prison master could kill them with a flick if he so desired. Damien took some time to reach it. Terra was quite far, so even with his fastest methods of transportation, it took him 2 days to arrive at its boundary. When he did, though, he was able to walk without facing the same problems as others. It was not because of the void's influence, but rather a product of Damien's actions in the land of nothingness. The environment itself had accepted him in a way similar to how humans designated close friends. As such, Damien wouldn't be inhibited by others unless it was absolutely necessary for the trial. He was trusted by the realm, a status nobody knew was possible to reach. He made the difficult and oftentimes days or weeks-long journey to the center of the area look easy when he finished it in a measly hour. Walking up the manor steps, he knocked on the door and waited politely. "Oh, a challenger." A voice came from the other side, no more than a minute later. The large door opened, giving way to an aged wizard-like man. "And who might you be?" he asked as he looked over Damien. "Sir, I am not a challenger. I am merely someone who wished to meet you," Damien responded, putting his hand to his chest and bowing slightly. "I see." A strange light glimmered in the prison master's eyes. "Very well. Commune. It isn't as if I have a better way to spend my time." Whether it was out of curiosity or something entirely different, the prison master didn't show Damien any signs of aversion as he invited him into the manor. "It is not a very welcoming place, I know, but make yourself comfortable. I will join you shortly." Damien nodded at the prison master, who walked away without looking back. "Does he trust me?" No, it was just that he knew Damien wouldn't be able to do anything he wasn't allowed to. That must be the confidence of someone who's allegedly been guarding this place for an uncountable period of time. How many visitors had he received? How many did he fight? How many tried to deceive him? And how many showed good intentions? The prison master had lived long enough to experience every unique experience. He could act on his whim, confidently precisely, because Damien was nothing more than a cornered rabbit from the very moment he entered the manor. It's an undeniable truth, but it still hurts my pride a little. Damien thought as he observed the many paintings and art displays along the walls. It's a manor that only one person has ever and will ever live in, but it's oddly decorated with images of and representing everyone but him. There was a wall dedicated to the challengers that had defeated the prison master before. When an observer came close to any single piece, their mind would be sucked into a projection of that battle, so they could view the great feats of this realm's past heroes. There were only 6 of them to ever exist, and each of their battles was spectacular. On another wall was a remembrance of those who faced eternal death on the island. It was a wall filled with names, a blank canvas intentionally left empty so that their names were the only thing one could focus on. Even at this moment, Damien saw a name appear. It was someone who'd given up on life. From piece to piece, from wall to wall, the prison master's manor remembered different people, places, and events through the presented art. However, other than the scenes of his defeat present on the first wall Damien saw, there wasn't a single trace of the prison master himself. Why? It is because I am insignificant. As if he heard Damien's unspoken question, the prison master entered the room and gave him an answer. These people are heroes. They are practitioners with hearts that must be acknowledged, places with extreme importance to our island's heritage, and events that shaped everything we know now. Among them, I am no more than a passing memory, as this manor and what lies beneath it are the only reasons for my existence. I'd say that reason for existence is exactly what makes you as important as everything else here, Damien responded, turning around to face him. The prison master smiled slightly. That may be so, or it may not. However, young man, you have not come to merely speak to an old man like me, have you? I can sense that your intentions are not bad. Tell me what you seek. It was clear that the prison master was trying to change the subject, but Damien wasn't going to push the topic. The prison master's perspective on life and his own meaning was for him to decide. Damien had his own opinion, but he could tell that it would do nothing to change how the man thought. As such, he nodded and went along with his flow. Yes, I have actually come with a bit of an odd request. I have been struggling in my training lately, and I was hoping to find new inspiration in places that an ordinary man cannot reach. I have already climbed the volcanic spires of the far east and explored the rugged snowfields of the north. This is where I've chosen to come next. It was an explanation filled with lies, but Damien needed something to justify his request. After all, his request was quite absurd. Please allow me to take a tour of the prison you guard. I believe that I will gain great inspiration from seeing its structure and mechanisms. Damien spoke it with confidence, but even he knew how stupid he sounded. Please allow me to take a tour of the prison you guard. I believe that I will gain great inspiration from seeing its structure and mechanisms. Damien spoke it with confidence, but even he knew how stupid he sounded. Why would the prison master ever let anyone see the prison's mechanisms? Wasn't that the same as giving military secrets to a random gamer in a very niche community and expecting them to not share it with everyone they knew? In Damien's opinion, he was going to get rejected and would need to take a roundabout path to see the prison for himself. But, surprisingly enough, the prison master's reaction wasn't bad. Chapter 1815 Investigation 3. Chapter 1815 Investigation. Damien could barely garner anything from the prison master's expression. It changed several times. His original response was as expected. His eyes narrowed, and he glared at Damien in suspicion, but that only lasted for a few seconds at most. After that, his face looked slightly inquisitive, serious, curious again, and then turbulent as he frowned deeply. Still, The look in his eyes didn't seem like it belonged to someone who was planning to reject the request. "Is it truly for your training that you wish to see the prison?" he asked. Damien looked into his eyes and tried to understand what he was thinking, but it wasn't possible in the short term. He nodded his head with firm eyes and responded simply, "Yes. There is no other reason." "There is not." The prison master had a certain quality that allowed him to see through people. When he looked at Damien, he could see that there were hidden intentions laced all throughout his words. The strange thing was that those intentions, while concealed, didn't seem harmful. The aura emanating from Damien seemed to be one of a helper. The prison master fell into thought for a second, seemingly debating over something. However, he made his decision relatively fast and without the need for Damien to provide any more justification. "Very well. You are a promising junior, so I suppose it is not a problem. You won't mind if I come with you, will you?" "Of course not," Damien replied with a smile. "Rather, how would I be able to walk such a place without the prison master himself at my side, guiding me?" "Haha, so you were planning to use me as a guide from the start." The prison master nodded. "You look to be a busy man, so let us not delay. Please follow me carefully, and from this point forward, only step where I step." Damien easily agreed. They were still in the same greeting room where Damien was left when they first entered the manor, but their path seemed to start here. The prison master walked casually, so it didn't seem like there was anything special about his movements to an outside observer. Nevertheless, Damien watched him carefully and did as he was told, moving exactly like the man in front of him. The two of them left the greeting room and entered the long hallway in the center of the manor. They walked it to its end until they reached a living room and exited the doors into the connected courtyard. Before the bloody landscape that Damien had traversed only moments ago, the prison master did something of a ritual. He bowed to the eternal sun and prayed to the corrupted land. Damien stood behind him in silence, watching carefully until he finished. In his mind, this was a ritual that he would also have to imitate, but he was incorrect. By the time the prison master finished his movements, the world was already fading away into a deep and murky darkness, not dissimilar to that which existed in the sacred abyss. "I see. This isn't the normal entrance. This must be the ritual that's undertaken when new prisoners are brought to the prison. If they entered through this method, then Damien would technically be considered prisoner. He wouldn't be allowed to leave if he pulled anything that the prison master found suspicious. And if he decided to sneak back and re-enter, he would be unable to escape. It's a little inconvenient for me, but I'm sure it will be fine." Damien refocused on the world around him when it came back into focus. The floor was made of cobblestone. No, the entire structure was made of damp and musty cobblestone. Damien and the prison master were in a very narrow corridor sandwiched on both sides by prison cells that spanned as far as the eye could see. "Welcome to the eternal sanctum," the prison master said as he turned around. "This is the place that you have been so eager to see." Damien was still looking around. Something like this would not slide on his homeworld. The prison cells themselves were small enough to barely fit a grown adult male. They were stacked on top of each other 10 high and submerged in eternal darkness. It was clear that these prisoners weren't granted any sort of human rights. They were thrown here like pigs waiting for slaughter so they could suffer for eternity. Eternal sanctum. I guess it could be called that, but this isn't sacred in the slightest. Did Damien feel pity for the prisoners? Of course not. Some of them may have deserved their sentences, and some of them may have been innocent or reformed, but in the end, they all did something to end up here. To be placed in the eternal sanctum meant one's crimes were enough to shake the foundation of the island's peace. If a murderer appeared here, then they'd killed at least several cities' worth of people. The prison master walked Damien through its halls. He could not see the prisoners through the darkness in their cells, but their occasional screaming and manic ranting made them hard to ignore. The prison master walked Damien through its halls. He could not see the prisoners through the darkness in their cells, but their occasional screaming and manic ranting made them hard to ignore. Still, his focus was, as he told the prison master before, mainly on the structure of the prison itself. He wanted to see this place and understand if it was a viable method of containing those who could cause harm to society. He didn't care about the conditions of the prisoners, but about the conditions of the mechanisms themselves. It's incredibly sturdy. Damien could see that even if he reached a level where area lords were fodder before him, he still wouldn't be able to break through the eternal sanctum. It was designed in such a way that power wasn't the only thing necessary to destroy it. If I'm reading it right, then you need a group of maybe 10 or 15 people on the same level as an area lord to work in perfect harmony to crack these defenses. It was definitely worthy of being the most secure prison on the entire island. But if it's gathering people with platinum badge strength, then someone's already doing that, aren't they? As long as both the Earth Temple Master and the Dragon Lord were both involved in some way, Damien could confirm that much. The prison master did give him a tour around the prison despite grumbling about it jokingly. Those near where the two of them appeared were the less serious offenders, which was why their treatment was so good. The further they went, the more serious the crimes became, and the more serious the punishment was. Those at the very end, those who needed to be teleported to because they were so deep in the prison, were undergoing torture that was crueler than even the depictions of hell present in earthen civilizations. Damien did gain some insights by seeing how the prison was upheld, and he was able to confirm that the structure itself wasn't anywhere close to breaking. With that, he achieved everything he wanted to do here. Understanding the state of the prisoners was just an added bonus. The prison master took Damien out of the prison easily when they finished their tour. The man was as genuine as he first said, so there was no reason to still be concerned about him. Rather, the prison master's intentions were elsewhere. "Young man, I presume you are ready to leave now?" he inquired. Damien nodded and replied, "Yes. I must sit down and ponder the insights I gained. This trip was just as fruitful as I thought it would be." Damien thought that the prison master's words were an invitation to leave, so he spoke frankly. However, he was wrong. The prison master was not ready for them to part yet. "Come, sit down for a moment," he said, his eyes a bit more serious than before. "Let us talk." Chapter 1816 Investigation. Chapter 1816 Investigation. 4. The fact that the prison master wanted to sit down and have a conversation was strange. The things he said were even stranger. He spoke like an old grandpa who truly just wanted to have a conversation with his junior, going on about the things he'd experienced as the warden of the Eternal Sanctum. However, Damien couldn't believe that a man like the prison master had this kind of side to him. As everything else about him stated, he had lived for far too long and seen far too much to have emotions like this. His world had to be a dull gray color by now, highlighted only by his sacred duty. There had to be a reason for his attitude, and as they continued their conversation, Damien did his best to find it. The many challengers on the walls are not the only ones who have come. There have been those like you in the past, people who wanted to explore the sanctum out of nothing more than genuine curiosity, the prison master said. I have always entertained these kinds of guests. They're interesting prospects, children who have bright minds that will take them far. I have always wanted the sanctum to inspire them, but none of them ever bear the fruits of their efforts. He looked at Damien with a slight smile. You're the only one who has left the sanctum with a different light in your eyes. I can see that you have truly grasped a principle present in its design and are willing to incorporate it into your strength. He wasn't wrong. The concept of restriction was already important to Damien's non-existence fighting style. Currently, his power manifested as a spider web that trapped his opponent before slitting their throat. In a lot of ways, his strategies resembled the concepts used to create the Eternal Sanctum. He felt that if he took a few months to train using those concepts, he would be able to solidify his spider web and truly create an impenetrable cell for his enemies to die in. Still, what did that have to do with the prison master? Why was he bringing it up? Damien didn't speak, but it didn't look like the prison master wanted him to. He was more than comfortable with rambling now that he had someone who was willing to listen to him. This land, the land of the forgotten, is a cruel place. It is a cruel place that raises many monsters, but none of them are able to escape their fates. The people who became strong without thinking about anything else always fail whether that be here or on the coming islands. From my observations, the only ones who manage to succeed are those who maintain spirits like yours. People who truly put in effort to comprehend the nothingness rather than treating it as a tool that will grow as long as one completes the trials. People like you are a hope that drives me. After guarding this sanctum for so long, I've been forced to find reasons to justify my continued tenure. In the end, perhaps it is only a sense of duty or a sense of justice, but I like to believe that I do it so that people like you have an environment where they can properly reach their potential and thrive. The prison master's eyes contain a strange light as he looked at Damien. Still, there are people in this world who do not respect my ambitions. There are people who are willing to do anything to foster an environment where only they thrive while everyone else is forced into an eternal cycle of death. This prison was built to hold such people so that society can thrive. Guarding it is the only thing I can do to fight against the perpetrators of chaos. Damien's eyes narrowed just slightly. He saw it in the gaze that was trained on him, but those words, what was the tone he used to speak those words? That was not the way he should have been speaking. That hint of sadness. No, it's not that. It's the hint of struggle. Damien's eyes went to the prison master's lips. They were sealed tightly when he didn't speak, and even when he opened his mouth, he did it in such a way that Damien couldn't see within. He sharpened his hearing and his scent. He tried to pick up traces of one specific thing, and he found them almost immediately. Blood. His gaze returned to the eyes of the man who was still speaking even now. That gaze. Damien waved his hand, interrupting the prison master before he could continue. I'm delighted to hear your stories and praise, but he summoned a certain concoction along with 2 cups. Why don't we continue this conversation over a drink? The next time Damien was seen on the 3rd island, he'd already left the prison master's manor. They didn't speak for much longer after that, as Damien had matters to urgently attend to. I hate when things go as I expected. The prison master was hiding the blood pooling in his mouth, just so he could continue to speak. That alone was enough to confirm Damien's suspicions. To think that even the prison master was controlled. Whatever the instigator has planned, it's going to end with the extermination of everyone on this island. The prison master, with his unreasonable strength in mind, managed to grasp an opportunity against the parameters he'd been granted by the control skill that enslaved him. Those words could still be interpreted as his desire to speak to someone for the first time in a long time, so the owner of the skill wouldn't be suspicious. However, he chose Damien as the person he wanted to ask for help. The prison master, the dragon lord, the earth temple master. No, it's safe to say that all of the temple masters are under the enemy's control. If even the prison master was involved, then this was a plot that had been brewing for a very long time. Damien happened to appear at its climax, and somehow he'd attained himself a spot as one of its main characters. Damn it, I only have 5 days left. I need to find a real lead soon. There was only one place he could go if he wanted to be absolutely sure that he'd gained some kind of useful information. The Dragon Lord. Considering that the person who told me about his situation is currently being controlled, it's highly likely that the information about him was a lie. The Earth Temple Master was being used to get Damien to kill the Dragon Lord, even if he had to risk his life for it. The Dragon Lord's death has to be a trigger of some kind. He needed to confirm. Once he had that piece, he would be able to see the whole puzzle. The only thing left will be to find the one putting it together. I don't have much time. In 5 days, the tournament would begin. But, at the same time, it would take Damien at least 4 days to reach the volcanic spires where the Dragon Lord resided. It'll be on the wire. He was really cutting it close. The only question was if he could win the race against the still hidden mastermind behind everything. Chapter 1817 Investigation. Chapter 1817 Investigation. 5 Damien took the shortest possible route to the Dragon Lord, but it was by no means short. The main issue was the terrain, full of inclines and dips that made it impossible to teleport casually. When he reached the volcanic region, it became even worse. There were thousands of spires surrounding the main volcano. The Dragon Lord's lair was in the very center of them all, right at the base of the volcano. Damien was forced to weave through thousands of spires without making any sound. Avoiding the detection of the many people in the vicinity was also a problem, but he managed to do it with the help of the void. Finally, he reached the lair itself. It was more of a mansion than a dragon's den, but it was built to look like a natural hole in the volcano. The magma that flowed from the top was used as lighting for the structure, creating a beautiful backdrop and scenery that elevated the ambience to another level. It wasn't beautiful for Damien, though. The magma made it difficult for him to stay concealed, and since he wanted to do this whole mission covertly, the fact that he didn't know anything about the mansion's layout wasn't helpful. Still, he had to find a way to do it, and the magma ends up being the best method. Damien only had a few hours to spend investigating the area. It had been 4 days, and it was already the night of the 5th. Soon, the tournament would start, and he'd reach the real final moments of this confrontation. He couldn't still be looking for information at that time. From a short search, he could only see that there was a system of channels through which the magma was directed so that it flowed how the Dragon Lord wanted it to. It looked like they ran throughout the entire mansion, which was good for Damien. However, it wasn't as if sneaking through the magma was an untested strategy. Many had tried, and just as many had failed. That magma was supported by the Dragon Lord, and to an extent was the source of his power. Anyone who stayed submerged in it for too long would find the very essence of their soul burning. It was an effect with no counter in the land of nothingness, which made the Dragon Lord one of the most difficult area lords to face when he was in his home territory. Unfortunately for him, I have cheats. With the void around him, Damien could be impervious to the magma and remained concealed without an issue. Rather than approaching the mansion and crawling into the tunnels from there, he entered one of the magma streams and swam against its current to reach the entrance of the channel. It was just barely large enough for a human man to fit through. For anyone who was just slightly larger, it was impossible. Damien was relatively tall, standing at 6 feet and 2 inches in height, and he had a wider frame that was built as he continued to fight and gain muscle. If he was in his original body, even he would have been too large. The form he was taking to avoid surveillance was skinnier and smaller, meant to blend into society and look unassuming. This kind of stature was perfect for the task and allowed Damien to infiltrate the mansion without problems. Still, he had to navigate the maze of channels and find one near the Dragon Lord. I sensed his aura near the back of the mansion. It'll be difficult to reach. The northwestern corner of the mansion was both the furthest from Damien and the deepest part of the mansion. It bordered the inner side of the volcano and was practically one with its magma pool. Maybe it would have been easier to dive from the top, but it also would have been more time-consuming. Troublesome. Damien put away his thoughts temporarily and focused on navigation. Right, left, up. I'm glad that it's all relatively uniform. At the end of the day, the system was like the plumbing pipes in a house. They had a defined form and purpose, so as long as one understood where the start and end points were, finding a path between them wasn't the most difficult thing in the world. The magma was relatively friendly to Damien. It was warm rather than scalding and blanketed his body, lulling him into a sense of peace. It may be a different kind of danger, but it's still dangerous. Damien had to consciously make sure that his mind remained on edge as he swam. With his attention focused on keeping himself stable, he was able to reach his destination after no more than 3 hours of searching. Finally, he could sense the Dragon Lord's aura directly underneath him. Good. The void's energy changed and Damien's body became ethereal. He phased through the pipes and into the walls themselves, giving him access to the sound coming out of the room. He didn't care about the conversations the Dragon Lord was having with whoever he was entertaining. He was focused on that man's arrhythmic heartbeat. Do-dun, do-dun, do-dun. One short, one long, one short. His heart was never able to beat properly, as if there was something inhibiting its path. Damien sharpened his hearing to another degree and gained an understanding of all of the Dragon Lord's body functions. He was looking for a location, and he found it through this method. His heart, his stomach, and his eyes. Those 3 places were giving off very strange readings, as if they had been tampered with. It was odd viewing the man as more of an object, but the approach made it easier for Damien to find the actual problem. He sharpened his eyes to see through the wall and finally laid eyes on that man for the first time. He was just as robust as the Earth Temple Master, but with fiery red hair and an equally flame-like beard. If Damien used his own mana to probe, he would immediately be discovered by the Mastermind. Damien had to find a roundabout method now that he wasn't in a position to use the same liquor strategy as before. But the base of that strategy was enough. Conveniently, they have food and drinks. Damien waited patiently for over 20 minutes, waiting for the Dragon Lord to grab something to consume. When that moment finally came, when he was most unsuspecting of interference, Damien widened his eyes slightly and shot a strand of mana inside. It was digested along with the food and became a part of the Dragon Lord's regular bodily processes without being detected, and soon enough, information was pouring into Damien's head. The Area Lord's strength, bodily abilities, mental power, and other stats came first. But Damien's focus was on the lumps of malevolent mana that were present in the locations he'd marked earlier. Despite being unable to immediately decipher their structure, Damien didn't take long to understand what they were. As he thought, this piece brought the entire puzzle together. Because the Dragon Lord, that guy's been turned into a living nuke. Chapter 1818 Investigation. Chapter 1818 Investigation 6. The Dragon Lord's state was unusual. If one observed his body at a glance, one would find nothing wrong. If a more in-depth approach was taken, then perhaps only signs of the control skill would show. To find the truth about what was going on in the Area Lord's body, Damien had to pierce through the layers of control and find the mechanisms hidden beneath. And it was exactly as he said. The Dragon Lord had been turned into a living bomb that would blow when it was disturbed. Thankfully, I had the void obscuring my mana. Otherwise, this entire volcanic region would have gone up in smoke. No, perhaps that was for the better. If he blew up here, then the number of casualties would definitely be decreased. Damien's killing intent rose just slightly, but he suppressed it just as fast. No, I want to maintain the established order of this island. Even if it happens here, everything will go to shit if the Dragon Lord blows up. The plan was not extremely convoluted, but it likely took ages to set up. From start to finish, the tournament was not a stage to get rid of the Chaos faction. No, it was a sacrificial altar. I was supposed to kill the Dragon Lord at the end of the tournament and trigger the bomb. It would decimate Terra and kill all 3 of the Temple Masters who were being forced to watch from the stands. That'll act as a trigger for the Prison Master to let the prisoners loose, and the Chaos faction has an easy road from there. The Area Lords wouldn't be able to stop them because of the restrictions on their bodies, and the temples would be in shambles after the deaths of their masters. Chaos would take hold, and the mastermind behind everything would become the king of the world. That's probably what he wants, right? A great upheaval where vile beings became the majority, where even normal citizens would be forced to turn into cruel people if they wanted to survive. Only the person who created that upheaval and established control over the world's strongest forces will be able to stand above it and claim it as his own. There's one good thing I've learned, though. It was easy to say that forcing the Temple Masters to die because their close friend turned into a human bomb was plotted to make them feel hopelessness before their fall. But it was just as easy to say that the mastermind was not confident in killing the 3 Temple Masters on his own. If he's of the same strength as them, but used some esoteric methods to control them, then my life definitely becomes mildly easier. Not having to face a force stronger than the strongest people on the island was enough for Damien. But he can't be an Area Lord, and he can't be a Temple Master. The only people left with enough power to do anything. Damien's eyes narrowed. The prisoners. It seemed that someone did indeed find a way out of the impenetrable Eternal Sanctum. I have to find him. Before the Dragon Lord died, he had to find the real mastermind and kill him. That was the only way to stop the era of chaos from dawning. Damien had been gone for a week, but the only one aware of his actions was himself. The clone Damien played his part perfectly. The majority of his time was spent training on his own as he pretended to follow the Temple Master's orders to stay inside, while the rest was spent with the Temple Master himself, discussing the plan for the tournament. As the event drew closer, the pain in the Temple Master's eyes became clearer and clearer, but Damien pretended not to see it. I can't alert anyone of my actions. Not even him. He didn't have a reputation on this island, which meant that he could play the part of a mercenary willing to follow orders for rewards well. There were always eyes on him no matter where he went or what he did, so it was definitely a constraining lifestyle. He lived it only for as long as it was necessary. And when the time came for the tournament to start, the clone got excited to play his part in everything. It will take time to find the mastermind. I have to go back to the Eternal Sanctum and look for clues in places I didn't check before, and if he isn't inside, then I have to search the island until I find him. The main body had a difficult few days ahead of him, but it wasn't going to be any easier for the clone. I can't stall since the matches are timed. The best I can do is draw out my fight with the area lord when I get to him. Still, I have 4 days at most. In 4 days, someone will fight the area lord regardless of what I want. That was the structure of the tournament, after all. With the gathered power of the people here, it was impossible to cause a disturbance and get the fight delayed. The main body only had 4 days to do more than he'd done in the past 7 days combined. Thank you for joining us on this momentous occasion. It's not like it's my fault that I showed up at the very end. If I was here a few years ago, I could have taken care of it without all the hassle. It was only difficult because of the time crunch, but this was also something Damien was involving himself in due to his own whims. The heroes of our nation have gathered. He could technically go fight an area lord right now and move on to the 4th island, but did he want to do that? The position of Absolute seemed like a lonely place. This was a realm that only existed to provide future Absolutes a place to hone their power. Damien wanted it to be able to carry out its purpose without interference. He wanted to see more people rise from the rubble and become supreme. Give thanks to the Temple Masters who created this glorious event. The Chaos faction couldn't be trusted with a duty like that. The Temple Masters weren't much better if they let themselves get fooled by the mastermind, but they at least had the heart. They could train their strength when this incident ended. Now, introducing our champions. The announcer's speech ended before Damien could give it any more thought. He and the 300 or so competitors walked out of the tunnel and into the stadium's light amidst the cheers of the crowd. Damien sighed again. I'll have to trust them with the aftermath. He directed his gaze upward at the platform where the 3 of them sat. The Earth Temple Master, the Water Temple Master, and the Fire Temple Master. 3 fools who found themselves in a bigger situation than they could handle. If the main body was able to free them from their curse in time, then everything will be up to you. There are still some days before the climax of this event, but it somehow felt like it had already arrived. And that was a fact that nobody who knew about it was happy about. Chapter 1819 Investigation. Chapter 1819 Investigation 7. The history of the 3rd island was vague. For a very long time, countless trillions of years ago, the entire land of nothingness was enveloped in chaos. Gods came and gods died. Gods populated the earth and acted as the soil that birthed later civilizations. When the era of chaos ended, all of the islands drifted apart, and a more linear trial was created for those who entered this realm. With that development, the pointless slaughter became meaningless, and most people stopped their reckless actions. From that point on, every island changed on its own, becoming more suitable for the trials in place. The first island was for the weakest of the weak, so it remained in a more primordial state. The second island was able to form something of a civilization, but many factors held it back from truly thriving. The third island was a unique case, even when compared to the 2 islands that came after it. It was the only place in the entire land of nothingness where such a widespread civilization of innocence was created. The 4th island was bare, and the 5th island's people could hardly be called a civilization. What made the 3rd island special? Sure, its development could be partially attributed to its trial and the convenience it had as the middle of the 5 islands. Since this island's trial required at least a semblance of order to exist, it was bound to develop in a different direction than its peers. The middle island was also a great stopping point. Even before the 3 temples were established, the aura of the 3rd island was already far more welcoming than the rest. Even Damien felt it when he arrived, that cool breeze that made him feel like he was back at home. an environment that made one complacent. The third island possessed it in a way that could not be replicated, and when they were faced with their own lack of talent or understanding, it made it easy for practitioners to choose surrender over battle. However, these developments only happened because the third island was originally special. It had a past that was unknown to even the three temples, as it was erased before any of them came to be. During a period of great war following the establishment of the trials, at a time when the prison master was not yet an area lord and was only establishing himself as the warden of the eternal sanctum, countless heroes and demons rose and fell. They stood at a level that modern people could not hope to reach. It wasn't because they were untalented, but because society had developed too much. The primordial mentalities of people who only studied the relationships between elements with their eyes and hearts were able to perceive a world that people could no longer see. They had too much information, which completely changed the way that their techniques were manifested. If the two generations were placed against each other, it was hard to say that one side would have a definite advantage, but both sides would absolutely be able to pull out techniques that the other simply didn't have the perspective to understand. The prison master remembered those days. More than his dreary life as a warden that he only kept living because of the weight of his duty, his mind drifted to the days when he was still young. It had been a very long time since he last saw a hero of the caliber that existed back then, and it had been just as long since he'd seen a crueler demon. They did not operate together, but it was wrong to say that they operated alone. They were an organization that was not an organization, a group of like-minded people who only followed chaos. Chaos. It was once the name of a concept. At the very beginning, it was an entity without form, an energy of pure disorder that drove people who witnessed it into fanaticism. But one day, that disorder took form. The cause was assumed to be a reaction between the faith of those people and the realm of that which did not exist, creating an entity that should have never been born. Most of this island's development could be directly attributed to that entity. Whether to combat chaos or follow it, people built and destroyed civilizations. People fought and fought and fought. And when chaos was eventually imprisoned, society was finally able to rise from the ashes to ensure that another being of the same kind would not appear. Chaos was kept in the deepest depths of the world, sealed in a facility that far surpassed the eternal sanctum in security. In fact, today's eternal sanctum was developed based on what others hypothesized was used to seal chaos itself. But the prison master knew better than anyone else. This prison could not even come close to the location where chaos was sealed. That place was far, far too complex to be the development of someone on the third island. Rather, it was more likely that an absolute found a way to return to this realm and calm its chaos. For that reason, it could not be chaos. Chaos could not rise again. Even the level of belief it received in the current era was far from its peak. It was considerably weakened, as it was a force that could not survive without people believing in it. A so-called spiritual god. That was what chaos became. However, has that age dawned on us again? The man who did not understand how he came to be trapped in his own body wondered as he looked out of the windows in his manor. Some days ago, he met someone who resembled the heroes of the previous era. And the one who took him hostage and schemed against civilization itself bore an eerie resemblance to chaos itself. Whether a new spiritual god was born or a strand of chaos escaped, the prison master did not know. But even if there was a hero attempting to change fate, he could not believe that the era of chaos was not destined to return. It was already too late. Perhaps it is time for change. The prison master by no means supported the chaos faction. If he was someone who could ever harbor dissident thoughts, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his role throughout the countless changes that civilization had undergone in the past billions of years. Nevertheless, he was a man who understood that the seas of fate were already churning. Change would inevitably come to this land. Only, will it be a change instilled by a hero or one controlled by a demon? In this realm, he was nothing more than an observer. In this conflict, even more so, Thus, he watched as a change in the force surrounding the manor disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. He did nothing even while knowing that an intruder was making their way into the prison that he'd kept guarded for so long. When that disturbance that even he could not sense appeared, the prison master made a firm decision. He would no longer have a part in this conflict. Now that its main characters had entered the stage, it was up to them to decide whose path was true and destined. Chapter 1820 Investigation. Chapter 1820 Investigation 8. I feel like I've been seen through, but that's impossible. Damien only believed that he could solve everything in 4 days because he didn't have to travel the long distances anymore. Now that he'd been to the Eternal Sanctum and the volcanic spires, he had enough points across the map to be near any destination he might want to reach. He was able to cancel distance from his place inside of the Dragon Lord's magma channels and return to the prison master's manor without any trouble at all. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the Eternal Sanctum with the same method, but that was obvious. If people could freely enter and leave by canceling distance, then it wouldn't be much of a prison to begin with. More than that, what concerned Damien was the strange feeling he got when he first stepped on the property. The void was concealing him, so there reasonably shouldn't have been any force capable of perceiving his existence. However, Damien could feel the eyes on him for a moment. He shook off the feeling, thinking of it as built-up stress. There are more important things to focus on right now. Even if he was truly perceived, nothing happened. Nothing happened, which meant the person who perceived his existence was not trying to interfere with what he was doing. In that case, it was better for him to leave it alone and focus on getting into the Eternal Sanctum. The ordinary methods won't work. They're set up so that they activate loudly. Even if the prison master doesn't see that I was the one who broke in, he'll know that someone did. Damien had to create a method to break into the impenetrable prison for the first time in history. Easy, right? Actually, it's not that hard either. Easy was an overstatement, but hard was the same. If Damien didn't know anything about the prison before he tried, then it would be nigh impossible. However, he got to see its inner workings with his own eyes, so the situation was different. Damien's own non-existence and the Eternal Sanctum shared many common factors. Using those comparisons, he could create his own iteration of the prison. By reverse engineering his own design, he could find a way into the prison. It sounded like a time-consuming effort for a Damien who'd been extremely busy for the past week. But was it the same for the other Damien who'd been cooped up in his room? His clone did the difficult comprehension work, and since they were one being, those comprehensions were directly reflected in Damien's mind. He already had the framework. The rest of the work didn't need to be mentioned. Basically, it's a prison that functions on a single core concept, and that's non-existence itself. Those within have their very ability to think inhibited and their power sealed behind a much stronger version of itself. That makes any attempt to escape impossible. The rest of the concepts just branch off of that to take care of loopholes. It was a web. It was made of steel wire and would shred anyone who attempted to bypass it, but it was a web nonetheless. The exterior concept had far more space between them than those on the inside. That amount of space was not enough for anyone to slip through, which was why the prison had never been compromised, but Damien was confident that he could do it. As long as I target properly and aim to bypass instead of break, I think I can do it. He closed his eyes and concentrated his power, putting even more emphasis on the void around him. He saw that web in his mind and carried out the careful plan he'd created. Like a fly too small to be hindered by such a massive web, he maneuvered through the complex defense mechanism and granted his mind access to the Eternal Sanctum. To allow his body to follow after that was simple. In only a matter of 5 or so minutes, Damien was already walking its long and narrow corridor. He rushed through the prison, widening his senses so that every single cell was inside his range of perception. Nothing, nothing, nothing. He couldn't find a single trace of tampering. There wasn't a single missing prisoner, nor were there any who had been swapped for fakes. It's not here. The clue Damien had been searching for was somewhere else entirely. But he couldn't have come here for nothing. The answer was still certain. The person who cooked up the entire scheme plaguing the third island had to be a prisoner. Damien scanned the rooms around him. Vile, vile, crazy, crazy. There, he pierced their souls and observed the core of their existences, only stopping when he found someone who fit his criteria. The man with shaggy brown hair and a beard that could practically be called a lion's mane was not like the prisoners in the cells around him. Rather than wishing for more chaos or revenge, rather than going insane due to the prison's influence, he maintained his mind and thoughts of atonement. A person like that was worth speaking to. Unlike those around him, there was a chance that he'd actually be willing to provide good information. Damien approached his cell, causing the man to look up at him. The one from before, Damien already removed his concealment, so it wasn't strange that the man recognized him from his previous visit. "I'm glad you remembered me. I've returned with a few questions, if you don't mind answering." The man's eyes widened. "You can respond?" His surprise was warranted. The prison made it impossible for prisoners to communicate with anyone, so this was the first time the man had been acknowledged as an individual in millions of years. "I can," Damien responded simply. "However, I do not have enough time for a long conversation. For that, I apologize." "No, no need," the man responded, shaking his head. His voice quivered slightly as he held his emotions back. "Please ask your questions. To have a conversation at all, no matter its length or subject, is enough of a blessing for me." Damien looked at the man without speaking for a moment. A thought came to mind, but he left it for after everything was taken care of. Were there any other prisoners here? Maybe one that escaped or got moved to another place? The man shook his head again. "There has never been a prisoner that escaped from this place. It is the same for those who were transferred. I have never seen anyone or anything leave this prison once entrapped." Damien frowned. "Is there really something I'm missing? Maybe there's a wanderer or faction that has a grudge against." Before he could finish his thoughts, the man spoke up again. "Ah, but there was one man. His hair covered his eyes, so Damien couldn't see the expression he was making, but he could feel it. The fear emanating from that man's body was unmistakable. As he recalled memories of that person, his body shook. There was one person who was not confined in this prison. For him, they were forced to create a special containment unit elsewhere. He was the most terrifying person of my generation. Damien's eyes narrowed. This was it. The identity of the person he was chasing was right in front of him. The brown-haired man looked up, meeting Damien's eyes for the first time. His name. Chapter 1821, Confrontation. Chapter 1821, Confrontation, Eximus. According to the brown-haired man's story, that person named Eximus was the most terrifying existence from 10 million years ago. He was a follower of chaos, someone who inherited the power of an ancient spiritual god and used it to wreak havoc on the world. During that time, the 3 temples almost went up in flames due to his actions. To think there's a spiritual god on this island. Spiritual gods were similar to spirits in that they were physical manifestations of nature. Only, spiritual gods could only be created through blind faith. They were incredibly rare entities. No more than 3 had been created in the entirety of the True Void universe's history. Even Damien only knew about them because he read the heavenly world's existence. In this plane, chaos was something both worshipped and feared. It was trapped at the center of the earth with no hope of escaping, which was good for Damien. Facing an actual spiritual god would be insane. Interesting, sure, but insane nonetheless. Luckily, the one who escaped was not chaos, but its apostle. Eximus' containment unit was hidden from all eyes. Its location was likely only known by the prison master at this point, but Damien couldn't ask him for obvious reasons. Then 4 days is perfect. Perfectly shitty, that is. In 4 days, he had to find the containment unit, find Eximus' traces, find Eximus, and then fight him. Before the Dragon Lord died to his clone, he had to kill the apostle of a spiritual god? Beautiful. Really, Damien was oh so happy about his circumstances, but he really couldn't complain since he was the one who got himself into this mess. Immediately after leaving the Eternal Sanctum, he began his search. There was no more investigation. Now, the primary concern on all sides was confrontation. While Damien was struggling, Damien was also struggling. I would really be struggling if it still took a toll on my mind to live through 2 bodies at once. Experiencing parallel timelines at once was enough to shatter anyone's mind, but Damien wasn't just used to it now. He could do it without any side effects. As his main body focused on the conflict in the shadows, the clone handled things out in the open. The tournament started in full swing. The first 2 days were meant to weed out anyone who wasn't necessary. The third day was for the quarterfinals, while the semifinals and finals would be held on the fourth day. There were 4 matches taking place in the stadium at the same time. They were King of the Hill-style knockout matches, where one was required to obtain a certain number of wins to pass. If one obtained that number and continued winning, then they'd be excused from the rest of the round after 20 victories. There were too many participants, after all. These first 2 days were used for culling the masses and drawing out only the strongest of them. Of course, Damien was dominating his podium with ease. The Temple Masters prepared a special procedure to take the Chaos faction members into custody. As long as they were eliminated from the competition inside of the arena, they'd be teleported directly to the Eternal Sanctum and imprisoned until it was decided how many of them would stay and how many would be repurposed. It was swift and easy. From the outside perspective, it was indeed a genius method to quell the disturbances in the world. But those guys are going to meet the prison master, and he's going to be forced to let them go. Everything was just a show prepared to precede the main event. In these first few rounds of the tournament, Damien could do nothing but comply. On the fourth platform, we have another perfect finisher. Damien Void has won 20 times in a row. An announcer's voice accompanied the death of the 20th. Damien didn't think much of it, as he was escorted into a connected tunnel amidst the cheers of the crowd. At the moment, my job is the boring one. The main body was taking care of the more exciting things, though even he was just running around. Seriously, I forgot how annoying it was to get information without existence. Well, even before that he could devour people. It had been a very long time since Damien was forced to put in legwork for information's sake. Still, everything seemed to be lining up properly. The deadline was approaching incredibly fast, but Damien was moving at the same pace. Logically, everything would work out. More importantly, the other temples are acting strange. The man Quill and the woman Yanui, whom he'd met a week prior, were acting very differently than they did during that meeting. Rather than the confident and competitive attitudes they held at that time, they were showing a hesitation that didn't make sense. I guess there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that doesn't relate to the overarching plot that I've been following. It made sense, but it wasn't his problem. He merely needed to do what he did best, so they didn't find themselves in even more trouble. But before that, the person leading him disappeared a while back. He'd been walking through the tunnel while indulging in his thoughts, but it was getting a bit annoying at this point. If you guys are going to hide yourselves, can't you at least do it properly? The quality of assassins in this realm isn't that high, huh? His gaze suddenly shot to the ceiling. His eyes glowed slightly, and a group of 12 was immediately revealed. He could see the panicked expressions on their faces as they tried to figure out how they were spotted, but that was also not a matter of his concern. He grinned as he was able to find something fun to do even in this body. Come at me, you bastards. I was just thinking that I needed to devour someone soon. Non-existence was an especially difficult concept to use offensively. Its effectiveness dropped significantly when focused on more than one person. In a fight where multiple opponents concentrated on a single target, it was usually always fated to be the target's loss. They may have lost their cover, but the assassins didn't lose their heads because of it. At the end of the day, there were 12 of them, and only one of him. The person they'd been ordered to kill would still end up dead, no matter what he did. That was a very dangerous train of thought for a group that stood against Damien Void. After all, he had the same thoughts as they did. Now that his targets were clear, they'd die no matter what they tried. And through their oh-so-noble sacrifice, he was going to learn even more about the plots and schemes surrounding him. Really, they should have been honored to die by his hands. A domain formed around his body and enveloped the entire area. A spiderweb appeared in a single second before solidifying into impenetrable cages that separated each enemy from the rest. And as Damien pushed his hand down, the rest didn't need to be mentioned. For these small fries who did not even have names, The result was never fated to be anything else. Chapter 1822 Confrontation. Chapter 1822 Confrontation 2. Naturally, memories were currently being read. The Eternal Sanctum boosted Damien's power to an incredible level. Once he finished comprehending the things he learned from its structure, he filled all of the gaps that previously allowed people like Kara to stand against him. 12 came and 12 died, but not in the simple, revivable way that most people died in this realm. Those assassins met a poor end because Damien needed information. Unfortunately, they would not be returning to life. At a base level, it looks like the Temple Masters, huh? Assuming that Damien didn't know anything, then regardless of whether he had a mind-reading ability or astute observation skills, the conclusion he'd come to was that the Temple Masters ordered for his assassination. Was it because he was outshining their participants? Well, since Damien didn't have enough time to properly learn the personalities of those from the other two temples, it would be quite easy to convince him so. The previous attack he experienced served that purpose as well, though it was mainly meant to keep him from learning anything unnecessary. Even their memories lined up. The Water and Fire Temple Masters personally called for each of them and offered great rewards for Damien's head. What a scheme. If Damien didn't know better, then all of the signs would have led to those too. His ire would be directed there according to the wishes of the mastermind. But why? Why did he want Damien to go against the Temple Masters? See, from start to finish, Damien just accidentally found himself involved in these matters. He was just acting as the big red button that set off the nuke known as the Dragon Lord. Damien himself shouldn't have held any value to the true perpetrator, Eximus. Was he trying to make the Temple Masters suffer more by using him to ruin their reputations? Or did he just want to make the tournament more exciting from the perspective of an all-knowing observer? Damien got the feeling that the only real reason for involving him had to be emotional. But I can't say for certain since he wasn't directly involved in anything. He did leave me a nice present, though. With his questions out of the way, Damien smiled as he walked away from the site as if nothing happened. He would play along with the schemes in the tournament for now, just so he could figure out why they were being plotted in the first place. However, he wouldn't need to do it for long. After all, those 12 were also corrupted with the control skill to shut their mouths. They had a trace of chaos inside of them, and when Damien devoured it, it was only natural for him to receive a piece of its memories, right? That guy named Eximus might be elusive, but catching him just became far easier. Damien now had a rough idea of where the containment unit was. While his main body tracked it down, all he had to do was play the waiting game. He hummed to himself and left the stadium, waiting for the second day of competition to arrive. It did, and it passed just as easily. There were no new attacks. Damien had a slight, silent confrontation with the Temple Masters before the round started, perfectly acting out his role as someone aiming for revenge. Though nothing about that attack was publicized, it would still be dangerous for them to act immediately. Damien's name was gaining prominence, and he was rapidly becoming people's favorite competitor due to his dominance and story. He was an underdog who was still building his badge to the gold level, but he was defeating everyone so overwhelmingly, so it was only natural for them to cheer him on. Damien was kept safe from assassination attempts by their cheers, and as if it was inconsequential, he casually finished his matches and returned to his room, practicing for what came next. So, the third day of the tournament dawned. Damien approached the stage, prepared for his first match against a real competitor. At this point, he was facing Yanui, and Quill was facing another Chaos follower. Tomorrow, he would fight the winner of that match, and then have a showdown with the Dragon Lord. That was the original plan. But what was this? It seems we have a change in the roster. As Damien stood on the stage alone, the announcer did his job and announced some sudden news. According to the Water Temple, the original competitor, Yanui, was defeated by another temple member just yesterday. They chose to wager Yanui's participation slot, and with the agreement of the 3 temple masters, their match commenced. It may seem rushed, but this participant has sufficiently proved her strength through a bracket similar to what our remaining competitors have experienced so far. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, large projections appeared, showing a woman fighting several tens of opponents one after another and defeating them. As they watched the woman display her power, the announcer welcomed her on stage. Now, introducing our newest challenger, Kara. So there was a reason why Damien had a wry expression on his face since earlier. The person who walked up the stairs and met him on the battle stage was someone he knew not too well, but someone he had a sinking feeling that he would re-encounter. She grinned, looking him in the eye. "Shall we have a rematch?" He smiled in return. If it was like this, then he wasn't going to complain. "I was looking to test how much I've improved, so this is perfect." The person Damien fought when he first came to this island, she had clearly become far stronger in the time that they hadn't seen each other. A rematch that mattered to only a single person, but still one that Damien couldn't help but look forward to, began on the tournament stage. And, as if important events were meant to happen concurrently, Damien arrived at the place he saw in Chaos Memory Fragment. He found himself in an underground cavern. It was almost impossible to reach because one had to practically swim in the sea of nothingness to reach it, but Damien somehow survived. There was only one thing in the cavern, a pure white box with no entrance or exit that held one of the worst prisoners known to this island's people. As Damien gathered more knowledge on chaos itself, he understood what kind of entity its apostle was. The Eternal Sanctum had nothing on this single box. Damien prodded it with non-existence in every way possible, but he couldn't find even a single way to enter naturally. Still, there was somehow a menacing red and black aura emanating from it. That aura was the mark of Eximus and the proof that the person Damien was searching for was beyond those white walls. Once again, I have to resort to cheating. He didn't like it, but he still had to use it. The void's energy wrapped around his body, and like he did not exist in the first place, he phased through the cube's walls and arrived inside. Damien could finally meet the person who used others to commit every serious crime in the island's recent history. Chapter 1823 Confrontation. Chapter 1823 Confrontation 3. It was an exciting match, sure, but the result was still as expected. Damien had grown unreasonably in the past few weeks, to the point where nobody on the island could keep up with his progress. Kara got much better than she was when they first fought. The weaknesses in her defensive fighting style hadn't yet been fixed, but she'd properly created a framework for the solution. She presented it in battle against Damien, and it alone was enough to make his previous strategy unviable. Unfortunately, his web had become much more sophisticated, and it wasn't just for setting up a final attack either. The web itself was an attack and defense mechanism that could easily capture opponents and weave them into a situation that they couldn't escape. Nevertheless, it was a fun battle. Damien had been bored for the past 2 days, practically watching his other body's point of view like a television show for entertainment, but he had to focus his attention on fighting Kara. It was by far the most interesting of the battles thus far. Even the battle that came after, with Quill and the last Chaos faction member, was overlooked as people excitedly awaited Damien's showing in the rest of the competition. Behind the scenes, in a waiting room for the surviving competitors, Kara found Damien again. "You were just a brat a few weeks ago. What the hell happened?" she asked, approaching with a grin. "What can I say? I'm something of a genius," Damien responded cockily. He was glad that she wasn't taking her loss too seriously. Kara was one of the few people on this island who had the potential to move to the 4th island soon. He didn't want to be the one inhibiting her path. "You may be a genius, but I'm nothing to laugh at either. Just wait. One of these days, I'm going to catch up to you." "Sure, but I'll already be back home by the time that happens." Kara clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. She didn't take his banter seriously. His tone was too obviously sarcastic. Regardless, it did somehow feel like he wasn't lying at all. "All right." Kara's eyes widened slightly as she remembered why she had come here in the first place. "Have you heard the news?" Damien shook his head. "Siged, right? You wouldn't be so calm if you had. Something strange is going on behind the scenes. I don't know why, but it's like they're trying to rush you into a fight against the Area Lord." "HM? What do you mean by that?" Damien made a sound of interest as she captured his full attention. Kara's story started with how she herself ended up in the tournament. Originally, She challenged Yanui several times for the tournament spot. She won more than she lost, but she was forbidden from killing her opponent since she was already slotted to participate in the tournament. Essentially, by challenging Damien and losing, Kara lost her chance to participate. She tried and eventually gave up, but the temple's officials approached her not even a day prior and proposed her a deal, asking if she wanted to take Yanui's spot. She of course agreed. She was even more tempted by the tournament after hearing that her new rival was also participating. She went and challenged Yanui again, won, and was granted the spot. It's just suspicious because it was too easy. Yanui may be weaker than me, but it's only marginal. I shouldn't be able to beat her so one-sidedly. Were the Water Temple's people trying to sacrifice Kara after understanding what the end of this tournament entailed? If so, then did Yanui have some kind of importance that Kara lacked? Damien asked, and he got the response he was looking for. Yeah, Yanui is the Temple Master's daughter. That's why I'm saying it's weird. She always gets preferential treatment, but now they want to be fair? It doesn't make sense. It also doesn't make sense how that situation is pushing my fight with the area lord, Damien chimed in. Kara grinned sheepishly, realizing that she'd once again gotten off topic. I brought it up because something similar is happening in the Fire Temple too. Apparently, that guy Quill disappeared after his match. Nobody knows where he went, but he's already been replaced. And the most important part, your match against his replacement is happening in an hour. What? Now, Damien was really paying attention. As Kara said, they were absolutely plotting to bring the match between him and the Dragon Lord closer. Damn, he could guess why. My main body's movements were noticed. Someone was working against the grand scheme, so they were obviously going to try to make his struggle futile. The main body was already meeting Eximus, so hypothetically it wouldn't affect the plan, but TCH, it's annoying being the clone body. He quite literally could do nothing but wait, follow the tournament, and stall until the main body finished all of the important matters. For now, thanks for telling me. No problem. I like honest competition, so this is rubbing me the wrong way too. He thanked Kara and left the waiting room. An hour was not much time at all. While it passed, he watched his main body's perspective. His frown got deeper and deeper until he heard his name being called to the stage. He walked up as he had done several times before. No matter how he got used to the cheers of the crowd, they always felt disgusting when he thought about the fact that they were all being deceived into willingly walking into their deathbeds. The other name that was called was unknown. It wasn't worth mentioning, and there wasn't a single bit of justification accompanying the entrance of a new competitor like there was with Kara. The only thing the announcer said was that Quill had withdrawn with a mysterious injury, and someone had been sent to replace him. If that person was like Kara, a worthy competitor, then there wouldn't have been anything particularly special about it besides the fact that the fight had been moved forward by a day. The person who stood against him was not like Kara at all. What is this? While the announcer spoke to the audience, Damien addressed his opponent. Why are you doing this? The man standing across from him was quivering in fear. He was clearly unskilled and unworthy of this stage. So why was he here? He responded shakily. I have no choice. Damien looked into that man's eyes. Right? Those were not the eyes of a competitor. They were the eyes of a hostage. He sighed to himself. In the end, the powers at hand have too much authority. Even if I try to destroy the tournament at this point, they'll still find a way to turn this entire city into ash. The match started. Damien resigned himself to facing the Dragon Lord no more than a few hours from the time this match ended. After all, it had become impossible for him to lose. Main body, I hope you're fast enough, because at this point, the parallel timelines were getting eerily close to converging. And that was not a good thing in the slightest. Chapter 1824 Confrontation. Chapter 1824 Confrontation. For Damien's first thought was that he was looking at an apostate monk of some sort. The man had no hair on his head and a uniform like the ones monks wore. There were several piercings in his face, large circular indents that formed a strange symmetry. His ears were long, and he had huge gauges that were nearly falling out of his thin earlobes. The man's eyes were pitch black like those of a demon, and the red and black energy that radiated off of him was not intentional, just uncontrolled. "Are you Eximus?" Damien asked. "I am he," the monk responded. "All right, die then." Damien tapped his foot and spread his domain. It was simple, right? Now that he found the main perpetrator, all he had to do was kill him to unravel his plot. Of course, it was never going to be that simple. Damien rushed their interaction because he knew that. The second his territory covered Eximus, he sighed. As expected. A fake. If it was expected, then why did you attack? Because it's easier to find out where your real body is after you're dead. Damien answered without much thought, spending more time glancing around the containment unit. Did you think this would trap me? Deductive reasoning was a great skill. Since Damien knew how to use it, he could instantly understand the shoddy last-minute trap that had been laid out for him. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I have only recently learned of your existence and interference, so I apologize for not being able to show you proper hospitality. Damien rolled his eyes. Basically, Damien's visit to the prison master was enough to tip Eximus off to his movements. It was annoyingly cunning for his enemy to figure out his intentions off of that much, but didn't change anything. The containment facility may have been impenetrable at one point, but Eximus clearly found a way out at some point. Its shattered security was only hastily repaired for the sake of trapping Damien, so escaping it would be even easier. It should take you some time, no? I did not prepare all of this to hinder you. Rather, I wish to converse with the only person who has realized my existence and actions in the past millions of years. Damien glanced back at Eximus, who sat on the floor of the white cube with a calm smile on his face. His eyes were closed, but they curved in such a way to support the rest of his expression. It was going to take around an hour for him to escape. That was an inconsequential amount of time in the current situation, and if Damien could gain something from conversing with Eximus in this way, then he didn't mind. In the end, he now knew what the man looked like and how his aura felt. Finding him was no longer a problem. "What do you want to say?" he asked, his tone not friendly in the slightest. "It is more about what I wish to ask," Eximus responded. "You?" His eyes opened just slightly. "Why do you oppose chaos?" Damien frowned. "Why are you asking stupid questions? I don't like it, so I fight against it. Do I need a better reason?" "I suppose not," Eximus said. "And, like you, my reasoning for following chaos is simple. Unlike your so-called order, chaos helps those in need and provides comfort. It does not shirk away from the struggles of man. I guess he wants to convert me." Damien didn't really care, but the man could yap all he wanted to. He wasn't going to stop him. "You know, before chaos found me, I was but a humble farmer. I lived a good life with my wife and my daughter, worshiping the order you defend. However, when my daughter grew up and I supported her wish to become a challenger, do you know what your order did? It killed her. It left her without even a corpse to bury. Ooh, a revenge plot. The three temples have always been corrupted organizations. They hide the truth about this world, convincing the entire world that it is nothing more than a game. This world is not a game, and they are not its masters. What right do they have to act like they are worth more than others? What right do they have to sacrifice the lives of others without batting an eye?" Damien raised his brow. This island's history didn't give him all of the details, but there definitely wasn't anything like that. Rather, the temples were always the ones preventing the people of the island from dying meaninglessly. "How did your daughter die?" "She was sacrificed. That day, I swore revenge on the temples, but I had no method to attain it. I was born to a father and mother who were born to a father and mother who first came to this realm. Without ever attempting to perceive the nothingness, I was practically no different from a mortal. Even if I desired power, I squandered my talent in my youth. It was only when chaos found me that things changed. It gave me hope, and it gave me justice." Casual evasion. Not to mention, the calm and mysterious front he put up was completely gone. What was left was a man with his eyes wide and filled with the color red. Rambling on about the benefits of chaos, he looked more like an addict than a terrifying villain. Damien ignored the rest of what he said and asked another question. "What was your daughter's name?" Eximus twitched slightly. "Someone like you who defends order does not deserve to know her name." "Okay, You can continue then. Damien's attitude was becoming unbearable, but Eximus decided to bear with it and continue. Chaos allowed me to partake in a journey of power. That was when I realized it. The order of this world is fake. It is an illusion. Chaos was always supposed to be its true ruler. Within chaos, everything I sought and everything those like me seek is present. How can you not seek the beauty of chaos? Damien nodded. Sure, he was focused on escaping the prison, so being somewhat distracted was understandable. However, time and time again Damien responded with such a standoffish tone that Eximus could hardly stand it anymore. Your arrogance will not be tolerated, he growled. What can you do about it? You're literally a projection. You have no power. However, my main body, I really don't care. It's not even my fault in the first place. When you spout bullshit like that, how is anyone supposed to pretend like they care? Damien's words didn't strike as hard as the genuine sincerity within them. He wasn't usually one to rile up his opponents, but this time, he really couldn't help it. Who was Eximus pretending to be? Did he want to cosplay as a hero or a lunatic? He was like someone who never actually had a normal conversation with anyone or a chance to get his story straight. Chaos Apostle? Damien really didn't give a shit. It would be more entertaining if he fought chaos itself. The man in front of him? This man was just pathetic. Chapter 1825 Confrontation. Chapter 1825 Confrontation. 5. Whatever Eximus' story was in the past, it was clear that he had been too corrupted by chaos for any of that to matter. The entire story about his daughter had to be a lie since he didn't know anything about it, and the rest of his reasoning was just nonsense from the start. So, the gist of it is that you think the world order is wrong and you want to bring chaos. Cool. Who cares? Damien said, turning to face Eximus. Basically, you're an easily influenceable person who is corrupted by chaos and used as a vessel to do everything you've done. In fact, I'm starting to realize why I didn't recognize you as a projection from start. Damien scoffed. You're all that's left of Eximus' ego. The body has already been taken over by chaos. It made sense. Eximus may have been feared in the past, but that was when he still had a proper state of mind. He was probably able to commit countless atrocities under the banner of chaos, serving it as his god. However, with the passing of time and the containment in this isolated space, that version of Eximus vanished. From the start, he was only chosen because it was easy to mold his beliefs. Chaos abandoned him when he ran out of use, stole his body, and used it to plot out everything that Damien had been chasing so far. To say he'd been thoroughly fooled was wrong, but he hadn't grasped the entire picture from what he investigated. Nevertheless, it didn't change much. Eximus, you're a pathetic guy. You know that? You're one of those people who has delusions of grandeur without a single ounce of ambition. Some fortune landed in your hands, and you suddenly became bold. But that's not who you are, and that was never who you were. Damien walked towards the monk, whose entire demeanor changed when Damien started talking. His insecurity, even from their previous conversation, was enough to prove everything Damien said correct, but his current state was the final nail in the coffin. At the end of the day, the reputation Eximus built for himself was constructed on a foundation of lies. All of his deeds were also the doing of chaos and chaos alone. Nothing and nobody had terrorized this island like chaos had. It was as if the spiritual god wanted to make sure that its record and reputation were never surpassed. So, though Damien only said it jokingly, I guess I really am being led around by chaos. I should be prepared to fight a spiritual god, not a madman. Damien was given a reason to hurry and find a way out of the containment unit. If he was tracking chaos, then it was definitely going to be more difficult than he originally expected. However, since the body still belonged to Eximus, it at least wasn't impossible anymore. Wait, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am Eximus. Eximus, the ruler of chaos. The projected ego clawed at Damien's legs, trying to grab his attention. Damien only sighed and ignored it. Technically speaking, he's also a victim, but if he didn't have a tendency towards madness from the start, then he never would have been chosen. A slight wisp of non-existence left Damien's body, and took hold of the projected ego. At this point, it was fine for Eximus to disappear and pay the price for his sins. As for Damien, this is complicated. He didn't have enough time to check whether chaos had possessed Eximus in its full form or not. If it had, then he was nowhere near equipped to fight it without using the void too much and offending the land of nothingness itself. He liked his chances more if chaos had only partially escaped its seal in a weakened state. But was it safe for him to move without guaranteeing it? Damien had killed many people in this realm, and he'd seen many more die. It didn't affect him just as any other death didn't, but he had a deep understanding of the consequences of dying in this realm. Everyone would forget him. Every trace of him left in the true Void universe would disappear. His family, friends, and cosmos would be left as easy prey for the Dark God. Was it worth risking that future for a society filled with people he didn't know? What if he lost his life over a whim and everything ended? Still, he was never the type of person to run away from a bad situation. Even if I put aside my original reasoning and abandoned thoughts of helping this island's people, fighting a spiritual god is still a useful experience. If he won, it would yield him boons that were guaranteed to be extremely helpful to his training. And more importantly, spiritual gods are just a step below us. Fighting a true spiritual god would be good practice for his fight against the Dark God. It was worth struggling if it made that fight easier. Damien gripped his fists. Never in his life had he been concerned about the stakes. He always moved first with confidence that he could destroy everything in his path and come out successful. Being an adult, being someone with the weight and responsibility of the world on his shoulders, he couldn't just charge ahead like that anymore. He had to think out his decisions and move methodically. He had to stay focused on only the goal at hand and do only things that would work towards said goal. He couldn't have that same attitude of walking the line between life and death with a smile on his face anymore. But I can't forget it. Even if he became a truly untouchable entity, he could never forget that part of him that was absolutely confident in everything he did. It's not a matter of chance in this fight. Especially when non-existence was his chosen combat method, chance didn't exist. As long as he had the mind to compete against the spiritual god, he could take it down. Okay, he placed his hand on the containment unit and let a pulse of power run through it. With that motion alone, the containment unit shattered. I've done enough thinking. I just have to flawlessly execute now. He had to kill chaos. Neither doubt nor uncertainty would stop him anymore. Not after he'd come this far. And so a night passed. The artificial sun signaled the start of a new day, and more importantly, the start of a huge event on the third island. The crowd was already packed into the arena. Hundreds of thousands of people watched in person, while millions more watched through broadcasts. The announcements had already passed. The anticipation levels in the stadium were too high for the announcers to interrupt. They merely introduced the two people who were preparing to fight and got ready to make the call. Damien and the Dragon Lord looked at each other from across the battleground. The final moment to decide whether this event would end in blessing or catastrophe had come. Chapter 1826 Confrontation. Chapter 1826 Confrontation. 6. Really, the arena couldn't be defined better by anything other than the crowd's cheers. They were explosive. Their voices and the stomping of their feet shook the entire city of Terra where the arena was located. Compared to the previous days, they were much more plentiful. This final match was one they'd been anticipating, after all. Damien was a new star who rose like a rocket, dominating the competition. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord was a seasoned veteran who had experienced countless battles. Everyone wanted to see how the new and the old clashed. And, more importantly, this was the first time in history that a fight against an area lord was being publicized. Not only would Damien fight him in front of everyone, but he'd do it in a place where their energy manifested into the physical plane, giving the common people a chance to actually understand how the battle was progressing. The exciting event drew millions into the arena. Its size had to be expanded just to accommodate them, and even then, the area outside was swarmed by those who wanted to watch on the big screens. Damien faced the Dragon Lord in this climate. The frown on his face looked like one of extreme concentration, but he really was just unhappy with the situation at hand. His voice entered the area lord's mind. "Are you prepared for this?" He didn't say anything that could trigger the curse, but it was enough for the Dragon Lord to learn that Damien knew what was going to happen. He glanced at Damien with a strange expression. "I am not," he responded, "and I'm not able to entertain you at this time." The announcers were no more than flies at this point. The way they riled up the crowd and prepared the stage made it difficult for Damien to delay. In fact, they were already in the process of starting the match. He looked into the Dragon Lord's eyes, trying to find any semblance of fighting spirit. However, he only found the hollow emptiness of someone who had already resigned to fate. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Let the final battle between Damien Void and the Dragon Lord. If there's one thing I do wish to say. The Dragon Lord's voice cut through the announcer's words. "Begin. I am sorry." Boom. The first impact was loud. The sounds that would otherwise be non-existent were recreated by the arena systems. In that moment, two things happened. Half of the arena was covered in a sea of black flames. At the same time, a metallic defense structure took hold of the other half, preventing the fire spread. "Rhea!" The crowd immediately broke out into cheers, but Damien was no longer paying attention to him. His entire focus was on the Dragon Lord in front of him. The goal is not to win. No, it was something much harder. To stall and stall and stall until he had no choice but to win. That was Damien's goal for this battle. His eyes went to the black flames. Is this his trait? He could feel the flames corroding his own defensive layer at every point of contact. They had a sort of ethereal burn that could be felt in the soul, and though they burned nothing in the environment, they were deadly against non-existence itself. Damien and the Dragon Lord both stayed planted within their territories. For the first few seconds, they analyzed the interaction between their energies at the center of the arena. To say that one of them had an inherent advantage was wrong. The Dragon Lord's theme was to burn the enemy's energy and existence, leaving them with nothing more than an empty vessel. Meanwhile, Damien trapped his enemies and cut through them in a single blow like an assassin, ending them quickly. Their strategies and energies were inherently too different to be directly compared. So, in a match like this, they were forced to find more creative ways to face each other. My web won't work the same way against him. It was pointless to try and trap someone who was able to melt the cage. To leave the complicated things in the background and simplify, the current match was like one between a metal elementalist and a flame elementalist. That couldn't be allowed, especially when the key to his plan was landing the final blow at the exact timing that he wanted to. He needed to eliminate the variables caused by the usual method of combat. Minimize and compress. Damien's thought process ended with the conclusion that he couldn't fight this battle at range. As people in this realm were rarely able to mobilize enough power while moving, battles were carried out in the way Damien was already used to. The casters themselves would stay in position and let their abilities do the moving. If Damien could attain mobility, he would already have an advantage that others didn't possess. The Dragon Lord wouldn't be able to predict it, right? Boom! A huge wave of fire crashed down onto the metal construct. The concepts within were all related to banishment. Defense, fortitude, and ambition were all targeted at the same time. Damien was forced to respond by increasing the tenacity of his web. The defense aspect was meant to break the physical factors protecting Damien. While he was busy trying to fix them, the banishment of fortitude and ambition would heavily affect his mental state. He's smart. Ambition wasn't something people usually targeted, but it was just as important as more obvious targets like fighting spirit. Ambition was the core concept that drove a practitioner. If it was taken away, they would lose a lot more than they realized. To truly take away someone's ambition, the caster had to have dominance over their enemy. They had to prove that the weight of their own ambition overshadowed that of those they faced, and when that difference was made true, the opponent would crumble. It was a brave move to try a stunt like that from the start, but Damien figured it was more of a probe than anything. The Dragon Lord didn't put any real effort into banishing the concept. He only wanted to see what attitude Damien responded with. And currently, He was of a mind to defend as best as he possibly could until he grasped the concept that he was trying to bring into reality. A form. A familiar form that I can use to bring the elusive things into the light. He pondered on it for but a few seconds. There were only a few things that could fit the criteria for the form he had in mind, so thinking was useless. Only to actually turn his current domain into a weapon that could be wielded is going to be extremely difficult. Nevertheless, it was better for him. Because his job was to hold the Dragon Lord back, his current defensive strategy was perfect for that goal. He only needed to bring that concept into reality when the time was right. And, conveniently enough, it seemed the main body had also arrived at his designated battleground. Chapter 1827 Confrontation. Chapter 1827 Confrontation 7. The scene was set at the top of an active volcano. Quite an inconvenient battle environment for most people, but nothing major for the two in question. This place was just barely past the Dragon Lord's manor. That place remained at the foot of this volcano because the terrifying flames were enough to burn even an expert in non-existence. These flames were the basis of the Dragon Lord's power, and they were a perfect tool to use if one wanted to see one's enemy suffer. Maybe that was why Chaos waited here. It wasn't difficult for Damien to find him after leaving the containment unit. He made his aura clear to the only person who recognized his existence, calling him to their battleground in something like a show of courtesy. He waited at the top of that volcano for Damien to arrive, and without time to stall, Damien did exactly that. When he approached, the figure he saw was the same one he met in the containment unit. The monk's body was clearly the same as his ego, but there was something very obviously different about him. Chaos was not a human. As a being born from emotions and energy, its only humanoid feature was its preference for the human form. Occupying Eximus' body, it looked like a poor imitation of a man, and at the same time the ideal of a very specific type of person. It was a contradictory appearance that matched the contradictory force of chaos itself. "I have been waiting for you," a voice deep and booming greeted Damien. It felt like a dark mountain whose oppressing pressure made it inhabitable to only the cruelest and most desperate creatures. This is not your true form, is it?" Chaos immediately saw through his disguise, but Damien didn't think it was because he could read the void. Rather, he must have given himself away when he made contact with the Dragon Lord. "Was that one little clue enough for you? Seriously, I guess you picked some things up after scheming for millions of years," he said, gazing at the spiritual god with a look of subtle disdain. His disguise lifted naturally. Damien was feeling cramped in another body, anyway. It was better for him to show himself before their battle. And now that he'd shown himself, it was better for their battle to begin as soon as possible. "You look like you wish to fight. However, I will not entertain you," Chaos suddenly said. "What?" Damien responded in surprise. "As I said, I will not entertain your instinct for battle. Not until you have answered one question of mine." Damien naturally frowned. What kind of development was this? And why the hell did Chaos think he would go along with it? "You can ask your questions if you win. Do you think you can stop me from attacking when I want to?" "Boom. Perhaps not. But I can assure you that you will not be able to touch me." Chaos reappeared in a completely different place, unaffected by Damien's sudden strike. "Though battle does indeed interest me, I must know." Chaos looked over at Damien. In that moment, he felt the world change. The skies turned red, and Eximus' physical form was usurped by an energy being made of black and red light. Two vague eyes and a mouth formed on that being's face, twisted horridly. "Where did you receive your surname?" "Boom!" Damien attacked without realizing it. In this environment, with chaos running rampant, a similar effect was produced to what the battle arena intentionally did. Non-existence was manifested, and all things came to light. A large explosion took a chunk out of the volcano, and by the time its sound traveled to where Damien was previously standing, he was already charging at the enemy. He didn't understand the question, nor did he wonder why it was relevant. The sheer aura that the spiritual god released when he spoke those words put Damien's mind into battle mode, destroying any other thoughts. A dangerous entity. Damien already knew that chaos was going to be won, but he didn't expect the gap between them to be so wide. Uncountable years of experience, uncountable years of worship. Together, they culminated into a spiritual being with power that completely surpassed the bounds of the third island. Damien couldn't give a being like that even a fraction of a second of time. No, he had to kill it by pressuring it and giving it not a single opportunity to resist. Otherwise, he would be the one dying here. Chaos once again reacted casually, appearing elsewhere before it could take any damage. Damien was originally planning to face it with non-existence, but he realized that the force would be useless against this entity. Half of Chaos being was non-existence itself. The other half was the human emotion and reverence for the concept that led to its creation. If Damien wanted to use non-existence, then he had to morph his own energy until it was perfectly aligned with order. He was already following a similar path, but this wasn't like the battle with the Dragon Lord. On this field, Damien didn't have anywhere near the amount of freedom necessary to experiment in the middle of battle. And while the Damien over there was stalling, this iteration of him had to end this battle as soon as possible. Boom, boom, boom. He chased Chaos movements with pure physical speed. He punched with enough force to disrupt the atmosphere, unintentionally using it as another attack method. Chaos dodged and weaved, always staying within Damien's range, as if to tell him that it was impossible for him to do anything. The smile on his face affirmed that, and his words even more so. I told you, we will not fight until you have answered my question. Tell me from where you received that surname. Damien ignored the words again and remained on the attack, but he didn't fail to hear them this time. My surname? The Void surname? Why was that being mentioned now? It was a name Damien received from his father, and his father was a hero who rose from meager circumstances to become the greatest man the cosmos had ever seen. Their surname only became something worth talking about in his father's generation. So why was there an ancient spiritual god mentioning it like it was something important? Damien had no way of knowing what kind of answer Chaos was even looking for, so rather than focusing on it, he attacked harder. Chaos had yet to do anything but dodge. Still, Damien could feel how dangerous the enemy was. It was as if the moment he attacked would be Damien's end. With that feeling in mind, he wanted to use the opponent's current arrogance against him and do some damage before his opponent decided to return fire. But non-existence won't work, and physical attacks were futile from the start. Then is that my only option? It wasn't something he wanted to do in this realm, but if he was willing to gamble with his life on the line, then he could try it. And if it was the only way to defeat Chaos, then it didn't matter in the first place. Damien's life was already on the line. But it's too soon to make that decision. I'll test the waters some more first, and if it really turns out that there isn't another viable solution, then he'd pull out a card he was really hoping he didn't have to use here. Chapter 1828 Confrontation. Chapter 1828 Confrontation 8. Boom. 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 The clash in the arena grew fiercer by the second. When Damien was forced to stop playing defensively, the crowd absolutely fell in love with the scene they were lucky enough to witness. Damien and the Dragon Lord were no longer stationary, nor were the bounds of their territories so easy to distinguish. Black flames littered the ground, but rising out of those flames like snakes whose only goal was to devour them was none other than Damien's metallic web. He fragmented it and spread it further, scattering concepts throughout the arena. With this separation, the flames were no longer able to easily melt the metal. More importantly, Damien could attack the flames as well. He focused more on the Dragon Lord's energy than the man himself, but that was when the Dragon Lord proved why he was titled as such. In the end, he was not a man, but a dragon. He could not use the majority of his bloodline abilities without mana, but there was still one thing left inviolable: physical strength. Whether he'd been informed that Damien had a powerful dragon aura beforehand or decided to save that move for later, he didn't release his bloodline suppression. He charged at Damien with black flames surrounding his fists and punched out. Damien didn't try to meet the punches head-on from the beginning. He crossed his arms and blocked to test their might, allowing his body to fly back and crash into the arena wall. It's the same strategy. Instead of letting his flames do all the work, the Dragon Lord was equipping them as gauntlets and taking them to the prey. There wasn't much of a difference between that and normal fighting. If Damien wanted to do the same, he just had to grab one of the many metal spikes on the ground and use it as a sword. But that wasn't his end goal. He's taking the base concept of the domain and replicating it in a mobile form. Rather than that, I want to take everything my domain has to offer and manifest it in a weaponized form. Say Damien used the same strategy. In that case, the most he could do was create blades of confinement or fatal strike. He couldn't create a blade to confine, attack, and detect weaknesses all at the same time. Still, watching the Dragon Lord maneuver his energy was definitely helpful. The public sentiment wasn't entirely wrong. Though Damien wasn't weak enough to be called a real underdog, he was indeed a newcomer. He didn't have the millions of years of practical combat experience that his opponents possessed. He had been using raw power to overcome them this entire time. This was a match with the world at stake, but it was still an extremely useful learning experience for Damien. I can take his punches. There was no need to run. Maybe the Dragon Lord could swallow the non-existence used in Damien's territory, but he was confident that the man couldn't touch the version of the concept that existed in his soul. In that split second when Damien was in the wall, the Dragon Lord approached as if his plan was always to turn him into a meat pancake. He slammed his fist out again, but Damien responded only by doing the same. Boom! The spectators went wild as a huge collision took place just below them. The entire arena wall shattered into pieces, revealing the many facilities that existed under the stands. However, Damien and the Dragon Lord weren't there anymore. They had moved to the other side of the arena already. Within that single explosion were two impacts. The first canceled the Dragon Lord's momentum and crushed the wall, while the second threw the Dragon Lord just as he'd thrown Damien. Damien chased him as he flew, using his raw fist to combat the Area Lord's energy. Boom! 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 He wanted to feel how those fists and that energy coalesced. As they struck against his bare skin, he directly felt the interaction between them and how they changed when they came in contact with an object. This is good. The Dragon Lord was showing him everything he shouldn't do. He didn't have to do nearly as much experimentation and hypothesizing when so many paths were closed off just because of the way the Dragon Lord used his mana. Damien paid close attention to it. He noticed that the Dragon Lord hadn't taken any damage so far, which was a good thing, but it wasn't going to stay that way. Regardless of skill level, this match was rigged against him. No matter what, he was going to win. If he took too long and made it seem like he couldn't complete the job, then someone else would take it into their own hands to make the Area Lord explode. Damien needed to both do damage and keep his enemy from taking too much damage. It's complicated, but it's not impossible. All he needed was a weapon. Concentrate. Boom! Damien threw a powerful punch and pushed the Dragon Lord away from him. Minimize and compress. That holds true. The energy will not run rampant regardless of what happens. But to contain a myriad of concepts, I just need a myriad of faces. A weapon with infinite faces, something that could hold every individual concept and empower them to create the same effect as the entire territory. Didn't Damien already have the perfect weapon? He couldn't access the original because it was in reality, but he could make a copy using the powers of this realm. As the crowd watched on, Damien pushed his arm out as if he was grabbing something. His hand wrapped around an invisible sword handle, and suddenly, the sunlight started refracting and creating caustics on the ground around him. Something had been formed, and that something was none other than Mirage, a translucent sword made of an almost glass-like material. That sword had all of the characteristics necessary for containing the power of non-existence. It's been beside me for almost my entire life. I'm glad I was able to find another purpose for it at this stage. The metal spikes and web fragments scattered around the arena rose into the air and turned into shining lights that coalesced inside Mirage. The translucent sword became one of light for a brief moment, and by the time it faded and returned to its original appearance, it had truly become a weapon of non-existence. With this, Damien looked down at the sword with a grin. Everything becomes possible. He shot forward and raised it into the air. He smiled even wider when he thought about what he was about to do. It was a true moment of reminiscence, a meeting between past and present. Void Sword Art First Step, Bladeless WHOSH. A huge gust of wind filled the arena. Nobody could understand what was happening. Space couldn't be collapsed or torn in this realm where space did not exist and was only perceived. However, somehow, through some esoteric means, Damien created something that looked awfully similar to a tear in space. And as it enveloped the area where the Dragon Lord was standing, the first drop of blood was drawn in this battle. Chapter 1829 Confrontation. Chapter 1829 Confrontation. 9. Trying to fight chaos was reminiscent of futility itself. Chaos was a force of disorder. The unique circumstances surrounding its birth allowed it to ignore conventional laws, so it had power beyond what Damien had seen in his life. Rather than being incredibly powerful, its nature of bending reality made it incredibly difficult to face. The laws of non-existence were twisted whenever they came close to the being. Nature itself rebelled against its natural order and twisted into something unrecognizable just because the spiritual god existed in its vicinity. Facing such a being, Damien realized that everything he tried was going to be futile. He genuinely couldn't do anything in this state. For the first time, he'd met an enemy that was like this. Usually, it was only a power gap separating Damien from his enemies. As long as he reached their level, they were no longer terrifying. Chaos was different in that there technically was not a level of power in the land of nothingness. Everyone started and finished with the power to control non-existence. To become stronger, one had to understand how to use the power one possessed properly. In that sense, Chaos and Damien were at the same level. The problem was that Chaos was an entity born from the folds of this space. Unlike the children who were birthed in the land of nothingness, it was birthed from nothingness itself after it mingled with the emotions of the populace. Damien could try as much as he wanted, but no matter how he shaped or formed it, non-existence would not be able to harm Chaos. His eyes narrowed as he accepted this conclusion. Even if it was bad for the current him, the knowledge that such a thing was possible was still a good thing to have. Sometimes, using the opposing force was necessary. It pisses me off that I have to do this. It literally hasn't done anything yet. When it came to non-existence, there was only one force that could be called true opposition. And to access it, Damien frowned as he gazed at the black and red energy form in Eximus' body. It pisses me off that I have to do this. It literally hasn't done anything yet. Chaos was standing there smiling as if nothing Damien did mattered. It had no intention to attack or fight. After all, even if it weren't for a question, why would it fight? All it needed to do was stay alive, and all of its plans would come to fruition. Damien was the one who urgently needed to kill it, so that the control skill affecting the island's strongest people could be dispelled. Damien had to provoke it into a fight and kill it. He could try giving it an answer to its question, but why would he give away possibly sensitive information? In the end, he would learn the reasoning behind the question once he devoured Chaos. There was no need to entertain it. Then, to provoke it into a fight, he needed to injure it. That was why the colorless energy around him suddenly turned pitch black. Damien covered himself in void energy and cut his connection with the land of nothingness. He reached beyond the veil and pulled out a force that diametrically opposed everything about this realm's existence. For the first time, existence met the land of nothingness. The realm was very obviously not happy with that. Rumble. The skies were suddenly filled with black clouds as the redness caused by chaos was swallowed and spit out. Pitch-black lightning struck the ground all around the volcano, deleting it entirely and leaving only a lake of lava in its place. "You? What have you done?" Chaos screamed. It rapidly contained its presence and backed away, trying to avoid the rampant lightning. Its attitude changed immediately once it realized what Damien was trying to do, but it was unable to stop it. It didn't care if the enemy died here, but the storm had the power to kill even the spiritual god. It urgently wanted Damien to stop his madness. Unfortunately, its words fell on deaf ears in a literal sense as Damien's hearing was too consumed by the sound of a raging nothingness to register chaos screaming. Damien frowned. He could feel the non-existence he connected with clearly in his heart. Though it didn't like that he was using existence, it also wasn't opposed, as it knew that Damien's resolve was real. The force trying to strike him down and erase his existence was a different face of the concept. It never had just one ego. It was a collection of an uncountable number of nameless faces, all with their own personalities and preferences. Every single interpretation of non-existence had its own face. He claimed one for himself, but he had now offended another. This rage, this pure power of extinction, was the perception of non-existence that his own form of the concept hated most. Well, I was never planning to die here, so... A fork of black lightning flew on a direct path to Damien and arrived in an instant. Rather than dodging, he held his hand out to catch it. Boom! A huge sound shattered the surrounding rock as Damien wrapped his fingers around the energy. His eyes glowed as he looked down on it. He was currently surrounded by void energy. What did a mere non-existence think it had the power to do? Damien looked up at the clouds and put energy into his hand. Using the strand of lightning as a leash, he dragged the clouds closer and closer. They tried to resist his will and failed all the same. It had to be remembered that chaos could only win against Damien because non-existence didn't work on him. He couldn't use the void to attack yet, or else he would have been incinerated in a single second. The void wouldn't help him solve problems where it was unnecessary. However, in moments like these, it didn't mind allowing him to shine. The resisting clouds of non-existence were dragged to ground level. When they were just above his head, Damien slammed the leash in his own chest and pushed it into his soul. The clouds had no choice but to follow. The face of non-existence that chose to challenge him was forced to be devoured, turned into food for another face. Are you insane? Even chaos couldn't believe what it was witnessing. It had never encountered a force that had the power to kill it. Even the ancient gods who defeated him for the first time could only seal him and hope that future generations would be able to finish what they started. That fact allowed it to develop an unparalleled arrogance. It played around and acted whimsical with Damien because it genuinely felt not a single ounce of threat to its existence. This was different. The storm alone had enough power to erase it, and the storm was only a byproduct of what Damien was originally trying to do. Damien was a real threat, the first one Chaos had ever met. The instant the storm receded, Damien had to die. That was what Chaos thought, but Damien had a bit of a different opinion. His eyes were practically shining with light as he accepted the godly power within him. And as he became a manifestation of existence within the realm of nothingness, he grinned. With this kind of power, even chaos itself had to tremble before him. Chapter 1830 Confrontation. Chapter 1830 Confrontation, 10 WHOSH. By the time the wind died down, nobody had time to question how Damien possibly gained the ability to cut through space. Unlike the mostly defensive stance that he took throughout this battle and the even playing field that he and the Dragon Lord seemed to be on, Damien instantly started dominating with Mirage in his hand. He dashed like a comet, a beam of light that only turned back into a person when he was ready to strike. His sword was fast and domineering, full of powerful strikes that sent the Dragon Lord tumbling backward. At the same time, he was able to exhibit snake-like properties with his movements, dodging around the Dragon Lord's counterattacks and striking vital points to stagger him instead. There was no set form to Damien's swordsmanship. There wasn't anything like a pattern that could be followed, because Damien was never a swordsman. The sword he picked up out of necessity covered itself in aura to acknowledge his struggle, but he never progressed to the esoteric realms that people like Long Chun had reached. His swordsmanship was originally just a brutish mess of stabs and slashes, but that changed along with his personality. The current Damien knew how to be on both sides of the coin, so he was more varied in how he maneuvered the sword. Like always, he based his movements on the countless sword styles he'd seen in the past, and created something wondrous out of it. The crowd was left in awe. The Dragon Lord was still fighting back, but Damien could be said to have a complete monopoly over the battlefield right now. He was drawing blood with almost every strike. His concepts of non-existence pushed against the Dragon Lord's physical body, and the energy he shielded himself with, cutting through like it was only pressing against butter. It looked like Damien could aim for the kill whenever he wanted to. However, since when was that his goal? The Dragon Lord could tell that he was not losing stamina properly. Compared to his number of injuries, their actual effect was minimal. Damien was definitely striking him with a lot of power. The pain he felt was not an illusion. However, was he being healed? No, that was not possible. Instead, it was more likely that Damien was using the confinement properties of his energy to keep the wounds mostly sealed. Why? Was he trying to stall? Or, no, the expression on his face is that of a madman. There was a light in that man's eyes that craved blood. He seemed like an honorable person when they first met, but he changed the moment he saw blood. He clearly wanted to torture his opponent before killing. You may be strong, but I will not allow myself to be tormented. He had committed many sins in this life. His greatest was not done through his own volition, but he was still willing to take responsibility for being fooled. He did not want to die and kill everyone here. He would not give this enemy the right to kill him so mercilessly either. The Dragon Lord was disallowed from having a will to live. In order to make him accept death in the arena, he had been placed in such a state. However, Damien's vulgar actions formed a different kind of flame in his heart. He was fine with dying, and he did not want to live, but if he was going to die, then he would not do it like this. Damien grinned as he saw the light in his opponent's eyes change. Good. This is working. He originally put on the guise of a madman in case his methods came into question. Rather than having the curse trigger because he was stalling, he preferred to justify his actions with something plausible. To trick your enemy, you have to trick your friend type situation, right? But I got something unexpected out of it. The will to fight that was now present in those previously hollow eyes was a good thing. Damien was now set up to slaughter the Dragon Lord whenever he wanted to. If he meaninglessly tried to extend the fight when it looked so one-sided, nothing would work. Since the Dragon Lord looked like he wanted to fight back, Damien had an excuse to keep going. The main body decided to cheat, so it shouldn't take much longer. Until then, he could have a proper fight with the Dragon Lord. That man was no longer just taking hits. Rather, Damien was forced to jump back as a wave of power spread from the Area Lord's body. The atmosphere turned red with the color of blood. The Dragon Lord's body morphed, becoming larger and larger until it filled up almost the whole arena. Ruahair, a red dragon, a true incarnation of fire, appeared and aimed its hostility at Damien. Boom! 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 Damien's eyes widened as he was suddenly assailed by balls of fire that were more akin to stars than dragon's breath. He jumped into the air and continuously dodged, but he couldn't stop the tips of his clothes from catching fire. So, Dragon Lord. Makes sense. He didn't have to question the name anymore. This Area Lord had been in the land of nothingness to transform the very core of his origin into a part of this realm. He was still a red dragon, strong and proud. However, any and all abilities of his bloodline were now laced with non-existence and compatible with the realm's laws. Yeah, this is the kind of boss battle I was looking forward to. Boom! Hush! The raging flames encompassed nearly the entire arena, but Damien's acute eyesight found him a path. He dashed, his path like a spark of lightning striking towards the ground, and approached the massive creature. Hush! The claws of a dragon swung out with the intent of turning his body into a paste, but Damien was prepared for it. Years of teleporting made it incredibly easy for him to mimic his former main ability in short-distance situations. Flash! Damien was gone in 1 second and back in the next, standing on the dragon's back. He pushed his sword down, but the sound he heard was not the one he wanted to receive. Clang! As metal clashed against scales, massive spikes jutted out from the Dragon Lord's back. Damien was forced to jump again to avoid being impaled, but that was exactly what the dragon wanted. He couldn't attack someone on his back, but he had been alive long enough to develop solutions to such obvious problems. He flapped his wings in a strange pattern, creating a draft of wind that flowed up onto his back and formed a jet that propelled anything there into the sky. The scaly thorns were drawn by the gust and became projectiles that aimed for Damien. He observed the entire situation with a grin on his face. For the first time, the crowd's cheers didn't seem so ominous. Even he had to admit that, in this moment, he was having fun fighting. But it was fated to end soon. The moment the main body caught chaos, the Dragon Lord would also die. So, he had to make the most out of this fight while it lasted. Chapter 1831 Confrontation. Chapter 1831 Confrontation 11. The instant Damien finished consuming the storm, chaos charged. The lightning that blocked his way was removed, so it had to take this opportunity to eliminate the threat to its life. Chaos, in reality, didn't have a personality. It had an arrogance formed by its life as a supreme concept, but any sort of emotion or personality he showed was just an act. As a spiritual god, the only emotions he could show were those that related to the concept. Even then, rather than being true emotions, those were just another manifestation of chaos. The ego of the spiritual god had little to no control over its actions. It was merely born as a byproduct of the creation of a physical form. However, there was one time that any being could show true emotion regardless of whether they were allowed or not. When their lives were threatened, even beings who didn't know fear would at least feel a sense of self-preservation. Unless they were specifically trained to dull this sense, it was impossible for anyone to avoid it. For the first time in its life, chaos felt real emotion. It felt a desire to live that forced it to kill the man in front of it. The curiosity it had about his name was not small. That name held immense value that Damien himself was clearly not aware of. It needed to know if Damien was in any way related to that person, but it could no longer fulfill that desire. The black and red energy of chaos ran rampant, sparking into the atmosphere in a form similar to the lightning that struck moments ago. It moved in close, but not nearly close enough for hand-to-hand combat. It stopped its movements within just a few feet of Damien and rapidly retreated, holding its hand out and releasing power. A huge red dome was formed with Damien at its center. When chaos closed its fist, the dome pulsated, releasing waves of power that bore into Damien's body. Infection was what chaos was most familiar with. At some point, anyone would turn into a chaotic being when injected with enough of the energy. It wanted to use its energy to convert even a single fingernail of Damien's so that it had something to latch onto when attacking continuously. However, the light-covered Damien no longer had any openings. He overgeared himself for the sole purpose of slaughtering and devouring chaos. It wasn't that he evened the playing field. He shattered it and gave himself an absolute advantage. The pulse of chaos couldn't penetrate his skin in the slightest. That's not to say that chaos can't damage me anymore, but I won't fall to casual attacks. More importantly, when Damien decided to attack, boom, to use existence in a place where nothing existed was impossible. However, its presence created such a violent reaction that it could be used as the perfect weapon. Damien merely exerted the energy of existence where chaos stood and the realm broke apart, becoming a field of black lightning. That lightning was no longer controlled by a face of non-existence. As Damien devoured its face, he wouldn't be affected by it either. However, for chaos, being inside of a zone where existence and non-existence clashed was like being thrown into a meat grinder. His physical body was instantly torn apart. The energy form that truly represented him escaped, but Damien was already in the process of chasing it. Existence made chaos look weak, but it was not weak by any means. I will not die so easily, it roared. Its energy body solidified into a humanoid form and gathered all of the power in its surroundings. Chaotic energy and non-existence became one, creating a huge black and red wave that swallowed everything in the vicinity. The wave crashed towards Damien from every direction. Before getting close, though, they were stopped by an invisible force. Boom! 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 Black lightning exploded out from every place of contact like deadly fireworks. The entire environment, including the Dragon Lord's mansion, was reduced to nothingness. On the flat plain only inhabited by energy, Damien faced that enormous wall of chaos. He looked beyond it with a frown. Is it trying to flee? If a spiritual god's instinct was self-preservation, then it was natural to flee. Chaos encountered a force it knew nothing about that opposed everything it stood for. Even without seeing what Damien could do while wielding that force, the correct decision was to escape and return when he had more knowledge. Unfortunately, this was not a battle that Chaos could avoid. With a flash of light, Damien canceled distance and arrived near where he sensed the concept's energy mass. Boom! He was not the one who attacked. Sensing the changes in the fabric of the island, Chaos preemptively attacked. Its power coiled into the form of a dragon and breathed flames of chaos onto Damien. He immediately put up a shield to block it, but at that same moment, black lightning flashed behind him. Boom! The fabric of the island shattered again. From the center of the explosive catastrophe, hundreds and thousands of rotting black arms reached out and grabbed at Damien. He was forced to push away, feeling a serious, deathly aura from them. Only, as he was focused on those arms, Chaos took him by surprise with an attack that was guaranteed to make contact. After all, it grabbed the back of Damien's head in its hands and released its energy without restriction. KHHH. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. At this distance, Damien couldn't protect himself from the invasion of Chaos. He was just barely ready for it, because he'd devoured a fragment of its power before, but it still wasn't enough. The red and black energy flooded his spiritual world and soul. The peace in his soul was instantly devoured, but his mind was still forced to endure. The energy aimed for his memories, altering them and filling him with aggression. It wanted to tear him apart from the inside. The goal wasn't to kill him immediately, but to control him so that he could be killed in a single instant. The shining light on Damien's body became brighter as he forcefully expelled the energy. Rather than moving away, he grabbed the spiritual god and made sure he couldn't run away. The energy of devouring flooded out of Damien's palms and crawled up Chaos' arms. This is... So you are truly... Boom. Chaos detonated his arms and ran away. His words weren't meant for Damien, but for himself. He felt the force that wanted to consume him vividly. With that alone, he made the decision that fighting simply wasn't worth it. See, spiritual gods became stronger as the faith people had in them increased. Chaos definitely had a good following, but he was never expecting Damien's intervention. The plan he created himself was failing him. After all, over the past 2 days, countless Chaos worshippers had been captured, and numerous more were forced to go into hiding to avoid persecution. It was originally meant to be a front, but the Chaos worshippers didn't know that yet. As they ceased their activities and stopped praying, Chaos had been temporarily weakened. If it wanted to become strong enough to face Damien in his current form, then it needed to gather faith and cause chaos. It needed to become stronger. Damien was bound to chase it, so battle was inevitable. However, before it started again, Chaos was going to become an entity that even the Damien who wielded a mysterious power could not stand against, because anyone who was related to that person could not be left alive. Chapter 1832 Confrontation. Chapter 1832 Confrontation 12. Once he transformed, fighting the Dragon Lord felt like a game. He had patterns that were easier to read. Breath attacks, claw attacks, bites, and tail swipes were the majority of his movements. His back spikes and gust abilities didn't work as well if Damien didn't aim to get behind him, so they were made ineffective the moment Damien adapted to his strategies. This was a fight between a rising genius and an area lord, but it looked more like the start of a dragon slayer's journey. The crowd was enamored by each and every moment, and though the temple masters knew that this event was fated to end in tragedy, even they couldn't help but be impressed by the show. Damien was extremely fast. When he adopted a fighting style less like that of Supreme, embracing his skill rather than his raw power, he was able to create something majestic on the battlefield. His origin was war and battle. It was such an integral part of his life, so he'd grown into someone who performed best when he was not in control of absolute power. When using existence or non-existence, battles became more boring. Though there were many intellectually fascinating things happening, the fights were more between people's minds than their bodies. This was different. Though their minds were still their main weapons, they used their bodies just as much. The non-existence they controlled was exhibited through their every movement, through the swings of their swords and claws, and through the fantastic abilities they used. Damien was employing the Void Sword art again. It had 8 forms that had been developed over the course of his lifetime. Unlike anything else, these techniques were unique to him in every way. Despite having to use them with non-existence alone rather than their original laws, he was able to flawlessly display their power. Void Sword Art 4th Step. Spatial collapse. Collapsing space in the land of nothingness was impossible, but collapsing its reality was not. Damien targeted the very fabric that held the realm together and forced it to twist into a massive spatial distortion that swallowed the Dragon Lord's body. The sky became the ground, and the ground became the sky. The faces of the crowd turned into a mosaic of colors with no distinct features, warping the Dragon Lord's perception of the world. The gravitational pull that the attack created froze his body, and as the cracks tried to cut through his scales, he roared in power. His aura encompassed the entire distortion and flattened it to the ground. Boom! The entire arena shook. The ground shattered into millions of pieces only to regenerate in the next second. The Dragon Lord's body moved like a snake as he charged towards Damien. His claw extended, wrapped in the same black flames that he used before. However, Damien was already counterattacking. 6th form, Dimensional Severance. It was timed perfectly. The sword swung down in a straight line just before the dragon approached. As his claw swiped out, he saw that thin black line splitting the middle of his vision. Boom! 2 attacks landed at the same time. Damien was thrown backward by the force of the claw, but he landed his feet on the arena wall and pushed back into battle. The Dragon Lord, on the other hand, was met with a near-perfect sword strike to his snout. It deleted the defensive properties of his scales and shattered his nose and jaw. His head was thrown into the air and his stance was broken, giving the mobilized Damien another opportunity to attack. His underbelly looks like a weak spot, but it's nothing like that. Just as he covered the weakness of his massive blind spot, he was prepared for people to target his soft underbelly. The moment he was thrown into the air and it was exposed to light, the entire area turned molten. Damien was charging straight for it, but he could not touch it. Almost like he made a sacrifice to gain greater power, the Dragon Lord found a way to gain an absolute counter ability on this part of his body. If Damien even so much as touched it, he would face a force greater than anything the Dragon Lord himself could exhibit. Luckily, he wasn't aiming for the underbelly in the first place. If he gained so much power in that area, then there must be an Achilles heel somewhere. It was a rule of law. Equivalent exchange wasn't a concept many people paid attention to in the true Void universe, but it was definitely a system that could match their own if one found the right use for it. The Dragon Lord wasn't from the same cosmos. He used different laws that abided by a different set of principles. What was impossible for Damien as a denizen of the true Void universe was easily achievable for him. In the same way, however, Damien had clear advantages over the Dragon Lord. The true Void universe had a very direct scaling that was guided by the system. People were encouraged to go beyond what the system was willing to provide, but its aid couldn't be denied. Because the system was guiding them to get stronger, allowing them to kill and kill for progress, instead of forcing them to focus for ages to reach their goals, people had more room for creativity. Attacks that abided by the laws, but twisted them. Laws that morphed and changed based on the achievements of the people who used them. These are the advantages of the true Void universe. Damien rapidly teleported just as he reached the dragon's underbelly, propelling himself high into the sky. Void Sword Art's 6th step. World Breaker. The weight of his sword pulled him back down to the earth. The Dragon Lord saw him and prepared his back spikes, but Damien wasn't afraid of them. When World Breaker was gaining even more power due to its momentum, back spikes weren't enough to stop it. Like a meteor crashing into the ground, Damien tore through the air and slammed into the Dragon Lord's neck. Boom! His body was instantly forced to the ground. His neck made a disgusting, crunching sound as several bones were broken. The back spikes shattered one by one, and Damien controlled their essence to add to his attack power. The ground shattered once more, dropping Damien and the Dragon Lord into a pit below the arena. The floor tried to repair itself, but it no longer had that kind of capability. The Dragon Lord was releasing ample amounts of energy to combat Damien's technique, while Worldbreaker itself was releasing waves that slammed against the arena barrier and struck fear into the onlooking crowd. It's time. They had been fighting for some time now. Damien could feel the Dragon Lord's energy becoming wilder and wilder. At this point, the bomb will go off whether I like it or not. Damien glanced up at the Temple Masters. Through a transmission that only they could hear, he sent them 5 words that made their eyes go wide. Regardless, he wasn't going to let chaos have its way. If the bomb was going to go off no matter what he did, then he was going to be the one to set it off. He looked at the Dragon Lord who was struggling below him. To the crowd, it looked like he was still defending against the effects of Worldbreaker, but that had already passed. At this point, the Dragon Lord was leaking energy at increasing intensities, and Damien's oppressive energy was the only thing keeping it from combusting. He already won this battle. The internal injuries the Area Lord had sustained were catching up to him, especially now that Damien had released the chains that kept him alive. The arena was wild with cheers, shaking the entire city. But the rumbling happening now was only partially their fault. With one last glance, Damien stabbed his sword into the open flesh he revealed with Worldbreaker, and the Dragon Lord dutifully fulfilled his fate as a living nuclear bomb. Boom! Chapter 1833 Confrontation. Chapter 1833 Confrontation 13 Chaos was running. It was running for the nearest settlement it could find. It needed to cause chaos. It needed to incite people to embrace disorder and his own power. It couldn't fight against Damien. It realized that no matter what it did, Damien had become an entity that it couldn't touch. The power of existence could not be underestimated. In a realm where nothing was allowed to exist, a force like that was inviolable. Existence and non-existence were never meant to clash in the first place. If they were placed in each other's environments, they would be instantly stronger than anything else. When placed together in the void, they were equal. Using the two forces one after another was possible for the most skilled supremes, but using them as one was almost impossible, as was the task of putting them together. To reach the level of absolute, there were so many people in the land of nothingness, but how many had left? How many of those who left were able to achieve power higher than that point? Damien had never interacted with an absolute, nor had he ever heard of an absolute existing before. He didn't doubt that they did, but their numbers were so few that it was better if they were believed to be the product of storytelling. Bringing existence into the land of nothingness was supposed to be impossible. There was only one void physique in the infinite cosmos, or it wouldn't have been possible for even Damien. Since he achieved something so impossible and gained more control over non-existence because of it, how was chaos supposed to stand against him? Spiritual gods were extremely powerful entities. In most cases, the longer they lived, the more powerful they became. They could never be truly killed, as they would return as long as people continued to believe in their concept. They wielded power that went against the laws of nature because they were embodiments of the laws of nature. Chaos was no different. Until now, nobody had ever been able to touch a single fleck of his energy body. But Damien wasn't just able to touch it. He was able to manhandle it as he pleased. And if his mysterious energy managed to touch any piece of that energy, it would be abolished. Chaos was opposed to existence. Unlike non-existence, it wasn't directly opposed in such a way that neither of them could do anything to each other. Rather, a spiritual god of chaos was a special entity that would never be allowed to exist in existence. It was the opposite of the order that governed reality. Chaos was an important part of existence, but it was never allowed to overshadow order. Damien was now the arch-nemesis that Chaos never wanted to meet, and he was chasing it like there was no tomorrow. After all, there really wasn't a tomorrow. The clones' battle was coming to an end. Damien had to catch it within the next few minutes, or everything would collapse. Still, he wasn't afraid. My previous doubt wasn't unwarranted. If I was abiding by the rules of the realm, this fight would have gone differently. He had to admit that he wasn't technically a match for Chaos. It made him feel wrong to cheat for the win like this, but he did what was necessary. That was how he comforted himself. Rather than following ethics uselessly and fighting a losing battle, he preferred to end things quickly by using everything at his disposal. And though it still makes all of this feel pointless, I already did it, so there's no point in complaining. He was experiencing the joy of a relatively even fight with his other body. Wasn't it fine to experience absolute domination in this one? Chaos was definitely fast. Without a physical body to inhibit its movements, it really wasn't a force that could be stopped through ordinary means. Unfortunately, Damien's entire problem was that his means weren't ordinary in the slightest. How could that person have a descendant? I thought. Chaos was focused on the wrong things. So absorbed in its thoughts and its search for somewhere to enhance its myth, it didn't even notice Damien's approach. Or perhaps it could be attributed to the fact that his energy was currently untrackable in this realm. Regardless, Damien appeared behind Chaos at an unknown time and followed him, seeing what it was up to. When he found nothing particularly interesting about the spiritual god's rambling, he locked down the area. Boom, 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 boom. It wasn't discreet in the slightest. A large area around Chaos was suddenly filled with an immovable wall of black lightning explosions. The spiritual god turned around in fear, finally registering Damien's presence. "What the hell are you?" It screamed furiously. "How is this possible?" It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair in the slightest. Why did someone like him have to exist? Why did he have to come to this realm at the worst possible timing? Chaos was reminded of an individual who came to the land of nothingness billions of years ago. He remembered the last time he suffered from an extremely similar situation. Back then, the person in question was not bothered by the cycle of all things and chose to seal him rather than kill him. The person in front of Chaos now was clearly not planning to do the same. It couldn't fight back. It couldn't resist. For the second time in its life, Chaos felt what it was like to be on the receiving end of that kind of treatment. Damien had the chance to humiliate the spiritual god, but he chose not to. He did understand its sentiments, after all. He shook his head, resolved to end things quickly and without complication. "It might seem unfair to you, but do me a favor and die for the sake of everyone else's well-being." Damien held his hand out. Chaos immediately felt the aura of death around him. No, this wasn't it. No, 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 this wasn't how it was supposed to end. No, no, no. It had no choice but to die here, but couldn't allow this person to leave the realm and become absolute. Another face of Chaos would be born in the future, and for its sake, Damien needed to die now. Chaos screamed as if it was fed up with its circumstances. "Fine. Fine. Fine. If I must die, then I must die. However, I will not allow you to live as you please." Chaos had the resolve and the reason. Its entire plan was centered around a moment like this, but Chaos never expected that it would land itself in the same exact situation. With no options and no hope, with only one fate awaiting it, Chaos detonated its very core as a spiritual god. If it was going to die, then Damien was going to die as well. For the sole purpose of achieving that goal, it used every possible ounce of power it could muster from both its current form and the form that was still stuck in the depths of the earth. And the explosion created by such a massive outpouring of force was large enough to turn the entire third island into a wasteland. Boom. Chapter 1834 Resolution. Chapter 1834 Resolution. 1. The explosion was a mixture of black and red, the signature colors of chaos. However, it was also very similar to the colors that represented the Dragon Lord. The instant the bomb went off, Damien used all of his power to contain it within a certain area. He gritted his teeth and fought against it, but, as expected, in this body, he had to deal with chaos full power. From the crowd's perspective, the Dragon Lord was putting up his final struggle. He was releasing everything he possibly had to destroy Damien and win the battle. Damien would have been glad if it was just that much. The explosion wasn't something he could deal with alone. He started sweating just from the few seconds that he spent containing it, but it was still expanding ever so slightly with every passing instant. Still, Damien gritted his teeth and held on. The defining factor right now was not his own effort, but the actions of his main body. Unfortunately, he was too focused on his current situation to pay attention to what was happening on that side, so he instead had to rely on something else entirely. Boom! Damien was pushed back as the explosion became exponentially larger. The force alone shattered the arena barrier, and a huge sound filled the entire city of Terra. People couldn't take it as part of the fight anymore. Looking at Damien, he wasn't just blocking the Dragon Lord's attack. No, he was fighting for his life in that arena. Chaos ensued just as planned. The citizens panicked and rapidly tried to evacuate the arena, climbing over each other to reach the exits. The rumbling soon spread from the arena and into the city itself. Cracks spread through the streets, and buildings shook as their foundations were damaged. A widespread panic was ensuing. Damien's entire hope for quelling this problem before it truly became a calamity was based on the 5 words he had spoken before. Act now or die trying. They were words meant for only 3 people. It wasn't a threat, but instead an attack aimed to remind them of their original purpose. They were cursed now, but they still had their original egos. Just like the prison master, they could make the conscious choice to disobey orders and be punished. Perhaps they would face permanent death, but in return, they would gain this society peace for many generations to come. Was it worth the sacrifice in their eyes? That was Damien's question. He pushed through his own struggles and held onto the explosion. It had expanded into the stands already, consuming a large portion of the arena. 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Damien would lose control over the force, and it would run rampant. However, that was more than enough time. Suddenly, the load Damien bore became lighter. His eyes widened slightly as he glanced to his left and right. A smile forced on his face when he understood what happened. With blood leaking from their lips, eyes, and pores, the 3 temple masters were standing alongside him, using their remaining power to bring the explosive force down. Outside, a few buildings had already collapsed. The people were wrapped in chaos, but there weren't severe casualties yet. Yes, thousands died, but they would all revive soon enough. As long as the force of the bomb was contained, they would not face eternal death. We will not survive for long. The Earth Temple Master roared. Use all of your power. Before we disappear, we must remove this force from our realm. The other temple masters nodded heavily. Damien, on the other hand, was less concerned. After all, his mental burden was released, so he was once again able to experience his split-screen life. On the other side, his body, filled with the power of existence, removed chaos explosive force from the world entirely. He held his arm out and summoned a blob of red mass from the middle of the energy storm. I told you already, die so everyone else can live. Even if it's a form like this, I won't let you survive and plant seeds for your successor to grow from. The red mass screeched in an extremely high-pitched tone. It was definitely speaking, but Damien couldn't understand it. Plus, why did he have to bother with what Chaos said? Without an ounce of expression in his eyes, he closed his fist and squashed the red mass. Before its pieces could leave his reach, a black energy consumed them and brought their essence back into Damien's body. From that moment, the island was free of a spiritual god's influence. The energy he let spread into the world was still there, but the active techniques he used were immediately dispelled. In other words, the control skill that was the foundation of Chaos' entire plan was undone. The Temple Masters were fighting through severe pain in order to mobilize their power and contain the explosion until then, but it all vanished in a single second. They felt the phantom pain shooting through them, a product of their confusion, but they couldn't deny that they were not being subjected to the negative effects of the curse anymore. There was no time to sit down and ponder upon it. With their newfound freedom, the three used everything in their power to support Damien. For people worked together in an arena that was no longer crowded to protect the city that didn't know of their effort from a calamity that they still didn't understand. Their powers combined and molded into one as they focused on the same goal. And bit by bit, the explosion's power was contained. The black and red ball of chaotic energy retreated further and further until it disappeared entirely, leaving behind only the entirely charred body of the person who was rigged with the explosive in the first place. The Dragon Lord. He was a good opponent. Whether he was dead or alive was uncertain at this time. Those who wished to know his fate would only be able to determine if he was eternally killed in a week's time. For now, they could only kill his present body and offer him an opportunity to revive, as healing was impossible. Damien spread his being through non-existence and looked at the city beyond the arena. It was in tatters. While he was busy containing the explosion, it managed to deal a considerable amount of damage to the population. This event would likely form a scar that never healed on the Third Island Society. However, if Chaos plans truly came to fruition, then it would have been much, much worse than just a scar. Damien smiled to himself, just slightly. It's really a good feeling when everything goes according to plan. This event came frighteningly close to ending in tragedy, but everything Damien hoped for happened. Existence destroyed Chaos, and the Temple Masters helped him in stopping the bomb. However, while everything had been mostly settled with these two events, there was still one thing left for Damien to do. And for that purpose, while his clone body accompanied the Temple Masters to take care of the aftermath, the main body took a direct route to the Eternal Sanctum just one more time. Chapter 1835 Resolution. Chapter 1835 Resolution 2. Chaos self-destruction was insane, truly. When facing it personally, Damien could guarantee that he wouldn't have been able to do anything if he wasn't breaking the realm's laws. Genuinely, the only reason he was able to contain that force on his own was because of existence. Still, he did it, and he did it easily, planting a permanent memory of his face in Chaos' mind. The current iteration of the spiritual god was dead. Damien was planning to check his original containment unit to scatter any remaining traces of him as well. However, the third island had been too far entrenched in the cycle of order and chaos. Eventually, people would once again feel discontent with peace, and the creation of a new spiritual god would begin. Damien only made sure that the spiritual god who was born would remember what happened to its predecessor and hide itself. The rest was up to the temples and their masters to figure out. There really wasn't a need for Damien to go to the Eternal Sanctum. The prison master was free of his chains at last, so he didn't have to worry about the escaped Chaos faction members. In fact, when he arrived at the prison, the area lord was already gone. It was clear that he'd gone to chase them from the moment he realized that he was free. He just wasn't a fan of the island's methods. He couldn't find a better solution to the problem, as none had been able to utilize non-existence to eternally kill another in any situation. While he was using existence, though, he was going to make the problem much smaller. That way, it would take at least another few billion years for chaos to take hold once again. He entered the prison while its warden was away. Its prisoners did not react to his presence, likely because they'd seen many strange visitors recently. Were they expecting what Damien was planning to do? Definitely not. If they were, then they wouldn't have been so calm. I can't keep wantonly breaking the realm laws. I may have eaten that one face of non-existence, but it won't be fun if I keep offending the concept. In the end, he didn't want non-existence as a whole to see him as an enemy, nor did he want to dominate it through force. As such, this was the last thing he could do before putting existence away. From the beginning, he was able to distinguish between the good and the bad people in the prison. There was a decent percentage of the population that was reformed by the system. They wanted to leave and resume their peaceful lives in places far separated from the things they did in the past. The prison was too much for them. It tortured them until they broke, and when they broke, they became rational humans again. Now, the system was still flawed. The number of those who went insane and only kept themselves alive through their desires for vengeance and blood was far, far higher. Those people were the roots of chaos. If it weren't for the fact that their souls were already atrocious before they were placed in the prison, then Damien could absolutely call their punishment cruel and unusual. A certain level of degeneracy was necessary to hold a grudge for such a long time without ever changing. And just like chaos, those people were terrible for the island's ecosystem. Thus, as Damien positioned himself as judge, jury, and executioner, he deemed that they deserved to die. His senses spread and registered every single person in the prison. They were then sorted and categorized. Nothing more needed to be explained. Damien carried out their sentences right then and there. Leaving a note for the prison master when he returned about the reformed prisoners who remained, he left the eternal sanctum entirely. Finally, he returned to Terra and met up with his clone body. Now that I think about it, I technically used existence and non-existence at the same time. He only pulled it off because he had two bodies, but it was still a considerable accomplishment. And, more importantly in the current moment, as the two of them merged together, his badge glowed and changed. It went straight to the platinum level and then ascended once more, disappearing in a flecks of white light. Good. He could now leave the island whenever he wanted. That moment was pretty much now, but he couldn't quite go. He pulled his clone body away quickly, but he was actually in the middle of a meeting with the three temple masters. Now that they'd merged, he was the one who had to take care of it. Mostly, it was only for them to thank him. While Damien went to the eternal sanctum, Damien explained everything to the temple masters. They finally learned that chaos itself was the cause of everything. And though he didn't explain how, he made it clear that chaos was gone for the time being. The city was brought back to its original state after only a few hours. Reversing change was easy in a place where change itself was not meant to happen. The damage to the population was still evident, but the temple masters were experienced in dealing with public affairs. They broadcasted a message across the entire island and truthfully revealed that chaos was the cause of everything. They told of the massive plan that was set into motion because it was destroyed before ever coming to fruition. And they framed Damien as a great hero, giving the people a figure to rally around so they could maintain hope. Of course, Damien was leaving soon, but it was fine as long as his actions inspired someone else to take his place. Until then, he was sure that the temple masters would be able to handle any troubles that arose. This incident taught them a lot. They proved themselves as people who truly cared for their populace. That was enough to guarantee that they would change for the better. Damien had some slight attachments to this island, but he was not sad about leaving it behind. He was happy with what he'd experienced thus far, and he was ready to move on. After staying for a few more days to oversee the peacekeeping efforts, he bid farewell to the few people he'd become acquainted with before approaching the shore. Now, he could officially say that he was more than halfway done with the trials of this land. And from his experiences on the third island, he was sure that the hardest had already passed. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. One large conflict in this realm was enough. From now on, Damien wanted to focus only on himself. As he stepped onto the fourth island for the first time, he realized that the islands were supporting his thoughts. After all, this island's test was exclusively reserved for individual participants. Its inhabitants were busy with their trials, leaving the island itself desolate. The island catered to Damien a lot more than its predecessors. It was an island where one was required to bathe in the liquids of emptiness and have their bodies baptized. This process could take a very long time for some, and those who could not adapt would be forever entrapped in the darkness. So, pretty much, I'm not going to encounter another person for a while. Damien left the shores and immediately approached the lakes of emptiness. If it was about being accepted and molded by non-existence, he was confident that he could leave this island within an incense stick of time. He raised his foot to take his first step into the waters. Chapter 1836 Harmony. Chapter 1836 Harmony. Oh, wait. A woman's voice stopped him. Damien turned around curiously. He could have sworn that this island didn't have anything like a population, but it seemed there were indeed people living on its shores. The majority of the island was filled with black water everywhere. It was a shade lighter than the sea of nothingness, but barely to a noticeable extent. There were some small Eastern-style buildings in a few places, but they looked old and abandoned. Seeing how the woman was approaching him, she didn't seem to carry bad intentions. As such, Damien decided to entertain her. As long as he wasn't sent on another quest to save the island, it was fine, right? "What is it?" he asked. His tone wasn't rude, but properly conveyed his urgency. "Ah," the woman said, "I did not mean to disturb you. However, there are certain rituals you must complete before stepping into the waters of nothingness. If you enter without completing them, your body might be rejected and erased." "Rejected?" Damien echoed. "Yes," the woman responded, nodding her head furiously. "I will not deny who I am. I am a coward who faced the waters and could not find the resolve to enter, so I have lived on this island for many years and observed its challengers. It is certainly possible to succeed without partaking in the rituals, but those who do tend to gain much more security than their counterparts." Damien's eyes narrowed as he scanned the woman up and down. As she said, she had the aura of someone who had been stuck in stasis for a very long time. It may have been fear that kept her away from the trial when she first came to the island, but it was now contentment. She was fine with her circumstances, therefore she did not wish for change. Though her heart was warm, the rest of her being seemed tired of existing. Is she trying to help me because I'm special, or is this something she's been doing for years? It was definitely the latter. Damien didn't even need to consider it. As he scanned the island seriously, he noticed that there were no more than 10 living people in the small structures decorating the shore. Most of the structures were made for other purposes, likely to aid those who came to challenge the island. "How long have you all been living here?" "I stopped counting after 1 million. The elder is the only one who still counts the time, so you may ask him if you're truly curious." Damien nodded. He looked into her eyes and asked another question. Then, "Was compassion something you possessed from the start? Or did you develop it after living here for an uncountable amount of time?" The woman smiled wryly. "What I was before is no longer relevant. I am merely a guide for those who seek guidance." It must have been painful. Thinking about her previous life took her out of the illusion that there was nothing beyond her quiet life on the island. Ambition was a beautiful thing for many people, but to some, it was the very thing they feared the most. Damien was merely curious, as it seemed that most of the kinder and more thoughtful people he met in the land of nothingness developed those ideals after coming to this realm. However, he wasn't going to push the issue. If she wanted to be a guide, then a guide was all she was. "What are the rituals you were speaking of earlier? Is it anything troublesome?" Damien asked quite bluntly, as that was his main concern. His attitude made the woman smile slightly as she shook her head. "No, they're not troublesome at all. It merely takes a bit of time. Once people reached the 4th island, they were usually thirsty for success. The finish line seemed so close, so it was obvious that they didn't want to waste even a single second. It was a little comedic, as all of the time in this realm was inconsequential. Regardless, everyone would be returned to the exact moment they left. It was more a matter of mindset. To take it slow felt like torture to many of the people who had spent too many years to reach this point. They saw a simple task and wanted to tackle it head-on to get it over with and progress. Damien also had that mentality until only a few seconds ago, didn't he? Nevertheless, if time was all it took to reap more benefits from the waters of nothingness, then who was he to refuse? The woman led him to the nearest house, which turned out to be a bathhouse. "First, please use these facilities to purify your body. I will prepare the next ritual as you do so." The woman bowed and left him at the door. As she left, Damien went inside and started undressing. The facility was nice. It was mostly made from wood, but the faucets from which the water was released looked oddly similar to those from Earth. Well, I guess that kind of thing translates. It was a little funny how so many different cosmos developed in extremely similar ways. All humans reached the same conclusions, even if they were separated by different environments and laws. That fact made Damien a little happy as he entered the empty bathhouse and chose a place for himself. As he turned the water on, he noticed that it was just as black as the natural waters of this world. The usual clear water that he knew and loved could not be found here. Damien let it shower his body regardless. Just in case I didn't know, he thought with a smile as he saw a poster on a nearby wall that displayed the proper methods to wash one's body. It was next to a mirror, which was where his attention was focused. How long had it been since Damien paid any mind to his own body? He saw the person in the mirror and almost didn't recognize him. What had I become so old? He didn't really look it. He didn't have any wrinkles or discoloration on his skin. He, to some extent, looked the same as he did when he was first entering his 30s. But the look in his eyes, the maturity in his figure, rather than a young genius, he looked more like a wizened expert. The black water ran down his body, taking with it his sense of self while making him all the more aware of it. To purify oneself in the land of nothingness meant something different. It meant erasing oneself and embracing emptiness. Damien watched as his eyes became more peaceful and indifferent than ever before. His skin was already glowing, but became softer, as if to erase the invisible scars that piled up over the course of tens of years of battle. The aura of an absolute, the look of a supreme ruler. Damien lacked these things because he liked to stay grounded. He kept his mind on earth, so he never lost his human side. However, as he looked into that mirror and saw himself as a supreme for the first time, something changed. The human side that Damien cherished so much. What was it? Why was it so significant? And if it was holding him back from reaching his full potential, why was he holding on to it so dearly? Chapter 1837 Harmony. Chapter 1837 Harmony 2. What did it mean to be an absolute? And was it possible to attain that level without giving everything up? It was a question that Damien never considered asking himself. He always just thought that he could have everything because his path had been smooth thus far. But would it really be that way? He could become a supreme with that attitude. But would it be able to take him to the final level of power that stood beyond the reach of even people like the Dark God? Now wasn't the time to be searching for answers. But Damien would have to keep the question in the back of his head until he found the solution he sought. Erasing oneself wasn't about losing one's ego. It was about putting down all material thoughts and worries, becoming one with the mind of non-existence. Damien could do this easily. He had already been in that mind state before. All he needed to do was reach it a second time. He closed his eyes and focused. He put away everything about the Dark God and the heavenly world. He put away thoughts of his friends, family, and his own future. When his pupils saw light again, they were hollow, amethyst voids. Though Damien was still present, it was as if his mind was in the clouds watching his body from above. He finished following the procedures on the wall and stepped out of the bathhouse, not giving himself a second look in the mirror. His body naturally dried itself as he summoned a new set of clothes and put them on. As if she could sense that he was finished, the woman arrived in front of the bathhouse door, right as Damien opened it, bowing slightly. I will now take you to the second ritual. It was the second of two. Damien was taken into a separate house. On the wood mat floors, there was an array of candles surrounding something of an altar. It did not have anything on it other than a single black rose, picked from the garden outside of the building. There was another person in the room, an elderly man who looked to be the person the woman was referring to earlier. Damien sat down in front of the altar with his legs crossed. Seeing that he was in position, the elderly man began to chant. The candles flickered with his words. The atmosphere in the room changed as Damien's mind experienced a euphoric sensation. Were there drugs in the smoke? Damien couldn't tell, but he knew that his body wasn't being negatively impacted by anything. Since he was already present, he quietly allowed the ritual to proceed, focusing on the man's chance to see if he could decipher anything. The structure is completely different from anything I can make out. The existence and non-existence that this man experienced are too different from mine, so I cannot use my own knowledge to understand his. Still, Damien listened. He tried his best to understand the message and emotions carried in those words. Though he was still clueless by the time it ended, he was glad he did so. It was a new experience. Perhaps it would help him in the future, and perhaps it wouldn't. Regardless, it was an experience that defined Damien's existence. No more words were spoken after the ritual ended. As if they didn't want to break Damien's state of mind, the elderly man and the woman both remained silent. Even while leading him back to the waters of nothingness, the woman only used motion to convey her intent. It seemed that Damien's preparations were over. He followed the woman's example and sat in a meditative stance on the lakeshore. He closed his eyes, feeling the nearby presences disappear. As his mind drifted into the blackness, the liquid from the lake leaked out and created a puddle under him. More and more water came out, cocooning him in its grasp and dragging him into the main water body. Both his mind and body were submerged in non-existence, and once again, he was shown a story that he had never seen before. It depicted a man who wanted to be king. He fought hard for his entire life, winning the hearts of the subjects and getting closer to the throne. When he reached it, however, he found that he could not sit on that seat. Why? Did the people not like him? Was he not worthy? No, he was both well-liked and worthy. The citizens would surely follow him in their most desperate times and listen to him when they needed advice. However, nothing the man did proved that he was worthy of being king. He had to find that which made him worthy. He had to turn those citizens into loyal subjects who would not complain even if he made drastic changes to their livelihoods. If those citizens believed that the changes he made were for their own good, then they would not complain. A trusted king had the ability to convince his people to follow his lead in both peace and hardship. Did Damien have that? This story was about him, though it was not about his journey to be king. Unlike non-existence's story, which he was forced to interpret on his own, this story practically screamed its meaning to him. This was not his meeting with non-existence, as it was for everyone else. At the moment, the one speaking to him was the void itself. It needed him to prove himself, but it would never tell him how. That was for him to understand. If he couldn't even do that much, then he wasn't worth considering for the position of king in the first place. He was that man. He wanted to be king, and he'd won the void's heart. It was willing to follow him when he was in hardship, but it was not yet willing to fully submit itself to his whims. It needed him to prove himself, but it would never tell him how. That was for him to understand. If he couldn't even do that much, then he wasn't worth considering for the position of king in the first place. Right? The final goal has always been the void. He had to focus hard on controlling existence to the point where he barely used the void's power. Afterward, he had to focus hard on controlling non-existence, so the same situation repeated itself. This realm taught Damien a lot about non-existence, but it was also constantly reminding him that this was only a single step in his journey. It may have been one of the last ones, but did that matter if he fell halfway up the final stair? From the very first moment when the void physique unlocked and saved him from his misery, his goal was to go above all existing laws and stand atop the pinnacle of all things. Was that why his mind was being plagued by thoughts of being absolute recently? Now that he had reached such a point in his training, the world itself was telling him to stay focused and never lose the grit that brought him this far. All Damien had to do was confirm it. I will not be satisfied until I conquer the void. It was the meaning of his name, wasn't it? It was the very dream his father had for him when he chose it, wasn't it? The second he made that vow, his time in the waters of nothingness ended. Non-existence wanted to enter Damien's body and become one with him from the moment he entered the water. The void was only holding it back, so it could hear that promise from Damien himself. Now that the void was no longer inhibiting its path, non-existence flowed into Damien's body and soul instantly. His very existence was being changed. Harmony was finding a place for itself in his being. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1838 Harmony. Chapter 1838 Harmony 3. The transformation wasn't meant to fully convert one's body into an entity of nothingness. To do so meant erasing everything other than the nothingness itself and would merely destroy any semblance of what a person was. This procedure was designed so that non-existence could find its own place within the physical body and soul. It aided practitioners in reaching a state where their bodies could house both existence and non-existence without drawbacks. For those whose existence was much stronger, it would take a much longer time to come out of the waters. One's body could refuse to adapt to the non-existence, and they could also be restricted by whatever they saw when they entered the lakes. There were many factors that trapped hundreds of thousands of people in the darkness, refusing to let them go. Damien was not one of those people. His void soul easily housed non-existence without needing to change, and his body was the same. In total, it only took 3 days for Damien to speak to the void and then finish his transformation. He was immediately ejected from the lake when that time came. His body returned to its previous position, cross-legged on the shore. However, he did not stand up or exit his meditative state. As he confirmed that he was moving towards the void, his goals changed. Of course, Damien was still using this realm to learn non-existence, but he had to take the external situation back into mind. The moment he left, his war with the Dark God would begin. He only had a little bit of time before he had to confront that man directly. While he was in this realm where time didn't exist, he needed to get as strong as possible. That entailed not just training non-existence, but existence as well. Sitting on the shore, Damien summoned the energy of the void again. As he swore on the third island, he could no longer use existence in a land of nothingness, but that didn't stop him from connecting to it. Problems would only arise if he manifested it externally. What Damien wanted to do now was check on the relationship between his existence and non-existence. Their individual levels were different. The goal was to balance them and make them equal in every aspect. It's actually more complex than I thought. Damien thought existence would easily win as he'd spent more time with it, but he was wrong. Existence had more strength. He knew how to use it with more proficiency and power. However, his connection with non-existence was stronger. While it may not have been able to match existence in raw strength, it was more willing to respond to Damien and exert his will. He could tell that he had no more need to train in existence, which meant that its current strength level was the metric he needed to use to improve non-existence. In the same way, non-existence getting any closer to him would be inconsequential in terms of material benchmarks. If he wanted to improve it to match existence, all he needed to do was continue training on this island and the fifth island before leaving. But to get closer to existence, the unique environment was what allowed Damien to form a bond with non-existence. If not for Death's Hold, its origin being housed in this realm, he wouldn't have ever realized that the concepts could display emotions in their own unique ways. The origin of existence was somewhere in the material plane, but Damien didn't have access to it. It would already be too late when he got there, so using the same method was out of the question. If I want to get creative and find a way to access it, all Damien needed was an entry point. If he could find one, then the rest was up to his own skill and abilities. Even if he failed, he could keep trying. Oddly enough, existence was far harder to reach than its non-existent counterpart. While it was in the light, it was so unfathomably massive that it was practically unknown. There was a clear image of non-existence, no matter how vague it was. To picture existence personified, Damien just couldn't find a way to do it. It's a task too large for the human mind. No matter how strong he became, that would remain true. As long as he wasn't absolute, he would not be able to truly comprehend the scale of existence. So, to find a more roundabout way to meet with its personification, Damien had to think outside of the box. He opened his eyes slightly, looking at the waters in front of him. Maybe it might have been the answer. He stood up, preparing to step back into the waters of nothingness. Almost like he was stuck in a time loop, a voice came from behind him. Wait! However, this time, he ignored it. You cannot go back. If you return, you will truly be consumed. It seemed the woman had seen a greedy practitioner die in the past and wanted to keep him from experiencing the same fate. But Damien's greed was different. Non-existence was not the target of his avarice. It was merely a medium. He took a single step into the water, and his entire body sunk deep below the surface. No, He could hear the woman's cry from beyond, but it also didn't mean anything to him. Her compassion was unwarranted. The blackness consumed his mind and body. It was trying to turn him into a true manifestation of nothingness. A pitch-black energy, even deeper in color than the waters, covered his physical form, making it impossible for non-existence to do as it pleased. Meanwhile, Damien actually allowed his soul to continue the merger. His entire being became one with the nothingness. His mind became its, and for a moment, he himself was a face of non-existence wandering in the void. His ego was hidden deep within his soul, protected from the force of erasure. His soul acted on the instinctive command he left for it, wandering and wandering until it found its target. Light. The only way to approach existence in a form that nobody had ever seen before was to become the only concept that had ever seen it. Damien, as non-existence itself, approached the light of existence. Thousands of faces followed him as he approached. When his actions were noticed, those thousands became millions and billions. The entirety of the concept of non-existence rallied behind Damien's soul and approached the border that separated them from their sibling. They pleaded, making a case for him. The light of existence seemed uninterested at first, ignoring the words and cries. However, as they continued, even the concept that never knew anything other than indifference was forced to experience curiosity for the first time. It was being approached in its purest form by a sentient being supported by its counterpart. Almost begrudgingly, it opened a path. Damien's soul was forcefully disconnected from non-existence as the concept pushed him into the arms of existence. His ego came back to the light, and the first thing it saw, the true face of the one known as existence. Chapter 1839 Harmony. Chapter 1839 Harmony. 4. What he saw was certainly not what he was expecting. Though non-existence was always removed from living beings, its form was humanoid. Its desire to be recognized by the people of the world made it take a form that they would sympathize with. Existence was different. It was recognized regardless of what form it took, and as it had no such desire to change its position, it never took a single defined form. Damien's eyes landed on what could be considered a monstrosity. It was a combination of everything in the world. In one sense, it was a massive chimera of all that existed, a gruesome entity that was difficult to lay eyes on. In another sense, it was a being with no definite form that constantly shifted between the different aspects of existence. Sometimes it was fire, sometimes it was darkness, sometimes it was a dragon, and sometimes it was nothing more than a single atom. It remained in this space that was also a manifestation of its form. As for why this space existed, perhaps it didn't. Perhaps it was created for the sole purpose of giving Damien a chance, which was why existence was unable to find a proper form for itself. Or was it just indifferent? Damien stood in that space with it, but it didn't acknowledge his presence in the slightest. I can't sense a hint of emotion from it. It had every emotion in its being as even they were a part of existence, but it never displayed them on its own. It did not have its own feelings. How was Damien supposed to approach such an entity? None of his life experiences thus far taught him about an event like this one. He didn't know when the last time he felt so overwhelmed by any being or concept was. It had been long enough that the feeling was new again. For a moment, it interfered with his thoughts, making him stand in sheer awe in front of existence itself. He wasn't able to easily exit that state on his own. He only regained his senses when he felt a slight push on his back. Ichem. He turned around, but there was nothing there. Only the wide expanse that was this strange and formless realm. I see. Considering the location, there were only two things capable of interacting with him. One was the existence in front of him, and the other, so their relationship was never a hostile one. While the two concepts opposed each other naturally, they thrived in their harmony. Non-existence was jealous of many of existence's blessings, but it knew that the concept was valuable and didn't want it to change. After all, its wish was never to replace existence, but to be valued at the same level. It wanted to stand equal to its twin. If that desire held any malice, then Damien would have sensed it. In this moment, he could feel non-existence's desire clearly. It did not want to benefit on its own. As it had submitted to him and trusted him with its wish, it wanted him to help existence reach a similar state. They're like real siblings, Damien thought to himself. He felt as if non-existence was telling him that existence still wanted to feel the emotions that it could. Only, it never had a sense of self. It needed Damien to help it attain that. Right? It displayed curiosity when I approached, didn't it? If curiosity was the first emotion it ever felt, then it would obviously want to understand how the rest felt as well. Am I really interacting with the greatest concepts of all right now? It was hard to imagine that the thoughts he was having pertained to the concept of existence itself. It felt more like he was trying to deal with an emotional teenager. It's odd, isn't it? Had anybody else experienced this? If they had, then they weren't here, so Damien had to ask himself the question. It seemed like this was more of the perspective that an absolute had. There was no distinction between concepts or people or non-living things. They all had their own pulses and expressions. Damien stood in a position where he could view them all without bias. Existence was no different from anyone or anything else. In order to teach it how to express itself and develop a sense of self, did he really have to do anything that he hadn't already done? Damien had raised children in the past. Not just August, but Zara and Schwer before him as well. He had experience in teaching, and if he took away all of his biases and viewed existence as nothing more than what it truly was, the task at hand became much less daunting. This is basically a confirmation of what I began to wonder when I met Grand Heaven's boundary. Just as humans were jealous of the vastness of the universe was in awe of the numerosity of existences within it. He approached carefully, getting closer to the ever-changing chimera of existence. It noticed his presence. He could feel its weight on his shoulders as it observed him. However, he did not show fear. This pressure was natural, not intentional. He refused to treat the concept differently just because of its innate power. Eventually, he stood right next to it, looking up at its form. Slowly, he raised his hand and touched it for the first time. It flinched. Existence itself flinched, confused. Damien's warm hand was not something unknown to it. As he touched it, it saw the moments in existence that converged with his actions. Countless mothers and fathers brushing their children's hair, holding them close so they felt secure. These images were familiar as they were experiences that transcended race and species. Almost all living beings showed this kind of affection for their young. But it felt different. It was transmitted the emotions of both the parent and the child in that scenario, but it couldn't relate to those emotions at all. What it felt when Damien put it in the same situation was a subtle sense of discomfort and fear. Why? When the emotions it was meant to be feeling were so joyous, why did its own body feel fear? Damien felt it too, but he wasn't discouraged. He removed his hand and spoke to the concept for the first time. You felt fear because all of this is unknown to you. He knew that existence could understand him, so he spoke to it without prejudice. His role was that of a teacher. Without worrying about his own ambitions, he was to teach existence how to process the emotions it felt and differentiate them from the emotions of others. As for what it decided to do when it was finished learning, Damien naturally hoped that it would act according to his wishes, but he wasn't going to groom it for that purpose. Non-existence asked him sincerely to help its sibling, so that was what he came to do. In the short time that he'd been here, Damien's mentality changed immensely. He viewed the situation in a way that nobody else could replicate. But then again, wasn't that the reason why he gained such an opportunity in the first place? Existence and non-existence were concepts that changed along with the changes in the people, worlds, cosmos, and realities. Amidst all of that change, Damien was the only one who came along and gave them the chance to form their own independence and security. They only had the ability to think and process like humans because Damien viewed them without bias. So, it was only natural that existence would be willing to meet him. And it was only natural that his endeavors in this specific aspect would always go his way. Chapter 1840 Harmony. Chapter 1840 Harmony 5. Damien originally thought of existence as a teenager who was still learning how to control their emotions. But as he interacted with it more, he learned that it was more like an abandoned puppy. It felt extremely uncomfortable with any and all feelings. As it developed a sense of self, the emotions it experienced through others were separated from it by an invisible wall. Everything Damien did surpassed that wall and affected it directly. Any and all things beyond the wall terrified existence. It was experiencing the unknown and needed to overcome it to make progress. So, that was where Damien started. He chose simpler methods, deciding that he could use more complex things when it started to learn how to cope with having its own emotions. As such, it started like adopting a puppy. That puppy had been left on the side of the road to fend for itself for months. Before that, it was abused by its owners. Now, it was completely untrusting of anything and everything. It acted aggressively to hide its fear, but subtly wanted to enjoy the affection it was being shown by the people who found it. Perhaps the healing process would be long. Perhaps even several years later, that puppy would jump at loud sounds or get scared when it was left alone, but it would eventually find true peace in a home where it was valued. Like when it was just a puppy and its new family showed it that not everyone was bad, it just needed time to fully conquer its past trauma. The past trauma for existence was its isolation. It had to overcome the fears that came with expressing itself and giving itself physical form. It had to accept the vulnerabilities that it would develop as it gained emotions for itself. Because this was a change that it also wanted to make. It noticed how the faces of non-existence rallied around Damien. Non-existence, which had always cried sorrowfully at its disconnection from living beings, was joyously pushing one of those very living beings towards existence. It was curious about what non-existence had gained, and in its deepest depths, it also wanted to experience the same. That was why it responded to Damien's efforts. It felt fear, but even that fear was a joyous thing that wasn't possible before. As Damien spent more time with it, teaching it slowly and getting it more comfortable with its presence, it learned and learned and learned. The experiences of existences were like a guideline for it. Previously, it was only able to feel those things from the perspectives of others, but now it could view the same scenes and form its own emotions based on them. Of course, it wasn't such an extreme change. Existence had to be indifferent to an extent. It was not allowed to interfere with reality. That would be the equivalent of a man tearing a hole in his own stomach to touch his liver. However, it was enough. Existence's form began to change at some point. Its large and gruesome image was molded to match the way it viewed itself. First, non-living entities and laws were removed from its form. Like Damien, it did not discriminate against these parts of its being. Merely, the form it wished to take was separated from them. It did not prefer humans. That was not its reason to become humanoid. Unlike non-existence, existence had a duty to treat every part of its being equally. The reason existence eventually changed into a humanoid form was none other than Damien himself. He was the one who taught it how to think for itself, how to interpret its own mysteries, and how to accept itself. He was, in the most human way possible, its role model. It was only natural for the concept to desire a form closer to him. Existence approached, completely different from the entity that he knew before. Was it right to give existence something similar to sentience? Its burden was so big that it needed a limited consciousness to cope with it. Now that Damien gave it the ability to think complexly, what would happen? These were worries that Damien had while he was teaching it, but he was soon able to put them down. Existence showed him personally that it would be fine. It was smart in a sense. As it had access to all information, it was able to cross-reference and learn without Damien's help. Since it had a genuine interest, it spent a lot of time learning how to sympathize. At the same time, it learned how to separate its consciousness from its duty. Just like non-existence, it formed faces. Some faces were unfeeling still, dedicating themselves to upholding existence. Others were allowed to dream and possess emotions, allowing existence to feel in the same way that non-existence did. The two concepts were separated by their duties, but they were the exact same in every other aspect. As they were the two children of the void, the two supreme concepts that were necessary for everything to function, they were as similar as they were different. Time didn't pass, but it could be interpreted. If the amount of time Damien spent with existence was forced to be quantified, it would likely be a period of thousands of years at the very least. But Damien didn't feel the weight of that time, so it was as if it didn't happen. To him, it had only been a short period, and existence had progressed by leaps and bounds. When the concept gained the ability to understand itself, everything changed. It was so subtle that nobody noticed it, not even those who used existence. However, nothing was the same anymore. Everything was more vibrant. Every emotion, every plant, every action was more pronounced than before. Legends could grow at a pace that was impossible in the past, and overall prosperity became far more attainable. Only in a few thousand years would people be able to look back and understand that it was during this era when fortune spread across all cosmos. But, of course, none of the changes were as significant as what Damien himself experienced. When existence materialized its humanoid form, it approached him on its own for the first time. Like a human rather than a concept, it embraced him, melting into his body. As if to thank him for showing it a world that it didn't know, existence submitted itself wholeheartedly. Damien could feel it. The two concepts formed a state of almost complete harmony in his body. His soul twisted as its center was defined with a new symbol. A broken infinity sign formed there, supported by both existence and non-existence. Subtly, Damien could tell that this infinity sign was truly everything. The moment it was completed, he'd ascend to a realm that no man had ever seen. Damien looked down at his hands. Existence and non-existence intertwined, but refused to merge within. They would not act together, not because they opposed each other, but because they were aware that Damien wasn't prepared to handle that kind of power yet. Still, they're both in agreement. Damien only needed to properly reach that level. The two concepts would guarantee everything that came after. Good. His goal had been achieved, and he gained even more than that out of this endeavor. With existence and non-existence at an equal level of intimacy, he was able to leave the realm of existence happily. The land of nothingness. Really, it was the best opportunity he'd received since the very beginning of his journey. Chapter 1841 Harmony. Chapter 1841 Harmony 6. Has anyone else perceived these concepts like this? It was a question Damien asked himself multiple times while he was with existence. It was such a unique experience that he really couldn't imagine someone else doing the same. But he had the subtle understanding that this was his path to becoming absolute. So hadn't at least one other person experienced the same thing? He only had such thoughts because he didn't understand how much of an outlier he was. Living beings simply weren't meant to perceive the emotions of these concepts. Before Damien came, these emotions were hidden and vague. He was the one who came along and gave them deeper meaning, bolstering the concepts in the process. However, even the primal emotions felt by non-existence before his arrival weren't privy to anyone else. The minds of living beings weren't equipped to define such concepts as existence and non-existence. Putting them in simple terms and comprehending them was already something that only the best of the best could do. To truly understand their metaphorical hearts, if anyone else was forced to bear the brunt of those emotions, their minds would break. No matter who or what they were, this result would remain the same. Was it the void physique's aid? It was normal for the void physique to give Damien opportunities barred from others. Its influence was the very reason why he grew at the rate he did, especially during his younger years. When he had that thought, two concepts within him rebelled, as if to tell him that wasn't the case. They who perceived the void as their parent knew that he possessed its blessing, and they could confidently say that such blessings were not the cause of his success. No, it was something more primal, something within Damien, that gave him such a supreme ability of communication. Something within me. Perhaps they were referring to a talent like his comprehension ability, but Damien felt differently. When they said it was something within him, It felt like they were referring to his soul. Status, Damien Void titles. Apostle of the Void, Evolver, Heaven's Wrath, Supreme Genius. He focused on a single line. Everything else disappeared. The final mystery. The one thing that never solved itself, no matter how much time passed. Damien forgot about it after so many years. His status was irrelevant, so he never needed to check it either. That single title that remained an array of dots. What the hell was it? How could it be possible for that title to remain redacted, even when Damien had both existence and non-existence under his control? It was impossible for the title to be related to the void. He could sense that it was below that level at the very least. But is it something I inherited, or something I was naturally born with? He didn't have a way of telling what it could be. His other titles either had slight effects or no effect. At this point in his life, they were nothing more than remembrances of times long past. It'll become significant at some point. His gut told him that it would become significant in his relationship with existence and non-existence. Nevertheless, that was a problem for later. Damien was definitely glad that he remembered the title. Now, he could work towards it. It wouldn't just be sitting and rotting as it had been thus far. He stayed in the realm of existence for a bit. The concept didn't want him to leave just yet, and he didn't mind spending more time with it. Eventually, he had to leave. It wasn't a sad parting, as existence would always be with him, but it was still filled with emotion. This was the period when existence would flourish the most. It would make the most out of its new emotions before settling into itself. Damien was excited to see how things progressed from this point forth. However, to do so, he first needed to escape the land of nothingness. His mind returned to the blackness. Non-existence cradled him, bringing him back to his body without causing harm. As his two sides came together, he once again left the waters and returned to the fourth island. He instantly heard people rushing in from behind him. Clearly, the 10 people who lived on this island were all alerted to his departure from the waters. They, who heard from the woman that he returned for a second dip, were flabbergasted by the fact that he had returned in one piece. How was he not converted into nothingness? It was a question that all of them wanted to ask, but the elders stopped them before they could approach him. Damien stood up, slightly nodding to him in thanks. Both he and the elder could tell that he was no longer the same person he entered the waters as. There was a different kind of aura about him, one that was less inviting and made everyone around him feel like they were required to bow. It was the essence of a ruler. It was a sign that Damien finally dropped his biases. To be absolute was not to abandon humanity. Damien's own path to that level relied on the very humanity that he held so close. However, being human wasn't what Damien originally interpreted it as either. He didn't have to hold biases and perceptions that valued humanity over all else. He didn't have to put humanity on a pedestal and ignore everything else. All he needed to do was keep his core properties, the pieces of him that allowed him to be compassionate or kind. To empathize with both concepts and people was not human. It was beyond the level a human could reach, but it was still very reminiscent of the meaning of humanity. It's always a good moment when you find a path. To see the way forward and confidently walk without fearing the darkness was a beautiful feeling. In the end, his destination was in front of him. All he needed to do to reach it was walk. He had been in this position many times before, but it felt fresh no matter how many times he experienced it. Whether he was a young sapling just starting to grow or an old tree preparing to reach its final form, the feeling of finding the way forward would always make him smile. Damien remained on the third island for quite some time. He formed his own small hut away from the society existing there and focused on training non-existence. In the meantime, several people arrived on the fourth island. Those like Kara were already close to graduating from the third island when he arrived. The pipeline that was frozen on the first and second islands continued from the third to the fourth. Over 10 people arrived. Some of them went through the rituals and some didn't. Regardless, none of them escaped the waters of nothingness while Damien was there. It was about 3 years if he had to quantify it. During that time, he expanded his imagination and communicated with non-existence. Through this training, he was able to significantly increase its level. He only needed one final push to attain the heights he strived for. And that, clearly, it was waiting for him on the fifth and final island. Chapter 1842, Fifth Island. Chapter 1842, Fifth Island. When Damien prepared to leave without telling anyone, he rarely made contact with the people of the island, though that first woman and the elder would visit him from time to time. They never gave him their names, which made it obvious that they wanted to maintain distance as well. It was likely because they knew that he was going to leave the island soon, so they didn't want to get attached. Nevertheless, those two had helped Damien immensely during his stay here, so he at least wanted to do something for them as well. He first approached the elder. He was a quiet man, but also quite considerate. He was the one who showed Damien the most care. Perhaps it was because he viewed everyone here as his grandchildren, but his attitude was unexpectedly warm. He helped Damien establish his privacy, and every once in a while, he'd bring with him gifts of incense or other similar objects to help Damien calm his mind for training. The elder wasn't someone he could directly help. If he tried, he would be refused. Then, to help him discreetly, the elder was content with what he had. His people were happy, and they had everything they wanted. If they wanted more, they could just manifest it on their own. How was Damien to help him? The most he could do was support the elder's wish for peace. He didn't want people to come to this island to meaninglessly die anymore. The island structure can't be changed, but if more people paid attention to the rituals, then perhaps there would be a change in the death rate. Damien subtly interfered with the island itself. Through his connection with non-existence, he influenced the atmosphere in such a way that those who arrived here would feel more inclined to listen to its population. He wasn't going to influence their decisions entirely, but he made it so that it was more appealing to follow the elder and his people for just a few moments than to jump straight into the waters of nothingness. Essentially, he eliminated the rush that clouded most people's judgments, allowing them to rationally consider their options. Perhaps his aid would go unnoticed and nothing would change. Perhaps the rituals would eventually become commonplace and more Supremes would rise from the ashes. Whatever the case, there was no way to know until much later. Damien did bid the elder farewell, returning to him a gift before going to find that woman. She was interesting. Though she was content with her life on the island, she had more of a desire to leave than others. It wasn't enough to be called ambition, but it was still something. When Damien found her, the offer he made was simple. Do you want to leave this island? If he aided her in her journey through the waters of nothingness, she would clear the trial with ease. As someone who'd submerged himself multiple times in the past few years, he could confidently assure that. She believed it as well. Watching him felt like watching the growth of a beast. He relentlessly pushed himself to get stronger, and the results were clear enough. Someone like him could absolutely give her freedom from this boring life. However, was she prepared to take it? This was the first time she truly considered the possibility of escaping this realm. And the main emotion she felt radiated so deeply that Damien could sense it from a mile away. Fear. Pure fear of the world she didn't know. I apologize, but I will have to reject your offer. She came to a conclusion quickly. This was her home now. It had been her home for millions of years at the very least. After such a long time, what would it feel like to return to the very moment from when she left? Everything would be unfamiliar. She hardly remembered her previous life. Rather than going back to people who still cared about her that she didn't know anymore in a world that knew her but was unfamiliar to her eyes, she preferred to remain in this situation. She was content. That was enough. She didn't strive for anything more, despite the dreams that occasionally plagued her. Damien looked into her eyes and read her emotions. She was feeling something he never took the time to consider. Right, he had barely been here for a few years. For most people, it had been eons. How would he feel about returning if he had been here for millions of years, building relationships with people who also could not return to their own worlds? To them, their old families and friends were distant and painful memories. Their current environments had become their reality. I can't agree with it, but I can accept it. He knew that he would never lose his desire to return home. Tom didn't change anything about that. However, these people's lives were different from his. They made their own choices and followed paths that were right for them. In the end, he accepted her feelings and offered her a more material gift. After all, the changes he made to the island could be considered a gift to both her and the elder. Once people stopped dying so frequently, he didn't doubt that both of them would be much happier. He bid her farewell, never learning her name even at the very end, and walked to the shore of the island. The time had come to move on. Unlike the people who resolved to live their lives in this realm, he had no hesitation in his heart. With a single step, a step that was so much lighter for him than them, he crossed into his final hurdle. The fifth island. Damien sighed in admiration. It's definitely the coolest one. The beach he stood on was the only undeveloped part of the land he could see. Everything else was a sprawling metroplex of unbelievable proportions. But that also means that there are more people here than anywhere else. Right? This was the final roadblock before escape. The other islands may have consumed large amounts of experts, but this one was their true grave. After all, the task on this island was a nightmare for most. Simply put, it's about purity. To reach a level of purity in one's non-existence that met the realm's standards was the only goal. Once that goal was met, the light of non-existence would return them to whence they came, ending their time in this realm. It was easy, right? Wrong. To Damien, it was a task of extreme simplicity. From the beginning, he had been focused on keeping his non-existence pure. Though it didn't meet the island's standard, his starting point was high. For most, this island was the worst possible place to be, because most of the people in this realm absorbed its energy to grow. Their entire journeys over the past 4 islands were devalued, because along the way, they ruined their chances to graduate from the 5th island. The Graveyard of Supremes was this island's nickname, but in reality, it was their greatest helper thus far. Damien knew this from the moment he saw that the task was purification. He went straight into the first city he saw without a single pause in his steps. Finally, the end is in sight. Chapter 1843, Fifth Island. Chapter 1843, Fifth Island. 2. Just like the first island, there were no guidelines on the fifth. The only information these future Supremes learned was that they needed to purify their non-existence. Other than that, they were on their own. So, from Damien's perspective, what needed to be done to achieve that level of purification? I really don't know. Purifying non-existence wasn't necessarily a thing that could be done. It took whatever form it took based on one's experiences. Damien's non-existence was pure because he'd never polluted it in the first place. But for those who made it this far with a polluted concept, the situation was different. They had to establish methods to purify non-existence before attempting it. It wasn't much different from forming a divinity. The people in this realm had to find out what non-existence meant to them. After establishing that in their core, they could chase it. Their efforts would pay off, and the influence that external energy had on them would be decreased. That was why this island was the hardest of the 5. Damien already established that non-existence wasn't just a concept to him. The way he interacted with it, as if it was a living being with its own emotions, and the lessons he learned from its faces in the process had already defined his divinity in that sense. What about others? For those who didn't receive the same enlightenment as him, it was impossible to define a concept like non-existence and personalize it. But this is the ideal environment to do it. This island was unique in that it wasn't polluted by any kind of aura. When people died, they wouldn't leave behind stains on the environment as they did on the other islands. These experts had the benefit of being able to die as they pleased because they would not lose their energy in the process. This way, they could test and test and test without worrying about their strength depreciating. Damien smiled. He had been staying away from death for that exact reason. But the freedom this island gave him allowed him to drop that worry. If he was able to die continuously, he would be able to practice like never before. He first entered a city just to see what the atmosphere was like, only to learn that it was mostly desolate. The people here didn't have an interest in social lives. None of them gave up like the people of the third island. At almost all times of all days, they were busy training, focusing on themselves. Occasionally, there would be festivals and gatherings, but none of them were currently happening. As such, rather than focusing on the people, he decided to first find a place for himself to stay for the next few years. He wasn't joking when he said that there wasn't a single inch of unclaimed land. The entire island was turned into a sprawling city to save space and contain all of the people living there. It was a little funny to think that all of these experts were practically living in studio apartments, but that was beside the point. Damien didn't want to go through the annoying processes of finding a place to live within the city. It was a general rule of thumb that if one found empty space, one could claim it. He chose that method instead. Spending some time exploring the island was a good practice for him. Over the next few months, he met some of its people and interacted with them, learning more about the culture of this island. And, more importantly, he found that it was impossible to claim any space. The beaches were kept empty on purpose, as they were places where newcomers landed, and even the mountains and volcanoes were covered in claimed properties. How was Damien meant to find a quiet place to practice? He knew that his movements weren't going to be quiet. No, he was planning to die many times in the pursuit of his goals, so he needed the space to properly do so. The land isn't an option. The sea isn't an option. Then, I'm left with the sky, right? Damien was curious about why aerial architecture wasn't considered more often. In such an overcrowded place, wasn't it obvious to think outside of the box? He was correct in that aspect, but he underestimated the difficulty of taking ownership of the land of nothingness sky. I guess this is my first training method. As it turned out, the sky was barely different from the sea. It was made of pure non-existence. Though it allowed people to traverse through it if they had enough power, it was still murky and undesirable terrain. If Damien wanted to build in the sky, he needed to first conquer it. That was when his training began. He gave up on finding accommodations and flew into the air on his own. His connection with non-existence allowed him to stay in the airspace without being inhibited. To do more than that, naturally he needed to practice. He started by sitting down in the sky and meditating, becoming one with the atmosphere. Slowly, he released his territory and expanded it to cover more and more space. It started as just a platform to support his weight, but he was eventually able to encompass several thousands of square feet for himself. What started as nothing more than a foundation became more and more robust with time. Building vertically was more difficult than building horizontally, but it was also a task he completed with enough effort. Damien didn't need much. He built a small cottage on the side, where he could rest while keeping the rest of the space flat and turning it into a training ground. His actions drew a lot of attention. The people living under him were quite curious about why there was a shadow over their homes now, and the people who saw it from a distance couldn't hold back their curiosity. The denizens of this island began to approach Damien. Some of them were hostile, but most held an attitude of curiosity. They wanted to know how he made it all possible. They wanted to learn from his accomplishments and achieve more like scientists hungry for a new find. The fifth island was filled with people who had been on a dreary search for answers for far too long to still have passion. Damien's presence reignited the spark they felt when they first arrived in the land of nothingness. For these people who had been living stale lives without progress for so long, the appearance of a newcomer who refused to think like them was a blessing, because maybe by watching that newcomer execute his wild plans, they could find their own paths as well. Just like the third, the fifth was a place that Damien liked a lot. And since the plan was to spend a decent amount of time here, he decided that it would be a good idea to become familiar with the residents. Damien's house in the sky became something of a meeting place for the people in a matter of 1 year. It expanded rapidly, making room for others to train and try things without fear of repercussions. The sky became synonymous with prosperity and experimentation. It all happened within a year. And frankly, even Damien was confused about this rapid development. Chapter 1844 Fifth Island. Chapter 1844 Fifth Island 3. The year passed by in a breeze. Damien hardly recognized the time. He was so focused on his one improvement that he barely even understood the kind of stir he'd caused. Naturally, he knew that people were coming to his sky island. He also knew that they were interested in him, as they would approach him whenever he wasn't training to talk about non-existence. However, to him, they were just visitors. Their conversations were short, and though he welcomed others to stay in the sky with him, he didn't interact with them needlessly. He was focused more on training than them, and they knew that as well. The people of the island were respectful. They maintained boundaries when necessary, because they knew how important it was to not lose a single moment. After all, every single one of them was a top expert. Most of them had near-perfect control over non-existence, which was the root of their problems. They learned how to deal with polluted essence. Their perfection was muddled by that impurity. To completely abolish themselves and start over from scratch with a completely new type of non-existence was a daunting task that nobody wanted to undertake. Instead, they tried to find enlightenment within their perfection and improve from where they stood. It wasn't an unworthy strategy, but it was definitely inefficient. As Damien spoke to them, he learned that a lack of knowledge and a lack of familiarity with non-existence in its pure form was their main issue. It didn't cost him much to help, so he shared his perspective as someone with high purity freely. That was what set him apart from the rest. The people nearing the end of their journeys were adamant about keeping their secrets to themselves. The rise of other Supremes who could leave this realm and return home meant the rise of competition in the real world. Why would they help their future enemies? Damien's opinion differed just as much as everything else. He believed that these people had potential and that they would be worthy subordinates if they were allowed to help. Plus, by helping them, he was helping himself. He learned from their practice, and they learned from him. In this symbiotic environment, people were finding themselves growing at a rate they couldn't have imagined previously. But what interested Damien most was information. There were two people who came to see him more often than others. The first was a man named Doc, and the second was a woman who called herself SYX. The two of them were weaker than Damien by a large margin, but they were also willing to put their pride down and ask questions. The most common method to learn was by watching silently from the sidelines. These two ignored all conventions and approached him like students to their teacher. Their eagerness to learn gave him an eagerness to teach, but the reason he thought of them now was more the stories they'd tell him. They spent many years on this island and knew about its history. They say that there's a fragment of true nothingness hidden here. It's in the form of a crown somewhere, and if someone claims it, they'll immediately surpass all requirements of the trial. It's apparently the other half of a crown that exists in reality, but hasn't been found yet. Personally, I think it has to be a hoax. They were words he heard from SYX. Words of a treasure hidden in the land of nothingness. To others, it felt like a fairy tale made by people who couldn't find a way off the island, but Damien thought otherwise. The other half of that crown, isn't it my Emperor's crown? The Emperor's crown was a manifestation of existence in physical form and the mark of its Emperor. Damien didn't originally think there was a reason for non-existence to have one too, but it made a lot of sense. Their origins, their abilities, their personalities. Everything about the two possessed an air of duality. It was only natural for the crown to have a sibling as well. But it's good for me if they're treating it as something useless. As the owner of the Emperor's crown, Damien knew that it was nothing of the sort. The Emperor's crown was the reason his control over existence peaked. Because of that crown, the mist had a place to reside and help him control the laws of the world, and the 6 concepts of existence could be brought together without him needing to do anything. It was like the bow that was tied around a Christmas gift, the final piece of the puzzle that made everything function properly. Damien was enticed by those rumors. I never thought it would be a problem, but now that I know about something like this, I can't let it go. He didn't know when it happened, but Damien became a perfectionist at some point. At every step, he made sure to keep duality in mind. He acted to maintain harmony, because the coexistence of all laws and concepts in his body was the most important aspect of his strength. If he returned without that crown, what would happen? Damien didn't even want to slightly risk losing everything, because he chose to be lazy at a time like this. Then, to find the crown that nobody has ever seen. Naturally, this mystery was going to be harder to solve than that of Death's Hold or the third island schemes. From the beginning, both of those were known to an extent by the public. They only missed a few details or were hindered before finding the whole truth. Damien merely had to follow their tracks until he reached the place they couldn't. This was different. On this island, after billions upon billions of years, Nobody had found even a single trace of the crown. Its existence was spread through rumors, and even the one who started those rumors had no idea where it actually was. It was more like he was coerced into making the crown known to the world by the realm itself. So, Damien had to tread a path that nobody had ever tread before. Immediately, that eliminates the entire fifth island. Whether above or underground, the people had surely searched every inch before deciding that the crown wasn't real. Once again, I'm left with only two options: the sky or the sea. One of those two unfriendly places that attempted to kill anyone who disturbed them had to be investigated. No, both of them had to be investigated. At this point, Damien couldn't leave it alone. He would use this quest to thoroughly understand everything about this mysterious realm. Let's start with the sea. It was an easy decision to make, because everyone knew what the sea was capable of. Everyone knew the consequences of stepping foot in those waters. The sky. The sky usually wasn't seen as a hostile place. Damien built this learning zone in the sky, so its connotation was actually the opposite. However, his instincts screamed otherwise. They told him directly, giving him no chance to argue. If I push the bounds of the sky, then I will experience true hell. Chapter 1845, The Crowned Shadow. Chapter 1845, The Crowned Shadow. 1. The Sea of Nothingness was notorious for killing future supremes. It never approached them purposefully. Its only job was to separate the 5 islands, so they couldn't be easily traversed by those who weren't worthy. However, it was still the main cause of true death in this realm. Whenever an expert gave up on everything, regardless of which island they were on, the Sea of Nothingness was their escape. As such, the connotation behind the large body of water was terrible. After all, its force was pure nothingness that could swallow anything. Who in their right mind would approach such an entity willingly? Well, it was up for question whether he was in his right mind or not, but Damien approached it without fear. He looked out into the waters for a moment, wondering how they were different from the lakes on the 4th island. But hesitation wasn't a very familiar concept to him. Even when standing in front of guaranteed death, he showed no fear. It was a good thing that nobody was around. Damien hovered his foot over the sea like someone preparing to take their own life, but it would have been troublesome if someone tried to stop him. His goal was not death, but exploration. This grand sea had a wholesome kind of secret. It couldn't exist just to separate islands, because as Damien learned through his experiences in this realm, non-existence never acted without reason. Everything had some sort of meaning, even if it was difficult to find. Damien dipped his toes in the water. He didn't immediately submerge himself, but just having a single inch of his body in the water was enough. He touched what should not have been touched. Damien fiercely resisted from the very first moment. He brandished his own form of non-existence, countering what the sea threw at him. The aura of pure nothingness enveloped him. It, like a horde of wraiths, attacked his body and tried to take him down to the very bottom, a place where nobody and nothing would find him. Damien fiercely resisted from the very first moment. He brandished his own form of non-existence, countering what the sea threw at him. In terms of sheer power, he lost easily. However, the Sea of Nothingness was stagnant. Its laws and concepts were set from the beginning. It did not have thoughts and merely acted on its programming. Damien had the versatility of complex thought and a wide range of concepts at his disposal. With his level of purity and strength, the Sea of Nothingness was not an absolute power. He could use tricks to overwhelm it. A silent battle began as the sea attacked Damien. He focused on defending, putting more and more of his body into its water. When he was submerged to his hips, he was finally confident in reading and defending against the water body. Let's do this. Damien didn't act without thinking. Regardless, he wasn't able to explore deep into the sea or reach places far separated from land. He simply didn't have the energy to fight so fiercely for so long against an inviolable force. Instead, since he was originally searching for a treasure on the 5th island, he used his abilities to scan the shore for several days before choosing a place to submerge. He looked for hidden caves or cavities on the border between land and sea. He double-checked to see which ones were accessible from land and which ones were not. There were many cave systems that seemed to originally be disconnected from the underground routes, but were connected by excavation teams searching for treasure in the past. When it came to areas that had never been explored, there was only one. Damien could tell that someone tried. There was a tunnel that led straight to this large cave that halted just before connecting. From a preliminary scan, Damien assumed that they originally did connect to the cavern, but were forced to immediately patch the connection for some reason. The path had only been traversed a few times before I went. It's likely that the original creators didn't tell anyone about their discovery when they returned to land. Either that or they died before they could spread the news of whatever was down there. Damien didn't take the underground route because of that risk. He chose to approach through the natural entrance so that he would at least be prepared for whatever they encountered before seeing it himself. With confidence in his defense, he plunged into the sea of nothingness, diving deeper and deeper as if it were just a normal ocean. He didn't want to spend too much time completely submerged in the water, though. He rushed to reach the entrance, which was roughly a kilometer below the surface. Seeing the crack in the island's foundation, he swam through it and followed the path. It was a narrow fit. Damien's robust body could hardly make it through the terrain he was trying to cross, but he forced his way through. Eventually, he reached something both positive and negative. Waterfall. Damien smiled wryly as his body was suddenly engulfed in the current and flung off the edge of a cliff. Luckily, the waterfall meant he'd finally entered a cavern that wasn't submerged, so he rapidly gathered his senses and slowly lowered himself to the nearest piece of dry land he could find. Phew, he treated it like it was no big deal, but fighting against pure non-existence was extremely difficult. His own force was practically apologizing to him the entire way since it couldn't interfere with the natural rules of this realm. Basically, he didn't have any help. He had to consciously combat every single concept of that sea for the roughly 30 minutes it took for him to swim here. I understand why it's considered a death trap. He didn't doubt that the strongest people in this realm could also fight against the sea if they wanted to. But whether it was him or them, they would eventually be consumed by it if they didn't leave in time. Damien took his thoughts off of the water and focused on the cavern in front of him. He was a little skeptical at first, but that feeling was already gone. There is definitely something down here, even if it isn't the crown. It was like that treasure was calling out to him. It was making its presence known as if it never intended to hide in the first place. A treasure with such a desire for human connection. Usually all of such treasures were rapidly claimed and passed down through society. However, if this one was still here despite its desperation, then it could only mean one thing. Something is preventing people from reaching it. There was originally a possibility that the first explorers who found this place were scared away by a natural phenomenon like the waterfall Damien had been transported by. That possibility was naturally taken off the board. Damien approached closer and closer to the aura that called for his help. He took slow and methodical steps that made no sound to avoid alerting whatever waited for him inside. Only when he saw the being he was treating so cautiously for the first time, the only expression on his face was one of confusion. Chapter 1846, The Crown's Shadow. Chapter 1846, The Crown's Shadow 2. It was surely a being of pure non-existence, but he couldn't tell if it was supposed to be terrifying or welcoming. Its physical form was relatively undefined, as it was a being made of pure shadow, but it was lacking an air of intimidation. Rather, the owl-like creature perched on the rock, calmly plucking its shadowy feathers, was a little cute in Damien's eyes. Did that mean it was safe to approach it? Probably not, but Damien did anyway. If he had to fight, then nothing would change, even if he hesitated and came back later. He walked into the separated cave where the owl was. It immediately snapped its head in his direction and tilted it in curiosity. The creature instantly noticed that Damien didn't have any innate hostility or greed. His attitude was more one of curiosity and necessary caution. It flew into the air and hovered there for a moment. Deciding that it wasn't enough, the owl flapped its wings and charged at Damien. He didn't move, as its trajectory was not combative. The owl flew in circles around him, as if it were wondering what a person like him was doing here. Is this thing like the mist? The concept of mist on existence aside was also a playful entity. It wasn't immediately hostile to anyone, but if it sensed negative energy in the souls of those who approached it, it would not respond kindly. The mist led Damien where he needed to go when he was approaching the Emperor's crown. If this owl was also a concept and a guide, do I have to entertain it as well? Just as he asked the question, the owl swooped down and landed on his shoulder. It made a strange sound as it turned its head to look at him. Relax, I'll go. You don't have to scream. The owl bounced happily. What are you up to? Damien asked, not expecting any kind of answer. The owl cooed, seemingly displeased with his questioning. It raised a wing as if to point forward, cooing incessantly. Relax, I'll go. You don't have to scream. The owl bounced happily. Damien didn't expect it to be so expressive, nor did he expect it to be friendly. If the so-called guardian of the treasure was a playful creature like this, then why were people scared away? Did it take a liking to me? Damien shrugged. The owl seemed to like the motion as it happily rid his shoulder up and down like it was on a roller coaster. He ignored it temporarily and followed its directions, moving through the cave. He was forced to break apart the ledge where the owl was originally perched to move deeper into the system. After a few turns in a strangely complex maze of tunnels, he reached another cave that seemed to be his final destination. The owl hopped off his shoulder and flew to the end of the cave, landing on a metallic treasure chest that was waiting there. Why is something like this here? It was an awfully human way to store treasure. Naturally occurring treasures weren't wrapped up so cleanly. Usually, they'd just be sitting wherever they appeared, waiting for someone to grab them. With many questions in mind, Damien undid the latches and opened the chest. Inside, there was a single book, Records of the Absolute. Its title was intriguing. Damien picked it up carefully, but it was in pristine condition despite the look of wear. The pages were firmly bound and unaffected by the time that ruined the book's cover. Flipping through it, he read the story. Or rather, it was more of a biography. It starts a random cosmos somewhere in the void. That was where the author of this book first met the person known as the Absolute. It was the author's home cosmos. At the time, he was a supreme god who was just touching upon existence. He realized the existence of the void, and in his own words, that was the only reason why he was able to perceive that man at all. He walked the realm casually, as if he had nothing on his mind at all. Everywhere he went, reality itself was morphed, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. The man didn't seem to care. He continued on his mindless stroll with the same empty smile on his face. Witnessing the repercussions of that man's presence in his cosmos, the author felt obligated to approach him and ask, "Why are you doing this?" The man glanced at him. The smile on his face changed ever so slightly as he responded, "I do not, for I am not." Young one, are these changes not the result of your own actions? It didn't make sense to him at the time. That strange man continued walking, changing the realm as he went. And one day, he once again disappeared. Time passed, and the changes he made became permanent. That which seemed destructive at first made way for new blessings to spawn. Because of the man, the author's cosmos flourished to a new extent. But the author was continuously plagued by that single sentence. For years and years, as he progressed through his comprehensions and mastered existence, he kept thinking about what that man could have possibly meant. Because the longer he trained, the more he realized how amazing that man was. He was a true absolute, a person whose presence alone was enough to morph entire cosmos. But his presence was also unrecognizable and non-existent. It was through the existence of the Absolute that the author recognized non-existence for the first time. It was due to that man's influence that he finally entered this realm. Those words, an Absolute was a being without meaning if not perceived. An Absolute was no different from the void itself. Therefore, it was because the author perceived his existence that the cosmos was allowed to change permanently and achieve growth. If not, what would have happened? The author spent his entire life attempting to understand the absolute. He felt that only after he did so could he truly reach his potential. But no matter how much time passed, and no matter how much stronger the author became, he could never understand that man. He questioned why that man even chose to speak to him. He wondered if there was supposed to be some sort of deeper meaning behind those words. However, he died without ever being able to find out the truth. This was not a record of the absolute, but a record of the author's obsession with the man he deemed absolute. And, in the end, there was never a proper solution to his problem. The words of an absolute, he tried so hard to give them meaning, but he was simply never able to perceive it. The mind of someone who was able to traverse the void was simply too different from that of anyone else. An absolute could not be read or measured. Perhaps those words were never even spoken. They may have just flowed due to the man's perception. Reality was changing when the absolute walked by. So who was to say that the form the man saw was even real? In the end, the record seemed to be a useless book. The perspective was from an unreliable narrator, and there wasn't anything definite about the author's encounter with the absolute. Nevertheless, if what the author perceived was true, then it was very exciting news for Damien. After all, the author of this book confirmed the existence of at least one person who had reached the heights that Damien was aiming for. How could his blood not boil at such a revelation? Chapter 1847, The Crowned Shadow. Chapter 1847, The Crowned Shadow 3. The cavern was filled with good things. The confirmation of an absolute was good. It meant that the path Damien was treading truly was possible. He wasn't a person defined by doubts. At this stage in his life, doubt hardly existed at all. However, that was one thing he'd always doubted: to truly reach the void and not only touch upon it, but conquer it. Was it even possible? Standing equal to it was one thing, but to surpass it seemed completely unbelievable. Despite never outwardly questioning it or showing signs of doubt, it concerned him deeply. The fact that someone else already accomplished it, reaching a level beyond any means, was a huge affirmation for him. And that wasn't the only thing the book offered. The author never revealed his name, but his insights were quite interesting. Because he spent his entire life chasing the image of a single absolute, the way he perceived both existence and non-existence was different from anything a normal person could develop. As Damien had never seen an absolute, even he wasn't privy to this kind of interpretation. If he studied it properly and digested the knowledge, it could possibly define his path to reaching that level even more, making his path to the peak smoother. This was the book's real value. The author never realized that he was already on the right path because he focused too much on another person instead of looking within himself. However, with his wisdom at hand, Damien would be able to attain everything he couldn't. It was set on following him, though he still couldn't say why. Finally, and most importantly, the owl that refused to leave Damien's side. He walked back to the entrance of the cavern and ascended the waterfall, fighting against the current to escape through the same method he entered with. The owl naturally disappeared when he entered the water, but he found it returned to his shoulder the instant he returned to land. It was set on following him, though he still couldn't say why. Has it discovered something in me? Even a mist needed to be persuaded. This owl merely saw him and immediately decided that it was not going to be hostile. Or is the owl something that came later? What if those people encountered something else entirely? If so, then where was that danger? Damien didn't encounter it at all, which confused him, but that was not his primary concern at the moment. The owl was not harmful, after all. It actually seemed to have a deep desire to aid him. Clearly, the sea wasn't going to be the answer from the start. For something like the shadow of the Emperor's crown, only the most dangerous place is worthy to house it. The sky was uncharted territory. At most, people used it to travel. Nobody was willing to pry too deeply into its secrets. At least the sea's deadliness was nearby and known. Enough people had ended their lives in that sea for its reputation to spread far and wide. The sky was an unknown danger. It was an unknown danger that every single practitioner in this realm understood was more terrifying than the sea. Why? I'm about to find out. At this point, Damien didn't believe that there was anything new for non-existence to show him. From death's hold to the spiritual god of chaos to the waters of nothingness, Damien had explored everything non-existence had to offer. He understood it completely, which meant that nothing it could throw at him was meaningful. Or so he thought until he breached the realm's sky. It wasn't difficult, not because he was powerful, but because he accidentally picked up something terrifying. The instant they reached a barrier that was meant to be uncrossable, that owl left his shoulder and flew in front of him. Vumum! A huge aura that even put pressure on Damien was released by the beast. It flapped its wings a single time, creating enough of an impact to completely shatter the barrier. As if nothing happened, it then returned to his shoulder, cooing happily. Damien shook for a moment. I changed my mind. This guy is definitely the reason why the explorers before me ran away. The power he felt seemed inviolable. It was far beyond the level of his own non-existence. But he put it down for now. Again, he didn't need to concern himself with questions that he didn't need to answer. Damien flew past the altitude of his abode and kept going. Like he was breaching a planet's atmosphere, he experienced thinner air and colder temperatures that worsened exponentially until he was in a dark vacuum. He looked around, observing his surroundings and his own weightless body. In that moment, he felt like he had abandoned everything. He was no longer someone that existed. Is that it? Is that how it ends for everyone? Was this infinite blackness the place where his ego was supposed to go when he died? Strangely enough, there was no fear in Damien's heart. At this point in time, any who tried to challenge the sky would start to panic, trying to find a way back into the land of nothingness. Damien did no such thing. He sat there, pondering his state. As long as I'm conscious here, I exist. His existence could not be denied. He was assured of that much. However, his surroundings were a place where people went when they ceased existing. There was absolute nothingness in this place, but for some reason, it was filled with so much character. The records of every ego that was ever abolished into non-existence. Is this where it finds its faces? This realm of non-existence was more than just interesting to Damien. This appearance of being both nothing at all and everything at once was reminiscent of the void. Only this nothingness was not everything. It was merely an overwhelming amount of emotion, character, and memory that seemed like everything to the human mind that couldn't grasp its true extent. Damien stayed within, calmly and quietly contemplating it. He tried to dissect its origin, but there was no such thing. This non-existence did not have faces, nor did it have any sort of intelligence. It did not exist purely because existence existed. In simpler terms, it was the purest essence of non-existence, untainted by even its own meaning. This was the absolute power of erasure that no person could ever resist. Hell, even Damien didn't know how he was resisting at first. Only when he noticed the subtle black glow covering his body did he understand that this was also the work of his guide. That owl he picked up along the way, he could feel its essence leading him in a certain direction. It's really blocking all of the negative effects of this place while still allowing me to perceive it. The level of power necessary to accomplish such a feat. It only showed him its cute side, but he couldn't ignore that it really was a petrifying creature. Well, as long as I don't piss it off, I'll be fine. Since the owl liked him, he didn't need to question it. And since it was adamant about leading him through this nothingness, then he could do nothing but follow, right? Chapter 1848, The Crowned Shadow. Chapter 1848, The Crowned Shadow, for he felt blessed to be able to avoid such dangers easily. But he was given another reminder that this was not the product of his own power. He had yet to reach a level where he could comfortably touch the sky. Damien put away stray thoughts. While he was being guided to his destination, he focused on the ever-changing nothingness around him. This place was unique. If it weren't for the vanished egos around him, there wouldn't have been a way for him to actually understand that he was moving in any specific direction. This vein of non-existence was untouched by his hands thus far, but it was also the closest to him. His ego personally experienced this space from the perspective of one who died. He felt the grasp of non-existence turning him into nothingness clearly back then. Now that he'd found a way to experience that same feeling from a secure position, all of the thoughts he had back then turned into concrete comprehension that deepened his ability to control the facets of non-existence. The journey was both short and long. Naturally, there was no way to perceive time, so it could be said to have ended almost instantly. Nevertheless, the overwhelming environment made every second feel like a year. Every single piece of that space took Damien ages to observe and understand, lengthening his perception. Still, the end goal was never the space itself. It was the singular treasure contained in this deep nothingness. The crowned shadow. It was not necessarily a crown of its own. Damien was already wearing the crown after all. It was the second half of an already complete structure, a piece of it that was always present but never seen. As such, the second crown became a shadow of the first, unseen by those unworthy of its presence. When Damien arrived at the crown, he was only able to see it because the owl highlighted it in its aura. Its physical form was specifically designed to evade the sight of a supreme, so it was only natural for Damien to miss it. If only I could use the void. Not at this stage. The void would reveal these things to him easily. It would probably allow him to comprehend this space at a faster rate as well. However, he couldn't use it. No matter how much he wanted to, he could not use its power. The fourth island had to be the final time, because even then he only used it to check on his progress. Damien could tell after his encounter with the entity that it would be watching him closely from now on. If he wanted to cut corners and do things the easy way, it would remember his actions. Compared to his grand dream of ruling the void, what was a little bit of effort? If he couldn't put in the work, then the void would simply never accept him as its master. At times like these, wishing for the void was only meaningless complaining. From start to finish, Damien had no intention of receiving its help. He was doing just fine on his own, wasn't he? The careful steps he took on the 4 islands before this one, the methodical approach he took in comprehending non-existence. Together, these two culminated into a foundation that caused even the owl to willingly choose him without a fuss. The guide was supposed to be convinced by one's actions or achievements. In most cases, those achievements didn't reach the qualifications the guide was searching for, so one would need to prove their worth in the moment. While following the owl, Damien determined that it was satisfied with what he'd accomplished thus far, and chose him because he fulfilled its conditions beforehand. That was a product of entirely his own effort. Just like this very moment, Damien looked at the crowned shadow and extended his hand to touch it. For a moment, he felt another sense of absolute nothingness wash over him, but it was not hostile. The shadow read his existence and confirmed the owl's presence. It ensured that he truly was worthy of its power, and when it sensed the Emperor's crown that eternally sat atop Damien's head, how could it think about rejection? If even that extremely picky Emperor's crown chose an owner after so long, then what right did it have to disagree? It seemed the person it chose was more than just adequate as well. He currently had the power of 2 faces of non-existence in his body, and the rest were willing to follow him as long as he just asked. This was an unprecedented feat for a human to accomplish. Quite literally, non-existence had never been so close to another living being before. The shadow separated from the surrounding non-existence and slithered up Damien's arm. It made its way up his neck like a collection of black veins until it reached the top of his head and came together. Nothing visibly changed in the Emperor's crown, but if one was skilled enough, one would be able to see that it was now a combination of 2 separate entities. The first was the proud and regal crown that Damien had been wearing until now, and the second was a dark entity with an unknown form that forced one to bow to the aura of an emperor. They were equally domineering. They were opposites, but in the end, they were the same. True duality. It was something Damien had been striving to reach for his entire life. Now that he had both crowns, I feel like I've finally reached the cusp of it. Damien patted his chest. The owl understood his message and led him back to the surface. He thought he would be confused without its help, but that was no longer the case. Even he could now see a path in this expanse. He could see the way home. Damien came out of the sky like he was breaking through a powerful wave and taking his first breath in a long while. The owl came out of his body and returned to its usual pattern of flying around him and perching on his shoulder. Without a word about what happened, he returned to his abode. He didn't quite know how long he'd been gone. The people there likely wouldn't know either. They hardly kept track of time. However, Damien could tell that this was the end. Perhaps he would spend a little longer digesting everything he'd learned, but it's finally time to go home. To return to the heavenly world, to return to war, and to return to the Dark God. That fated battle, that long-awaited spectacle was just over the horizon. And after seeing what he'd accomplished during his time in this realm, Damien was both extremely confident and extremely excited about that battle. Chapter 1849, The Crowned Shadow. Chapter 1849, The Crowned Shadow. 5. Returning to his abode, Damien was greeted with a lot of stares. I must have been gone for some time. His assumption was entirely wrong. Since these experts were able to hide their emotions, they didn't show anything, but they were feeling something inexplicable from Damien. If he was their equal before he left, he was clearly superior now. It was to the point where those who didn't speak to him as often were hesitant to even watch his training anymore. He was an emperor while they were merely nobles. That was the difference they felt. It was almost disrespectful to thoughtlessly interfere with the training of someone like him. None of them liked the feeling that invaded their hearts, but they couldn't deny it. The few who did converse with him regularly came up and said a few words as they always did, but there was a subtle distance in their interaction that Damien felt clearly. I guess it isn't necessarily a bad thing. It would be a shame if there were hard feelings about his early departure. He only just came to this island, and he'd already reached a level that the rest of them could only dream about. It was better for him to disappear quietly. It was better if they assumed that he went and killed himself in the sea of nothingness, since that was easier to handle. Well, quietly may be impossible. The moment he escaped, a huge phenomenon would encompass all 5 islands. Damien heard of this from the first island, so it had to be true. Rather than leaving quietly, it was more like he wanted to disguise the fact that he was the one leaving. This island, isn't it too pitiful? When it was naturally accepted that absorbing energy was the right method, and there wasn't a way to go back and tell people it was wrong, was it right to blame these experts for their current situations? Sure, it was partially their fault, but it wasn't enough of a blunder to turn this place into their grave. The experts on this island had different personalities, goals, and interests, but each and every one of them was worthy of being supreme. Damien could tell that their journeys through the 4 islands before this one changed them all into decent people. It would be a missed opportunity if I left them all here to rot. The people of this land were all upright practitioners, even if their past didn't assume the same. Perhaps it was stupid to say that all of them were good people, but he knew that they were all at least sane. Plus, their talent was undeniable. At the moment, he wasn't too much stronger than them, so it was impossible. When he became absolute, that would change. If he wanted to have a dominion over several cosmos, or if he wanted to be prepared for a potential threat that may appear, he needed subordinates, didn't he? Who better than supremes that he personally raised, bringing the land of nothingness into the limelight. It was a new goal that Damien established in that moment. But it wasn't attainable until he became absolute, so his focus shifted to another way to improve the 5th island's condition. Let's do that. A project that he could consider a culmination of everything he'd learned. If he could pull it off, then he could guarantee that he was ready to leave. That day, Damien left his abode again. Unbeknownst to those who inhabited that place with him, that was the last time they'd ever see him. He found the tallest mountain in the realm and flew high above it. Using the mountain as a center point, he started building again. But this time, it wasn't for his own sake. As those who lived on a mountain watched, a massive floating island was formed above them. It appeared in a single instant, a landmass large enough to be called a mountain of its own. And, on its flat surface, there was a palace of crystals and purple gold. A palace with an insignia on the front that belonged to no known individual or clan. The people of the mountain immediately flew up to investigate. They carefully entered the palace, knowing that the one who created it was incredibly powerful. However, instead of meeting him, they found themselves feeling a sensation like nothing they'd ever felt before. This, a certain man exclaimed as he looked at his own hands. He returned his gaze to the interior of the palace. The massive staircase at the entrance branched off in both directions, and on the wall of the step where that happened, there was a message for all. Welcome to the Void Palace. This is a space for any and all practitioners who wish to improve. It will not and may not be claimed by anyone. It was a message signed with a single word. Void. The man exhaled that name with an air of reverence. He could feel it clearly. This palace wasn't just any normal thing. Disregarding all of the complicated concepts in place to keep this place as a neutral zone and assure that it would never fall into the wrong hands, it only had one purpose. Passive purification. For the first time in his life, the man felt like he was seeing progress in his lifelong quest. He could already tell that this place was going to become a haven of the fifth island soon enough. Boom! Suddenly, the man's head whipped to the side, his eyes peering through the palace's entrance. Just as people started investigating the palace and realizing its worth, a massive flash of light appeared from the shoreline. Wow! How long had it been since the last time somebody was ascending and escaping this realm? And that flash of light, for some reason, it felt extremely warm. Because that man knew, and everyone else would soon come to know. That light was the first of many. The fifth island was finally going to be revitalized. As for the person who created it, he was content with leaving a small piece of himself for future generations. Without regrets and without hesitation, he returned to the world from which he came. He had a lot of work on his plate, after all. See, that was what Damien thought was the end. It made sense, right? Now that his adventures in the land of nothingness were over, it was time for him to focus on the events in the true Void universe. That statement wasn't necessarily wrong, but his long yet short trip caused a few problems. Damien returned to his isolated training room. He could tell from the air that time had not passed. But clearly something had changed. The universe rushed to read his existence. It was extremely confused by his current state, but it was forced to acknowledge what he'd achieved in only a single second. Almost exactly when Damien appeared, he was swept away again. But this time, he was not taken out of the true Void universe. Merely, he was once again in a place that other people could not reach. Chapter 1850 Records. Chapter 1850 Records 1. The space that Damien was in, could it be considered the counterside of the true Void universe? Glancing around, he noticed that his surroundings were the same. He was in the same isolated training area. He could sense a Void Palace and the other grand structures all around the heavenly world. The key point that made it incredibly obvious that this was not the true Void universe was the lack of life. The only living being in this place was Damien himself. Something like this existed? Damien exited the isolated area and walked into the world. The first thing he noticed was the sky. It didn't exist. Instead, the sky was made up of flowing waves of blue energy that perpetually moved and maintained its energy. That was the model that Damien followed throughout his life. That was a direct representation of the way he wanted his own internal mana circuits to work. They were close to that level now. Damien didn't necessarily need to use his own energy anymore, so it was inconsequential, but his mana still was not infinite. If there was a situation where the entire cosmos was stripped of its mana, Damien's capacity would once again become finite. This was a representation of a level he had not been able to reach. As it graced his eyes, he inadvertently raised off of the ground and approached it. The energy was unbothered by his presence. No. Perhaps it was the one who called him here. As he put his arm out and touched it, his entire body shook. He had suddenly established a connection to something magisterial. His eyes glowed with a massively blue light. His consciousness was ripped from his physical form as he was taken to a place where he could properly interact with it. In that place, it entered a form that he was already aware of. A holographic blue window appeared before him. He was just as speechless after understanding. So you are. It obviously wasn't its true name, but the fact that it acknowledged the only name Damien ever knew it by was enough confirmation that it was truly that entity. the system that ruled over the true Void universe. The reason why its people were able to progress through the stages of power without complications or doubt. Was it this perpetual energy? Is this where was the entire time, existing in this alternate true void that others could not perceive? For some reason, it was astounding. Damien, who had just come back from the land of nothingness, still found himself shell-shocked by this entity. The system clearly didn't have consciousness. It was able to interact with him within its parameters, which meant that this meeting was for a purpose. As the system said, he was now in full control over both existence and non-existence. To an extent, he was standing equal to the void. This was a state that this cosmos had never seen, and a state celebrated by every cosmos lucky enough to birth an individual with such power. Damien's eyes widened. The system was, as named, a record of all things. Persia's encyclopedia did something similar to the system, but this entity acted on a completely different level. It was omniscient and omnipresent, to be granted a right to read those records. It is not absolute. He wouldn't be given free reign over the system. He could tell from the messages that this was a one-time opportunity. Then, rather than focusing on myself, I should think broader. Rather than focusing on the true void universe that he could read at any time, he wanted to focus on the system itself. So, show me those records. The records of the system's origin. The records of its creator. Partial access confirmed. With those words, Damien was shown the very story he wanted to see. He encountered no obstacles, almost as if the story was meant for him from the very beginning. Once upon a time, in a world far, far away, two brothers were born. Their births took place only a few minutes apart. However, the way they were treated was different from their very first day alive. The elder brother was showered with love. He was found to have an extremely rare talent during his birth, and all eyes had been on him from then. The younger brother wasn't untalented, but compared to his elder brother, he was nothing special. Others ignored him, but his elder brother didn't. He wasn't blinded by the attention he got. He cherished his younger brother and wanted to make sure that he was always happy. However, his younger brother didn't appreciate his sentiments. Every negative thing that happened to him was attributed to his elder brother. When a woman he loved decided to confess to his brother, he ignored the fact that his brother rejected her and threw her out of the house. He only cared about the fact that his brother had won again. One day, a prophecy was revealed. It stated that a hero would be born who would save the world and even the universe itself. The two hero candidates were none other than these two brothers. But the elder brother didn't want it. He didn't want to be the hero. He never wanted to remain stuck on this planet. And the stronger he got, the more he desired to see the skies and what lay beyond. The title of a hero was just a burden to him, but it looked like it meant everything to his brother. As such, he decided not to compete. He announced his withdrawal from candidacy and disappeared, finally making his way into the starry sky. From that point on, he never saw his brother again. He hoped his brother was able to gain happiness in that small world where they were born, but he couldn't be there to experience it with him. It wasn't just because of his ambitions, but because his brother would only ever feel negativity and hostility if he stayed. For years, he wandered the cosmos alone. He gained great power and a wealth of knowledge, eventually coming across a concept known as abyss. It was everything and nothing at all. Existence and non-existence in one. He chased that concept with everything he had, and as he got closer to reaching it, he distanced himself from everything else. He only revisited his home world once. It was covered in statues of his brother and tales of a hero. However, it wasn't all peaceful. Since he was there in their hometown, he helped them kill a rogue dragon that was threatening to wipe them all out. On the same day, he also helped them design certain facilities that would increase the quality of living greatly. He became a hero to that city, so they erected a statue of him to pay tribute. It was the only one in the entire world, so it definitely felt special. Nevertheless, that was the last time he interacted with reality under his birth name. After that, he became the World Walker. He eventually reached existence and non-existence. Even longer after that, he combined them and became absolute. The World Walker started passing through the various cosmos within the abyss and observing their cultures. Sometimes he'd lend them a helping hand or create a treasure that would help the cosmos grow. He was a wanderer at his core. He never wanted to stay in one place. The infinitely expanding abyss filled with so many different cosmos, with so many different peoples and cultures was his home, and within it, he found the greatest adventures. Still, he was immortal once. He perceived time, and eventually, he experienced an unparalleled sense of boredom and loneliness. He decided that he had lived for long enough. He found a random, newly budding cosmos as his final resting place, and he transformed it so that its people could live well. That random cosmos was none other than the True Void. His final creation was the system. After providing a route for this cosmos people to grow more stably and without deviation, he established it. And amidst those people, he laid himself to rest. The World Walker, the origin of a system, and the first absolute. Their cosmos had been blessed by such a being. That was the reason for its oddities and its uniqueness. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.